Xiaogua, Zhongyin City, Zhongyin Medical University. The early morning sun shines on the entrance of the university, a bit fresh and a bit hot. Bai Qiyu sat lazily on the chair in the guardroom, with his legs crossed and a yellowed copy of The Art of Socializing in his hand. His eyes were not on the book, but on looking through the window at the youthful female college students coming in and out of the door. Their youthful hormones blow in your face like a gentle breeze, and their clear eyes carry a hint of innocent and foolish cuteness. Whenever someone passed by Bai Qiyu, they would always blush and lower their heads subconsciously, then whisper to each other, and steal a few glances at him from time to time. "Oh, my damn charm." Bai Qiyu sighed, his tone containing 3 parts narcissism and 7 parts helplessness. Then the memories of the death began to attack him. It has been exactly 10 years since he traveled to this world. When he first came through, he was alone, with nothing but a deadly handsome face. But after 10 years of struggle, he has many ex-girlfriends besides this handsome face. As for how many there were, Bai Qiyu couldn't count them anymore, and it was probably almost 3 digits. This is all because he has no skills to survive in this world. After finally reborn, he cannot work, so he can only date rich girls to survive. But he also has a conscience. Based on the principle that you can't pull only one sheep, he changes his girlfriend every once in a while. Every relationship starts with great seriousness and ends cleanly and neatly. But he never expected that just after breaking up with his ex-girlfriend, a system that was 10 years late finally found him. Ding! Binding successful. I am the full-time job system, starting a working life for the host. Bai Qiyu was confused. Tell me again, what system are you? Full-time part-time job system. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? I just finished being a stud, and now you want me to be a cow horse? Bai Qiyu firmly disagreed. Working is not in vain. Every time the host comes into physical contact with others, a term will be dropped, and the term can enhance one's own abilities. Bai Qiyu's eyes lit up. That's easy, isn't it? Just find a crowded place and walk around, right? He felt like a little genius. It's not that simple. Only if you have verbal communication and physical contact with the other party during working hours can the entry be dropped. This rule directly blocked Bai Qiyu's genius idea. The system continued to explain, the entries are divided into 6 levels: white, blue, cyan, red, purple, and gold. White entries, common and mostly useless. Blue entries, slightly improved, very common. Cyan entries, relatively rare, with significant effects. Red entry, little best. Purple and gold entries, legendary and almost impossible to encounter. Entries can also be upgraded through fusion. 10 white entries equals 1 blue entry, 10 blue entries equals 1 cyan entry, and so on. The system's reward was very tempting, but Bai Qiyu chose to refuse it. Bai Qiyu laughed. You're kidding. What's so good about being a cow or a horse? Isn't living a life of luxury good enough? Just as he was about to shut down the system suddenly added, starting a working life will reward the host with enhanced body organs, such as a perpetual kidney. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qiyu's hand paused. He immediately said with a firm look in his eyes, people can't be like salted fish, they should have some color. I accept it. He didn't even think about it. Thinking for one more second would be disrespectful to the perpetual kidney. So, with a strong will, no, with great ambition and enthusiasm, he accepted the binding of the system. With the help of the system, he not only obtained the legendary perpetual motion kidney, but also successfully found his first formal job in life, a security guard at Zhongyin Medical University. System-friendly reminder, after each career ends, the title will be evaluated based on performance. Please work hard, host. Bai Qiyu came back to his senses from his memories, leaned lazily on the back of his chair, and casually called up the system panel. Lines of familiar attributes emerged in his mind. Name, Bai Qiyu. Occupation, security guard. Title, Explorer. You have climbed many mountaintops and entered many muddy nests, both of which have benefited you a lot, so you will be able to see people with purple and gold entries. Entries, Little Lucky White, Little Fishing Expert Blue. Little Lucky White, your luck is a little bit good. Slacking Expert Blue, when you slack off at work, there is a certain chance that you will not be discovered. This little expert in slacking off was obtained by Bai Qiyu from the security captain when he started working yesterday. However, the system has rules and restrictions. A person can only obtain 1 entry per day. Otherwise, he would have already plucked the security captain bald. Thinking back to yesterday, he had completely understood the job content of campus security, sitting in the guard room, checking his phone, looking at the beauties on campus to feast his eyes, lying down for a while when he was tired, going to the cafeteria at mealtime, and strolling around the school after meal, which was both a way to digest and a patrol. If this day isn't heaven, what is it? Even if it wasn't for the purpose of obtaining the entry, Bai Chiyu found that he was beginning to like the security job. Why be a slave? Just be a security guard and save yourself 30 years of detour. He casually threw the art of socializing on the table, lazily lay down on the chair, and muttered, "What should I eat in the cafeteria today? Braised pork or fried egg rice?" When he was thinking about the lunch menu, the sound of knocking on the window suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Who is it? Bai Chiyu was disturbed and felt a little unhappy. He frowned and stood up and walked to the window. But the moment he looked out the window, he was stunned. The entry on the person in front of him blinded him. This was the first time he had seen an entry. This must be the result of his title of explorer. Cold as ice gold, stay absolutely calm when facing any situation. Surgeon Master Gold has a detailed understanding of the human body structure and has made considerable achievements in surgical medicine. Scalpel purple, when holding a scalpel, the combat ability is extremely strong. Wow, golden legend. Still 2 golds and 1 purple. Bai Chiyu's breathing quickened for a moment, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. This is my treasure house. My entry gold mine. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, he quickly turned his eyes to the person knocking on the window. It's a woman. When men first look at a woman, they often look at her figure. Bai Chiyu is no exception. The man was wearing an unbuttoned white coat, a white shirt and slim jeans. The jeans outline the perfect leg lines, and the shirt is so tight that one can't help but wonder if the buttons will fall off in the next second. TSK, this is fierce, very fierce. For some reason, Bai Chiyu felt that this chest was somewhat familiar, and her eyes moved upwards involuntarily, finally landing on that face. A mature and serious face, with a sacred majesty between the eyebrows and eyes, which makes people feel a bit of awe at first sight. But at the same time, this face also makes people have a vague urge to tear off her cold disguise and see her look panic-stricken. At this moment, the woman outside the window was also looking at him. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and even her body was shaking slightly, as if she had seen a creature that shouldn't exist in this world. The woman stared at him intently. You, Bai Chiyu? Bai Chiyu swallowed and confirmed the face outside the window again, and a huge wave of emotions rose in his heart. It's her. It's actually her. Bai Chiyu's heart was in turmoil. That's right, the person standing in front of him was one of his ex-girlfriends. Isn't she a doctor? Why did this picture refresh at school? Chapter 2, Step on the Accelerator to the 18th Level of Hell. The two of them just stared at each other in a daze for a while. But at this time, the security captain Joe Wegwa, who was on duty with Bai Chiyu, came back. As soon as he entered the security room, he saw the two people looking at each other, and immediately smiled and asked, "Hey, isn't this Professor Su? What can I do for you?" Being suddenly interrupted, Bai Chiyu and Suji came back to their senses at the same time. Bai Chiyu smiled at Suji. After all, she was already his ex-girlfriend, and the best thing to do was to part ways in peace. Suji seemed not to notice Bai Chiyu's smile. She turned her gaze to Joe Wegwa and said coldly, "Captain Joe, my car won't start. Can you find someone to help me?" Joe Wegwa did not show any dissatisfaction with Suji's coldness. After all, Suji was famous for being a cold beauty throughout the school. He nodded and said, "Let me go and help you take a look." Suji shook her head calmly, "No need to trouble you. I don't like being too close to other men. Let him help me." She raised her hand and pointed directly at Bai Chiyu. Joe Wegwa was stunned. "Oh. I am another man? He is not? Just because this guy is good looking?" But since Suji asked for it, he couldn't say anything. So, he said to Bai Chiyu, "Chiyu, Professor Su asked you for help, so go over and take a look." Bai Chiyu nodded. This was a great opportunity. There weren't many chances to come into contact with golden entries, so he had to seize it. He followed Suji out of the security booth and walked towards the parking lot. Bai Chiyu, who was walking behind, stared at Suji's back, feeling a little complicated. After all, she was his ex-girlfriend, and it didn't seem right to treat her as a stranger. Thinking of this, he thought it would be a good idea to say hello, so he asked, how have you been lately?" Suji's body obviously stiffened and her steps paused for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal and continued walking forward as if she hadn't heard anything, without saying a word. Bai Qiyu was a little confused. What was going on? Didn't he hear it? This shouldn't be the case. Suji's reaction just now clearly showed that she heard it. Since Suji was unwilling to pay attention to him, he was too lazy to make himself look bad, so he simply focused on more important things: how to touch the golden entry. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. Suji's car is a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which is also an old friend of Bai Qiyu. Suji used to drive a Maserati MC20. Although the car was cool, the space was too small and even slightly intense sports could not be carried out. Later, he mentioned it, and Suji changed to the spacious G-Class. Speaking of which, this car made many contributions in their time. When seeing the car again, Bai Qiyu's eyes couldn't help but sweep over Suji's curvy figure. I really miss it. Suji seemed to notice his gaze, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly suppressed it and returned to a cold look. Get in the car. Bai Qiyu was stunned. Get in the car? Didn't they say the car wouldn't start? Suji's face turned cold, and her tone became even colder. You will know once you get in the car, don't talk nonsense. As she spoke, she opened the driver's door and got in swiftly. Although Bai Qiyu was confused, seeing Suji's firm attitude, he didn't ask any more questions. He naturally opened the passenger door and got in. As soon as he sat down, he felt something was wrong. The position of the seat had not been adjusted at all. It was still the same feeling as before. It has been 5 years since he broke up with Suji, right? Is it a coincidence? But Suji's cold voice denied his idea. I have never let anyone else sit in this car. After hearing this, Bai Qiyu turned to look at Suji. What did this mean? However, Suji had no intention of explaining. She just pressed her finger and the car started instantly. Wait a minute. Bai Qiyu pointed at the dashboard. Can this car start? Didn't you just? Before Bai Qiyu could finish his words, the engine of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class roared and rushed out. Oh shit. Bai Qiyu was so frightened by the sudden outburst that he grabbed the door armrest tightly and leaned his body back against the seat. Before he could react, the car sped out of the parking lot like a wild horse. Suji had a blank expression on her face. She held the steering wheel firmly with both hands, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the horn sounded shrilly in the campus. The students on the road heard the horn, looked back, and were so scared that they quickly dodged. Immediately afterwards, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped past where they had just stood. Oh my god. Xiaoxian patted her chest, still in shock. Who is driving so fast in school? Are you trying to kill yourself? Su Kaiwa next to her was staring at the car speeding past, slightly dazed. I seem to have seen that man just now. But that shouldn't be possible. Didn't he leave so cruelly because he had a terminal illness and was dying? But the man in the car just now, why does he look so much like him? Kaiwa? What are you daydreaming about? Xiaoxian waved her hand in front of her. Su Kaiwa came back to her senses and asked in a low voice, is that our school's car? It looks like it belongs to Professor Su. Su Kaiwa nodded silently and watched the rear of the car disappear into the distance. Looking at the students fleeing in all directions on the road, Bai Qiyu tightly grasped the handrail of the car, turned his head and shouted to Suji, there are so many people here. What are you doing? Suji didn't even look at him. Her cold eyes were fixed on the front, but she stepped on the accelerator harder and harder, increasing the speed of the car rapidly. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped along and soon approached the school gate. But Suji had no intention of slowing down. Bai Qiyu quickly shouted, the gear lever. Be careful with the gear lever. Suji remained unmoved and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Crack! The gear lever broke with a sound and the car rushed out. Zhou Weigua, who was slacking off in the security booth, was startled by the loud noise. He looked up and saw the rear end of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class going away, leaving the gear lever lying alone on the ground. What's going on? Didn't they say the car wouldn't start? How did it become a drag race? Zhou Weigua swallowed his saliva and looked at the dispersed group of students with a confused look on his face. Bai Qiyu looked at Suji, who stepped on the accelerator in disbelief. Is this cold as ice? Not calm at all. Well, can we talk about it nicely? Can you please calm down? Bai Qiyu asked cautiously. Suji finally spoke, her tone still cold, I am calm. As she spoke, she stepped on the accelerator a little harder, and the car speed increased again instantly. Calm down? You call this calm down? This frightened Bai Qiyu so much that he didn't dare to speak and could only hold the handle tightly. It's so tragic. It would be such a pity if I, a young man, who has not yet given up my virginity, were to die like this. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class continued to weave in and out of traffic, running red lights and rushing through green lights, with every sharp turn being precise to the millimeter. Although Su Ji was driving very fast, Bai Qiyu noticed that her hands had not shaken at all since she started driving, and her expression was very calm. Bai Qiyu was instantly relieved. It seemed that he was not planning to die with me. I knew it. He broke up with all his girlfriends peacefully. Finally, after a crazy speed, the car slowly pulled over to the side of the road. Bai Qiyu let out a long sigh of relief. This is really terrible. Chapter 3. Am I wild enough? Bai Qiyu breathed a sigh of relief, finally surviving. Although he felt the passion every time he got on this car, the passion he felt this time was a little different. How is it? Su Ji turned her head, stared at him coldly and asked. Bai Qiyu nodded seriously. Okay, you drive really well, can I get off now? Su Ji snorted coldly. I'm not asking you how you drive. I'm asking you, am I wild enough? Bai Qiyu was stunned and was unable to react when asked this question. Su Ji stared at his expression and narrowed her eyes slightly. When we broke up, didn't you think I was too calm and not passionate enough? What about now? Bai Qiyu blinked her big, cute eyes, with a question mark on her face. Is the reason for our breakup so bad? He. Su Ji chuckled, her hands already on the steering wheel, as if she was about to start the engine again. No. Bai Qiyu hurriedly stopped him. Wild. It's too wild now, so wild that there is no limit. Su Ji finally stopped and stared at Bai Qiyu, her tone so serious that it made him a little flustered. Then let's make peace now. Reconcile? Bai Qiyu was stunned. He didn't have the habit of going back to his ex. Just as he was trying to find a reason to refuse, he felt a chill. Looking down, I saw a shiny scalpel in Su Ji's hand. Oh, sorry, my pocket slipped and I accidentally dropped it into my hand. Su Ji's tone was light, but the tip of the knife shook slightly. Bai Qiyu wanted to curse when watching this scene. Whose things fell from the pocket into the hand? But when he met Su Ji's cold eyes, he shut up instantly. If he dared to say no, he would be Bai Qiyu now, and he would be the victim in the newspaper tomorrow. At this moment, there was a knock on the car window, interrupting the tense atmosphere in the car. The two people in the car were attracted by the sound at the same time and looked out the window. I saw a man in a white suit standing outside the window. He looked passable, but he had a greasy air about him. When Su Ji saw this man, she frowned. The man shouted excitedly, Su Ji! It's really you, what a coincidence! When Su Ji heard this, she did not respond immediately, but turned to Bai Qiyu and said, Qiyu, I've only met him a few times, and we haven't even talked much. Bai Qiyu nodded. After all, they had broken up and he had no right to control Su Ji's social circle. However, as soon as Su Ji finished speaking, the man outside the window knocked on the car window and looked at Bai Qiyu. Who are you, kid? A small security guard dares to get in Su Ji's car? Get out of here right now. The man's face was full of disdain. Bai Qiyu shrugged helplessly at the man and said, I do want to go down, but the woman won't let me. At this time, Su Ji's eyes became a little colder, and then the car window slowly lowered. The man was delighted. Su Ji opened the car window. This was the first time that Su Ji expressed such goodwill to him. You know, no matter how much he said before, he couldn't get any reaction from her. However, the next second, a silver light flashed, and with a swish sound, a big hole was cut on the chest of his suit. Ah! The man was so frightened by this sudden action that he sat down on the ground, sweating profusely and his eyes were panicked. Su Ji looked at him coldly, looking down at him. The scalpel in her hand reflected a cold light in the sun. Lubo, I warn you, if you dare to say a bad word about him again, this knife will cut your neck. Su Ji. Calm down. I was just joking. Lubo rolled to his feet, his voice trembling. Su Ji was too lazy to look at him again. The car window slowly rose up, leaving only a cold look. The Mercedes-Benz G drove out again. Lubo was shaking all over at this moment. He stared blankly at the car going away, with only one thought in his mind, did I really almost die just now? He had harassed Su Ji several times before, but although Su Ji never paid any attention to him, at least she didn't use a knife. But this time it was different, he could indeed feel the tangible murderous intent. This time, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class did not run as fast as before, but drove slowly in the traffic. The atmosphere in the car also became quiet. Bai Qiyu was mainly afraid that if he said something wrong, the woman would stab him again. The scene just now made Bai Qiyu feel that the term cold as ice was false. During this period, Suji did not mention reconciliation again. Although they drove slowly this time, it was still a car after all, and it didn't take long for the two to return to school. When the car drove to the school gate, Zhou Weiguo and several maintenance workers were seen repairing the guardrail that had been damaged before. Seeing Suji's car coming from a distance, his expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Quick, quick, get out of the way." When the maintenance workers heard this, they scattered like birds and beasts. However, this time Suji parked the car steadily at the door. Zhou Weiguo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the car stopped. The car window slowly rolled down, and Suji said expressionlessly, "Captain Zhou, I'm sorry, the car was a little out of control just now. I will pay the repair fee to the finance department." Zhou Weiguo heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. "I was so scared. If you didn't know better, you might have thought he was just venting because of a breakup. But I'm glad you're okay." When Suji heard this, a rare look of embarrassment appeared on her face, but she quickly concealed it and regained her composure. At this time, Zhou Weiguo shouted to Bai Qiyu, "What are you still standing there for? Come down quickly. We still have to patrol soon." "Oh, okay." Bai Qiyu nodded quickly and reached out to unfasten the seatbelt. When Bai Qiyu was unbuckling her seatbelt, she stretched her hand out slightly and the back of her hand brushed across Suji's delicate arm. Suji trembled for a moment, then pretended nothing had happened and continued to look ahead. Bai Qiyu felt that the entry had been received, so he did not delay any longer and got off the car immediately. Suji glanced at him from the car window, nodded, then drove into the campus, leaving Bai Qiyu and Zhou Weiguo at the school gate. "How is it? Are you okay?" At this time Zhou Weiguo hurried over to check Bai Qiyu's body. Bai Qiyu felt a little frightened by being touched by a man, and quickly stepped back with his hands on his chest. "Captain, what are you doing? Ouch." Zhou Weiguo's face darkened. "I have no sexual interest in men, I just want to see if you are okay." Bai Qiyu then put down his hand and relaxed his vigilance. "The car didn't even have a scratch on the paint, so it's even safer for me inside the car. It's not about the car, it's about Professor Su. Before, there was an old professor who just patted her on the butt and she almost got stabbed. If it wasn't for Professor Su's steady hand, that person would have been killed." Bai Qiyu frowned. "Slapping someone on the butt is like asking for death, isn't that asking for death? That old professor is a woman. And I bumped into her by accident." Bai Qiyu swallowed his saliva. Suji was not like this before. The scene of his hand brushing across Suji's arm just now emerged in his mind. Wasn't he just going to the Hall of Yama? Is this true or false? Zhou Weiguo said confidently, "I saw it with my own eyes. I even went to stop the fight. How could this be false?" Bai Qiyu immediately stepped forward and held Zhou Weiguo's hand, with an extremely sincere expression. "Thank you for the reminder, Captain. I will pay attention in the future and never commit suicide." The sound of an entry arriving sounded in Bai Qiyu's mind. Bai Qiyu was happy, he just took the opportunity to brush up the entries. However, he still felt it was a pity that the same person could only write one entry every day, otherwise he would have exhausted Zhou Weiguo. But at least there are other people to pick on. Thinking of this, he quickly ran to shake hands with the other 3 maintenance technicians. "Thank you all for your hard work." "Thank you all for your hard work." The maintenance master also responded with a smile. Then 3 more entries arrived. Chapter 4, Thief. Seeing that Bai Qiyu was fine, Zhou Weiguo patted him on the shoulder and said, "Keep an eye on him here. I'm going back to the guard room." Bai Qiyu nodded and looked at the 3 maintenance workers who were working hard on the repair. He couldn't help either, so he just silently called up the system panel in his mind. He couldn't wait to see what entry he would pull from Suji this time. Name, Bai Qiyu. Occupation, security guard. Title, Explorer. Entry. White little luck, inspection, maintenance, unlocking. Blue a skilled slacker. Red thief. Purple scalpel. Bai Qiyu was stunned. What the hell is this thief? Needless to say, the scalpel must have fallen from Suji. Although it was not a golden item, he felt that this scalpel was also very powerful and he was very satisfied. But what is this thief? Bai Qiyu then clicked on the entry details. Thief read, "You will have extraordinary stealing abilities. In most cases, your theft will not be discovered. Patrol white. When patrolling, there is a very small chance of observing unusual situations. Maintenance white. You have a little insight into maintenance. Lock-picking white. You can open ordinary locks. Baichiyu looked at these 4 entries and thought that the one who was conducting the inspection should be Zhou Weiguo. The thief must have been dropped by one of the 3 maintenance workers. Thinking of this, he stared at the 3 maintenance workers excitedly. For someone with a red entry, the other entries must not be too bad either. Here comes a fat sheep. Although I don't know what this thief is thinking about by coming to the medical university, I have been thinking about him. I would be sorry if I don't pluck his bald hair out. System, whose entry is this thief? Baichiyu asked excitedly in his mind. The system's voice sounded. The system cannot identify the source of the entry. Baichiyu frowned. This system is too useless. As expected, what good can something be if it is late? It is useless. You have to rely on yourself. Baichiyu thought about this and walked a little closer to the 3 maintenance workers. Master, what do you do? The 3 maintenance workers stopped what they were doing, turned around and looked at Baichiyu silently. The 3 did not answer, and Baichiyu was not at all embarrassed. You maintenance department people are so rude. It was also the first time for these 3 maintenance workers to encounter someone like Baichiyu. They decided not to bother with the fool. So, they turned their heads tacitly and continued working, completely ignoring Baichiyu's air. At the moment the 3 turned their heads, Baichiyu's eyes flashed, his hand moved slightly, and the thief was activated. The things in the 3 men's pockets fell into Baichiyu's hands unknowingly. He walked aside as if nothing had happened, looked down at the spoils in his hand, and was stunned. What the hell is this? A Yunfeng community access card, a photo of Yua Mikami, and a pair of stockings? Stockings? This is disgusting. Is this what a thief uses? Confiscate it. As for the photos, I'll put them in my pocket and I'll find time to criticize them carefully. The person who owns the photo should not be the owner of the thief entry. After all, how could someone who likes the teacher have any bad intentions? The only thing worth paying attention to is the access card to Yunfeng Community. Yunfeng Community is a well-known high-end community in the city. Those who live there are either rich or noble. They are either extremely wealthy or extremely indebted. A school maintenance worker should not be able to afford to live in Yunfeng Community. Baichiyu fixed his eyes on one of the maintenance workers. The person who possesses the thief entry should be this maintenance worker. The man looked to be around 40 years old, thin and ordinary. However, Baichiyu, who had read countless articles, knew that such people were often the hidden sweeping monks. This is my own ATM. From today on, I have to go to the maintenance department to pull it out every day until it is bald. As for his purpose of hiding in school, it has nothing to do with me. After the gear lever was replaced, the 3 maintenance workers packed up and left. Baichiyu also turned around and went back to the guard room. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Zhou Weiguo lying on the table, sleeping soundly. As expected of the owner of the entry, little expert in slacking off, he really lives up to this entry. Baichiyu walked up to him and stretched out his hand like a master thief. I found a photo on him. Could it be Yua Mikami again? Is it because it's at school? Do they all like the teacher? But when Baichiyu saw the person in the photo, he knew he had guessed wrong. The photo shows a young Zhou Weiguo and a beautiful woman. The woman is very pretty and looks quite elegant. At this moment, Zhou Weiguo's voice suddenly came from behind. What are you doing? Baichiyu didn't feel guilty at all, and handed the photo over. Captain, your photo fell on the ground, I will help you pick it up. Zhou Weiguo reached out and took back his photo. You are a very nice person. He put away the photo and stretched himself. It's noon, time to eat, I'll go get some food. What do you want to eat? Baichiyu was just about to order when a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. There are a lot of people in the school cafeteria. If you step on someone's foot or bump into someone, just apologize to them. As long as they respond, can't you get an entry? Baichiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was an opportunity to make a fortune and he couldn't miss it. Thinking of this, Baichiyu immediately said, Captain, I'll go. It's a good opportunity to get familiar with the environment. Zhou Weiguo was very happy to see that he was so sensible, and said casually, okay, then go ahead, I want braised pork and sweet and sour spare ribs. Baichiyu took the meal card and ran out of the guard room happily. Zhou Weiguo watched his back, lowered his head, took out the photo and looked at it for a while, frowning slightly. The photo was placed well, how could it fall out? This kid is not simple. When Bai Chiyu arrived at the restaurant, it was already packed with people. He did not rush to line up, but instead wandered back and forth in front of each window, carefully observing the entries of people around him. Unfortunately, after going around in a circle, he didn't see any gold or purple entries. Come to think of it, they are just students. What impressive entries can they come up with? In desperation, he chose a window and started queuing. While standing in line, my feet suddenly moved and I accidentally stepped on the foot of a student behind me. He immediately turned around, looking apologetic. "Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry." The student who was stepped on was a shy young man. He quickly waved his hands and said, it's okay. Bite. A crisp reminder sounded in Bai Chiyu's mind: the entry has arrived. His eyes lit up instantly. Bai Chiyu was immediately delighted. Sure enough, this trick worked. Now this restaurant is my ATM. Chapter 5: Tsukaiwa. So he used the same trick again. He changed the team and accidentally stepped on the foot of the ATM behind him. Then enter the password, sorry. Ding. Another entry is obtained. This made Bai Chiyu laugh so hard that he couldn't stop. In this way, he wrote 8 entries in a row. When he tried the same trick for the 9th time, he encountered a little trouble. Bai Chiyu deliberately took a step back, and his foot landed accurately on the foot of the person behind him. As usual, the person who was stepped on will cry out ouch, then immediately retract his foot, apologize politely, and successfully get the entry. But this time, the other party didn't react at all. Bai Chiyu was stunned for a moment, but didn't think much about it. He turned around and prepared to apologize. But when he turned around, he suddenly froze. The person behind had 3 dazzling entries flashing above his head. Learning to apply gold, possessing a strong learning ability, being able to quickly digest knowledge and transform it into practical skills. Beautiful appearance gold, enhance personal charm, and make people feel close to you unconsciously when you get along with others. Photographic memory purple, possessing a strong memory, he will never forget any experience. 2 gold. 1 purple. I'm lucky. Today is definitely my lucky day. However, when he saw the man's face clearly, his heart skipped a beat. Tsukaiwa. This is my ex-girlfriend. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Tsukaiwa's eyes were already filled with tears. She stared at Bai Chiyu, her face full of shock and disbelief. She didn't expect that this man was still alive. The figure in the car that I saw this morning was not an illusion, it was indeed this man. Bai Chiyu was thinking, why is she crying? What was the reason he used to break up with her? Suddenly, he remembered. He pretended to have a terminal illness, and in order not to drag her down, he left a letter and quietly left, acting as if he had completely disappeared. According to the calculation of time, I should be dead now. This is too embarrassing. No, I can't be so socially awkward. Thinking of this, Bai Chiyu coughed lightly and said, well, beauty, do you think I look like someone you know? But don't worry, I'm not. But Tsukaiwa still looked at him straight, tears flowing uncontrollably. She slowly raised her hand and pointed at Bai Chiyu's chest. Bai Chiyu was stunned, then looked down, and suddenly had the urge to dig a hole and bury himself. The badge on his chest clearly read, 9527 Bai Chiyu. Holy shit! Who designed the security uniforms to have names written on them? Bai Chiyu couldn't hold it any longer and decisively ran away. It doesn't matter if this entry is ignored. Seeing this, Tsukaiwa immediately shouted, Bai Chiyu. The cry was heart-wrenching. But at the moment she called out the name, Bai Chiyu heard a sudden ding sound in her mind, and the entry arrived. In an instant, many forgotten images emerged in his mind, and he realized that this must be the result of his photographic memory. He ran even faster now. Now that he had the entries, there was nothing to hesitate about. Tsukaiwa chased after him while crying, Bai Chiyu. Don't run! After running a few steps, she saw that Bai Chiyu had completely disappeared. She couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She couldn't accept losing Bai Chiyu again. But then he thought of Bai Chiyu wearing a security uniform. The monk can run away but the temple cannot. Tsukaiwa's eyes flashed with light, and she immediately ran towards the direction where Bai Chiyu had just disappeared. After getting rid of Tsukaiwa, Bai Chiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't wait to open the system panel. Name, Bai Chiyu. Occupation, security guard. Title, Explorer. Entry. White little luck, inspection, maintenance, lockpicking, street dance, calligraphy, swimming, watching TV, eating, sleeping, photo editing, blowing nose. Blue a skilled slacker. Red thief. Purple scalpel, photographic memory. He glanced at the entries and couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Street dance and calligraphy were normal, but what the hell was watching TV and blowing your nose? Bai Chiyu clicked on the entry. Watching TV, you are very engrossed when watching TV. Blow your nose, the way you blow your nose will add a little charm. Bai Chiyu was very upset. Blowing your nose can make you more charming? You better melt it quickly. This little luck is an item that I already have, so I'd better not fuse it. I'm a security guard now and it will be useful for patrols. I'll fuse the other 10 white items first and see what will appear. System, merge all the white entries except for little luck and patrol. Okay. Bai Chiyu felt dazed, as if something was missing in his body, but suddenly there was a warm current, and after a ding sound, there was something more in his body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a blue entry. Bai Chiyu immediately checked the newly acquired entry. Lock-picking blue, you can open all locks with holes. Seeing that it was lock-picking, Bai Chiyu frowned. He was a security guard, not a thief. Why did this entry refer to both lock-picking and thief? He felt that the plot was developing in a strange direction. But at least I don't need to carry keys when I go out. And this time I also gained a skill called photographic memory purple, which is really great. After returning to the guard room, Bai Chiyu just sat down when he was met with the sharp gaze of the Captain Joe Wegwa. Bai Chiyu was a little surprised. What's wrong? Where's the meal? Joe Wegwa asked. Bai Chiyu's face froze. He was so busy writing entries that he forgot about eating. But it's definitely not a good idea to go back now. Maybe I'll run into Sukaiwa again. Well, I'm lost. Bai Chiyu handed the meal card to Joe Wegwa. How about you go there again, Captain? Joe Wegwa was speechless. What else can you do? I originally thought Bai Chiyu was quite smart, but now it seems I was blind. Finally, he sighed, took the meal card, turned and left. As soon as Joe Wegwa left, Bai Chiyu immediately collapsed on the bed and began to slack off openly. He actually couldn't sleep, but the feeling of sleeping with pay made him feel good. He narrowed his eyes and began to think about how to quickly search for entries. I definitely can't go to the cafeteria. It would be too embarrassing to meet Sukaiwa. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Sukaiwa, what should I do with you? A clear voice suddenly sounded from the side. Are you so distressed? Chapter 6, The Shura Field Arrives. Bai Chiyu answered subconsciously, yes, you don't know, at that time I. He stopped talking in the middle of his words, and sat up suddenly as if he had been electrocuted, staring at the person standing at the door. Sukaiwa? Sukaiwa still had tears on her face, but she smiled. Finally I found you. Let's see how you run this time. How did you find this place? Bai Chiyu shrank back, like a grown girl who met a pervert. Do you think you're hard to find? Sukaiwa said in a natural tone, I've never seen you in school before. I can just ask other security guards, where is the new, handsome security guard? Isn't that right? Bai Chiyu sighed, there was nothing he could do, being handsome could sometimes be a trouble. So, Sukaiwa stared at him intently, why are you hiding from me? Is it because of your terminal illness? Snap. Just as Sukaiwa finished speaking, a crisp sound of something falling was suddenly heard in the room. Bai Chiyu and Sukaiwa were both attracted by the sound. I saw Suji standing at the door, and a lunchbox with spilled rice lying on the ground. Suji still looked cold and lonely, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner emotions. She walked quickly to Bai Chiyu and said, how could it be? What terminal illness do you have? Sukaiwa was stunned. Professor Su? Why was she here? And it looked like she knew Bai Chiyu? No, she even cared about him. You know, in her impression, Professor Su has always been cold and difficult to get close to, let alone being interested in any man. To be honest, Bai Chiyu is a little panicked now. System. My two ex-girlfriends suddenly bumped into each other. What should I do? Wait online. No need to wait. Emotional issues are beyond the scope of the system's business. Please be self-reliant, host. Bai Chiyu. Seeing that Bai Chiyu was still silent, Suji frowned and said in a trembling voice, Chiyu, what's wrong with you? Tell me, I can definitely help you. Bai Chiyu smiled awkwardly and coughed twice, actually. I don't have any serious illness, it's just that when there are so many people around, I have a little fear of shooting. Suji's eyes tightened, and she immediately reached out to pull him. You just coughed, no, come with me to the hospital. Su Kaiue was stunned. Is this still the Professor Su I know? Isn't he the one who doesn't easily interact with others? Why is he taking the initiative to hold Brother Yu's hand now? She thought of the scene in the morning when she saw Bai Qiyu sitting in Suji's car on campus, and couldn't help asking, Professor Su, do you know Brother Yu? When Suji heard the words Brother Yu, her brows slightly frowned. She turned to look at Su Kaiue, and said calmly, Who are you? I've taken your class. Su Kaiue said immediately. Suji nodded. There were so many people who had taken her class that she couldn't recognize them all. What concerned her was why Su Kaiue called Bai Qiyu Brother Yu. The relationship between them was quite unusual. At this time, she didn't have the mind to think about it further. For her, it was more important to take Qiyu to the hospital first. Bai Qiyu really didn't want to go. There was really nothing wrong with him. But looking at Suji's expression, she would definitely not give up if she didn't go to the hospital. At this time, Su Kaiue also advised, Brother Yu, just listen to your sister and go to the hospital for a checkup first. The word sister made Suji frown instantly, and she turned to look at her in confusion. Elder sister? Bai Qiyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he secretly thought that something was wrong. Su Kaiue nodded, her expression serious. Yes, Professor Su, haven't you always been close to others? But now you are taking the initiative to hold Brother Yu's hand. Doesn't this mean that you are someone he is particularly close to? Aren't you his sister? Suji glanced at her calmly and said, No, I'm Qiyu's girlfriend. Bai Qiyu was heartbroken. Su Kaiue's eyes widened when she heard that. She looked at Bai Qiyu, then at Suji, and then at Bai Qiyu again. Snap! There was another sound of an object falling. The three of them turned their heads and saw Joe Wegwa standing at the door with a lunchbox in his hand and another lunchbox on the ground. He opened his mouth wide and looked back and forth between Bai Qiyu and Suji. I just heard something. Suji. Professor Su. Cold-blooded beauty. She was never heard of being close to anyone, let alone a man. Now she actually said that she was the girlfriend of a security guard? Is there anything more shocking than this? Oh my god, I want to be silenced if I know this secret. He swallowed hard and said carefully, Well, I dropped my meal. I'll go get another one. Before he could finish his words, he turned and ran. Su Kaiue looked at Bai Qiyu and Suji, her eyes full of disbelief, but more of it was grievance and hidden pain. She took a deep breath and asked in a trembling voice, Brother Yu, did you leave me to be with Professor Su? Suji frowned slightly when she heard this. Bai Qiyu was speechless and could only tell the truth. No, she was actually older than you, and she is also my ex-girlfriend. The word also made Suji understand that Su Kaiue was also Qiyu's ex-girlfriend. After hearing this, Su Kaiue understood. So she was my ex-girlfriend before I met Brother Yu. So what are you so proud of? But Suji was unwilling to do so and looked at Bai Qiyu coldly. She is my current girlfriend. I did not agree to break up. Su Kaiue quickly retorted, No. I am Brother Yu's girlfriend. No matter who it is, no one can take Brother Yu away from me. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became tense, as if the air was about to be pulled in two. Just then, plop! The sound of a lunchbox falling to the ground was heard at the door. Joe Wegwa stood at the door with a stiff face. He was so regretful in his heart. If I had known this situation earlier, why did I come back to pick up this lunchbox? But why is the scene in front of me so weird? One is the cold and aloof Professor Su, and the other is the charming and attractive school beauty female student. These two beauties with fair skin, beautiful faces and long legs are actually fighting for Bai Qiyu. Looking at Bai Qiyu's security uniform, which couldn't be more ordinary, he began to doubt his life for a moment. That's right, it's a security uniform. But is this the treatment a security guard deserves? Two beautiful women fighting over a young security guard? Good man, you are so promising. It would be great if you could find some rich women to support you. Bai Qiyu's eyes lit up when he saw Joe Wegwa coming back. Captain, I'll go get you some food. Having said that, Bai Qiyu was about to get up and leave. Joe Wegwa would never let him succeed, so he immediately ran out, saying as he ran, I'll go, you always get lost. After Joe Wegwa ran out, Suji and Su Kaiue looked at each other. Both of them were holding back their energy and neither was willing to back down. Bai Qiyu just curled up there and shivered. Didn't I break up with them peacefully at the beginning? Why does it feel so dangerous now? Chapter 7 Director Yen. However, the confrontation did not last long, as Suji was the first to look away. Her reason told her that now was not the time to argue, and the most important thing was to determine Bai Chiyu's physical condition. So she turned around, took Bai Chiyu's hand, and said coldly, "Come on, follow me to the hospital for a checkup." Having said that, she pulled Bai Chiyu out. Seeing this, Tsukaiwa hurried to follow. "I want to go too. I want to see what happened to brother you." Bai Chiyu's hand was tightly held by Suji. He could feel that although Suji's hand was cold, it was extremely soft. The two walked towards the parking lot hand in hand. When the students passing by saw this scene, they all opened their mouths in amazement. "Oh my god! It's Professor Su! She's holding a man's hand? So blatant? Am I seeing things? Who is this man? Professor Su's boyfriend? Look at that guy's clothes. Isn't he a security guard? There's another one following behind. Hey! Isn't this the school beauty Tsukaiwa?" Everyone was stunned. What the hell is going on with this security guard? Many students even took out their mobile phones to take pictures of this bizarre scene. Tsukaiwa, who was behind, was also staring at Suji with a sharp gaze. After arriving at the parking lot, Bai Chiyu sat in the passenger seat again. Tsukaiwa opened the back door and got in directly, completely ignoring whether Suji agreed or not. Suji glanced back at her, frowning slightly, but didn't say much. The matter with Tsukaiwa could be dealt with later, but Chiyu's physical condition could not afford any delay. So the G-Class roared again on the campus. The gear lever that had just been changed at the door was broken again, and the car rushed towards the hospital. Bai Chiyu looked at Suji, who had a calm face, and felt in his heart that it was a waste for this woman not to drive a racing car. The vehicle weaved through the traffic like a wild horse, causing countless exclamations and honking of horns wherever it went. In less than a moment, the three arrived at the hospital. As soon as the car stopped, Tsukaiwa got out from the back seat. Her face was a little pale, and she was obviously frightened by Suji's breathtaking driving skills just now. Suji glanced at Tsukaiwa, and her eyes seemed to say, "That's it. You still want to steal my man?" Tsukaiwa felt that she was being despised and immediately puffed out her chest. Bai Chiyu took a glance and shook his head helplessly. "Alas, you lose in this regard too." Suji ignored Tsukaiwa and pulled Bai Chiyu straight into the hospital. Tsukaiwa was not willing to be outdone, and immediately stepped forward and held Bai Chiyu's other hand. Suji is the chief surgeon of the hospital. With her status, she quickly helped Bai Chiyu get an appointment and then took him to various departments for examinations. Almost everyone in the hospital knows Suji. Her medical skills are impeccable, but her cold personality is also unique. Except for coming into contact with patients during surgery, strangers are usually kept away. But now, her stern expression and her actions of holding Bai Chiyu formed a sharp contrast. Wherever she went, almost all the doctors and nurses were shocked and began to whisper. "This man is Professor Su? The iceberg beauty? Who is this man? In security uniform? Are you kidding? Professor Su likes this type?" That rich young man pursued her for so long, but she didn't even look at him, and in the end she was captured by this security guard? You know, there is a young man who often waits for her downstairs, but she never looks at him, not even when she is angry or annoyed. She doesn't treat him as a human being at all. What made them even more jaw-dropping was that behind this young security guard there was a beautiful woman who was also very attentive to Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu didn't think much of the envious looks from these people. After all, who could expect a gigolo who lived off women to have any sense of shame? What made him even happier was that during the examination, he kept chatting with the nurses and doctors and gained a lot of entries. "Yes, although I am no longer at my post, it is still working hours, so of course I should get an entry." Now Bai Chiyu feels that he has come to the right place. If he had known this, why would he resist? Suji and Tsukaiwa gradually felt relieved when they saw the normal results in the examination reports. Although some results will come out later, it seems that there is no major problem at the moment. Finally, under the leadership of Suji, they came to the urology department. Bai Chiyu looked at the electronic display board at the entrance of the department and couldn't help laughing dryly. Can we not use it?" Suji said firmly, "A full body check, nothing can be missed." As he said that, he pulled Bai Chiyu into the clinic. Tsukaiwa also wanted to follow in, but was stopped by Suji. "This is not a place for you to enter." Having said that, he closed the door. Su Kaiwe stood at the door, stamping her feet in anger, her cheeks puffed up. Bai Qiyu followed Su Ji into the clinic and his eyes lit up instantly. There was an elderly female doctor sitting in the clinic. She looked to be around 60 years old, with neatly combed short hair, a capable temperament, and well-maintained skin. But what caught Bai Qiyu's eyes was not her appearance, but the two dazzling purple words floating above her head. Anatomy purple. Possessing extensive experience in anatomy, his understanding of the human body structure is far better than most people. Observation purple. The accumulation of long-term and meticulous work has enabled her to possess observation skills beyond ordinary people. Bai Qiyu looked at these two entries as if he saw a treasure waving at him. This anatomy is a bit similar to Su Ji's Master of Surgery, but the level is slightly inferior. It seems that I came to the right place today. The female doctor inside shuddered subconsciously when she saw Su Ji. Su Ji? Bai Qiyu was a little surprised. Why did this female doctor seem to be very afraid of Su Ji? Su Ji was not surprised at all, she just nodded slightly and said, "Director Yan, I'll bring my boyfriend for a checkup." Boyfriend? Director Yan was obviously shocked by the title. His eyes fell on Bai Qiyu reflexively, and the expression on his face became more complicated. Although he was shocked, Director Yan quickly adjusted his mood and said, "Okay, then come with me, and we will go inside for an examination." But Su Ji said, "Let me check him." After hearing this, Director Yan was stunned. "Director Su, you have never done such an examination before, right?" Su Ji responded, "Give it to him." "I have done it." Director Yan was immediately confused. "What did you hear just now?" She couldn't help rubbing her eyes. This was definitely Director Su. This is Director Su. When has she ever been so close to a man, and even performed this kind of examination on a man? She couldn't hold it in any longer. "What? I just touched you accidentally, and you almost stabbed me with a knife. Now why?" Bai Qiyu suddenly understood that this woman turned out to be the old professor who touched Su Ji's butt. Chapter 8 Hostage. No wonder my body couldn't help but shiver when I saw Su Ji. Thinking of how Su Ji almost stabbed Director Yan, Bai Qiyu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. So he tentatively said, "Why not let this doctor check me out?" Su Ji shook her head. "No, I'm afraid you will scare her, I'll do it." Director Yan curled his lips in disdain. "I have been working for many years. I have seen everything. How can you scare me?" What a joke. Bai Qiyu wanted to say something, but Su Ji had already pulled her behind the curtain. Director Yan stood outside and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, she noticed that the disposable gloves were still on the table and had not been brought in, so she quickly reminded, "Director Su, the gloves haven't been taken yet." Su Ji's cold voice came from inside, "No need." Director Yan was now completely confused. Was this still the Director Su he knew? But then her body shivered involuntarily. She looked around, thought about what she had done, and immediately felt a little scared. Could it be that he's been possessed by some evil thing? No, we have to get a talisman to ward off the evil. At the same time, behind the curtain, Bai Qiyu and Su Ji looked at each other, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Bai Qiyu spoke in a low voice, trying to ease the embarrassment. Actually you don't have to be so serious. Take it off." Su Ji's voice sounded like she was pretending to be calm, but there was a hint of trembling in it. Bai Qiyu swallowed and said, "This is not appropriate." "Nothing inappropriate, take it off." Bai Qiyu took a deep breath, slowly reached out her hand, and directly unbuttoned Su Ji's clothes. "What are you doing?" Su Ji's brows suddenly frowned. Bai Qiyu said innocently, "Didn't you ask me to take off my clothes?" "Of course I helped you take off your clothes." Su Ji was so angry that she raised her hand and flicked him on the forehead, her face instantly flushed. "I asked you to take off your clothes, I want to check." Bai Qiyu laughed awkwardly and then withdrew his hand. "Hey, look at me, when we were together before, I usually played the doctor and gave you the injection. Now that the roles have been changed, I am really a little uncomfortable." Su Ji's pretty face flushed all the way to her ears. She glared at him in embarrassment and muttered in a low voice, "Wait until the examination is over." "What?" Bai Qiyu didn't hear clearly, so he leaned over to ask. Su Ji pursed her lips and lowered her voice a little. "After the examination, you can pretend to be a doctor again." Bai Qiyu was stunned for a moment, then grinned, feeling that this familiar ambiguous atmosphere instantly brought them back to the past. However, just as the atmosphere between the two was gradually heating up, a loud bang on the door suddenly came from outside, breaking the tranquility of the moment. Bang! the door of the clinic seemed to be kicked open. Bai Qiyu and Su Ji were startled by the sudden noise and looked at each other subconsciously. Just as I was about to go out and take a look, I heard Director Yan's angry voice. Luo Xian? What do you want to do? Then a rough male voice sounded, Director Yan, I beg you, please tell me where my daughter went, okay? Director Yan was obviously a little impatient. How many times have I told you? I don't know where your daughter is. At this moment, Su Tsayua's charming voice suddenly rang out, can you guys stop arguing? My brother Yu is still checking. Hearing the sound, Bai Qiyu and Su Ji quietly lifted a corner of the curtain and looked in secretly. Su Kaiwei was seen standing at the door of the clinic, with her arms folded across her chest, looking angrily at the two people in the room. Director Yan and Luo Xian were facing each other across a table. Luo Xian looked to be around 30 years old, with a tired face and his clothes stained with lime and cement, making him look like a construction worker. His face was tense and his eyes revealed an unconcealable pain and struggle. Luo Xian and Director Yan seemed not to have heard Su Tsayua's words and ignored them. Seeing that the two ignored her, Su Kaiwei couldn't help but curl her lips, stepped forward and stood beside them. Hey! Didn't you hear me? Just as she finished her words, Luo Xian suddenly reached out from his waist and pulled out a fruit knife, looking directly at Director Yan, and rushed over. Director Yan has a strong ability to observe. When Luo Xian's expression changed, she felt something was wrong. When Luo Xian pulled out a fruit knife towards her, she immediately dodged to the side. This set of actions was totally unlike what a 60-year-old woman could do. Bai Qiyu's eyes lit up, worthy of the purple entry of observation. Although Luo Xian was holding a fruit knife, his movements did not seem like he wanted to stab Director Yan, but more like he wanted to catch her. Director Yan immediately hid behind Su Kaiwei, who was standing next to him. Then he pushed Su Kaiwei, who had not yet reacted, towards Luo Xian and ran out of the house. Su Kaiwei was frightened by the sudden chaos and stood there in a daze. She felt a force pushing her from behind. She staggered forward and pounced on Luo Xian, who was holding a fruit knife. When Luo Xian saw that the person rushing towards him was a strange young girl, he quickly retracted the blade and narrowly avoided Su Kaiwei. Then he pushed her back hard, blocking Director Yan's escape route. This scene made Bai Qiyu unable to hide anymore, especially when he saw Su Kaiwei being pushed back and forth and Luo Xian having a knife in his hand. It was really too dangerous. And the moment Bai Qiyu came out from behind the curtain, Director Yan noticed it and his eyes lit up instantly. He suddenly opened the curtain and walked out. As soon as he took a step, Director Yan's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly ran to him, grabbed his clothes, hid behind him, and completely used him as a shield. Bai Qiyu was grabbed tightly by Director Yan's clothes and was unable to rush over to rescue Su Kaiwei in the first place. At this time, Luo Xian of course also noticed Bai Qiyu, and immediately realized that he could no longer catch Director Yan. He acted decisively and rushed towards Su Kaiwei, holding the fruit knife against her neck, and threatened loudly, "Don't move. Otherwise I will kill her." The chill of the blade close to her skin made Su Kaiwei tremble all over, her eyes full of fear. Seeing this, Bai Qiyu paused and dared not act rashly again. However, Director Yan didn't care about Su Tsayua's safety at all, and shouted sharply, "Luo Xian, I tell you, what you are doing is illegal. You will be arrested." These words instantly ignited Luo Xian's fear. His eyes became obviously panicked, and the knife in his hand pressed even tighter against Su Tsayua's neck. Su Kaiwei felt the coldness coming from the blade and her face became even paler. Bai Qiyu's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly turned around and slapped Director Yan loudly in the face with his backhand. Bang! Chapter 9, Lend Me Your Life. Director Yan was stunned by the slap. He covered his face and looked at Bai Qiyu in disbelief. "You, how dare you hit me?" At this moment, there was a ding sound in Bai Qiyu's mind, and the entry arrived. But he was not happy about it at this time. His eyes were cold and he slapped her again without hesitation. Bang! This blow was much heavier, causing Director Yan to stagger back a few steps. Director Yan covered his face and immediately wanted to yell at Bai Qiyu. But when she met Bai Qiyu's icy gaze, she swallowed and couldn't utter a word. Bai Qiyu's eyes were even more terrifying than Luo Xian's. Luo Xian just wanted to catch her, but Bai Qiyu seemed to really want to kill her. Director Yan took a step back in fear and turned to Su Ji in a hurry. "Director Su, your boyfriend." However, before she could finish her words, Su Ji walked up to her with a cold face and slapped her directly. The force was so strong that Director Yan's face tilted to the side again. Bang! She and Bai Qiyu saw everything Director Yan did just now. She could also understand why Bai Qiyu was so angry. Anyone who dares to make Chiyu so angry will absolutely be unforgivable. Bai Chiyu was more familiar with the situation on the scene, as he could see Director Yan's entry. Director Yan's entry is observation, and it is impossible for her not to see that when Luo Xian rushed towards her, he just wanted to catch her, not hurt her. But how did she do it? She chose to push Su Kaiyue out, using an innocent girl to block the knife for her, and even wanted to make Luo Xian's hands stained with blood so that he could not look back. If Luo Xian hadn't put away the knife, Su Kaiyue would probably be lying on the ground now. Thinking of this, Bai Chiyu's anger rose again. He kicked Director Yan to the ground, then went up and greeted him with a big mouth. Every time a slap landed, Director Yan's face began to swell. Director Yan begged for mercy and cried for his parents, while Suji just watched coldly the whole time. Luo Xian and Su Kaiyue in the room were also watching this scene quietly. Every time the applause sounded, they felt a little more comfortable. After Bai Chiyu and his dozen or so fighters attacked, Director Yan's face had become as swollen as a pig's head and his eyes could hardly be opened. Only then did Bai Chiyu stop. Bai Chiyu turned around and looked at Luo Xian. Luo Xian was frightened by Bai Chiyu's previous momentum. He tightened the fruit knife in his hand and warned, "Don't come over here." Bai Chiyu nodded, trying to suppress her anger and make her voice sound gentler. "I won't go over there. What happened between you has nothing to do with us. Let her go, okay?" Luo Xian frowned with a painful expression. "I can't let her go. If I let her go, you will send me to the Public Security Bureau. I can't go in now, I have to find my daughter." When talking about her daughter, Luo Xian suddenly became excited. "Yenny mean. Tell me quickly, where is my daughter? Why did she disappear after the operation in your hospital?" Director Yan covered his swollen face and panted heavily. "I don't know. Your daughter has been discharged from the hospital a long time ago. If she is missing, call the police. I reported it. But they couldn't find it." Luo Xian said loudly. "Then it's useless for you to look for me. I can't help you find your daughter," Yenny Nin said weakly. At this time, several people outside the door had noticed something unusual inside the house, and more people began to gather at the door. Some people lowered their heads, took out their cell phones, and called the police. Several security guards also rushed into the room, trying to stop the situation from getting worse. Seeing so many security guards coming in, Luo Xian's emotions reached the extreme at this moment and became even more uneasy. He held Su Tsayue's neck with a knife, kept backing away, and yelled at the security guard, "Don't come over here." At this time, Yenny Min saw the security guard coming in and seemed to have gained confidence. "Quick, get me out first." Bai Chiyu gave Yenny Min a cold look, and Yenny Min immediately shut up. When several security guards heard this, they started to move forward and wanted to rescue her. Seeing this, Luo Xian immediately shouted, "You can't take her away, or I will kill her." But how could the security guards listen to him? Now they are more concerned about Yenny Min's safety. If any problems arise, they will be responsible. Bai Chiyu observed the entire situation and knew that he had to react immediately. If Director Yan was taken away by the security guards, Luo Xian's psychological defenses would definitely collapse, and the consequences would then be even more unpredictable. Furthermore, the more people there are, the greater the mental pressure on Luo Xian. If the police arrive, the situation may become a long stalemate, which is undoubtedly a fatal psychological burden for Luo Xian, and may cause Luo Xian to have a mental breakdown and take extreme actions. Bai Chiyu turned around abruptly, walked to Su Ji, and reached into her pocket. A scalpel appeared in Bai Chiyu's hand. Yenny Nin found this scene funny. A small scalpel wanted to collide with a long fruit knife? What's more, they have hostages in their hands. But she didn't say anything to stop it. As long as Bai Chiyu takes action, there will be only two results. One is that Bai Chiyu stops Luo Xian, the other is that Luo Xian kills the hostages and even kills Bai Chiyu. Both of these outcomes will ultimately cause Luo Xian to lose his bargaining chips, and the security guards will control him and he will not be in any danger. She thought to herself with pride, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of her mouth. However, the next second, she felt a chill on her neck. What is this? Her smile, which had not yet risen, suddenly froze. Then she was almost frightened to death. The scalpel was actually against her neck? She looked up at Bai Chiyu somewhat stiffly. Bai Chiyu showed his white teeth. "I'll borrow your life for a while." He had no intention of confronting Luo Xian head-on. That would be too dangerous for Su Kaiyue. Bai Chiyu grabbed Yenny Min's shoulders and pulled her up from the ground without any hesitation. "Luo Xian, you want to catch her, not that girl. I'll trade with you. Hearing this, Luo Xian was slightly moved. Yannimin reacted at this time and screamed immediately, "No! Let me go! You are breaking the law! Do you know that?" Bai Qiyu narrowed his eyes and moved the scalpel in his hand slightly. Yannimin suddenly felt a pain in her neck, then she felt the blade breaking through her skin and immediately closed her mouth. She felt a chill in her heart. It seemed that this man really dared to kill her. Chapter 10 You're not dead yet. Bai Qiyu smiled at Su Kaiwe, whose body was tense, and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." Then he said to Yannimin, "You are not dead either." Finally, he said to Luo Xian in a cold tone, "If you don't change, I will kill her immediately. No matter what you want to ask her, you will not get any answer." As the words fell, Bai Qiyu pressed hard, and the blade pressed against Yannimin's neck again. Originally there was only a shallow blood mark, but now it has turned into a long bloody strip. The blood dripped down the blade and flowed onto Bai Qiyu's hand. At this time, Bai Qiyu looked more like a murderer than Luo Xian. Luo Xian's expression changed instantly. "Switch. I'll switch. Don't kill her." Yannimin now had no power to choose at all and was forced to move forward under Bai Qiyu's knife. Luo Xian stared at Yannimin, his face obviously nervous. Soon Bai Qiyu pushed Yannimin to Luo Xian. Luo Xian's expression became more nervous. Bai Qiyu frowned slightly and said to Luo Xian, "Relax a little, you are too tense and it is easy to hurt Kaiwe." When Luo Xian heard this, he immediately said subconsciously, "I'm sorry." Then my hands relaxed a little. Bai Qiyu nodded. This man had been very polite from the beginning, and he had taken the initiative to put away the knife to avoid hurting Kaiwe. He was not a violent criminal. The two then began to exchange hostages. Bai Qiyu moved the scalpel from the throat to the back of Yannimin's neck. Luo Xian quickly moved the fruit knife from Su Caiyue's neck to Yannimin's neck. Bai Qiyu pulled Su Caiyue behind him. When Luo Xian saw Yannimin was in his hands, joy appeared in his eyes. But at this moment, Bai Qiyu's eyes focused and the scalpel in his hand slashed like lightning. He has a scalpel and a thief in his own right, and his hands are as fast as lightning. At this moment, Luo Xian's mind was completely attracted by Yannimin, and he was not on guard at all. In an instant, a bloody mark appeared on the back of Luo Xian's hand. The entry that Bai Qiyu just received from Yannimin was exactly anatomy. This entry gave him a deep understanding of the structure and principles of the human body. When the hand is injured, the pain is quickly transmitted to the brain, but without the brain issuing any instructions, the peripheral nerves in the hand react subconsciously. If the palm is injured, you will usually subconsciously tighten it, but if the back of the hand is injured, the hand will naturally loosen its reaction. Sure enough, Luo Xian subconsciously loosened the fruit knife in his hand. At this moment, Bai Qiyu pulled Yannimin back without hesitation, and Yannimin fell to the ground in a miserable state. "No!" Luo Xian immediately pounced on the fruit knife on the ground. But at this time, how could Bai Qiyu give him a chance? He kicked the fruit knife away, then grabbed Luo Xian with his backhand and pinned him to the ground. "Don't catch me! No, I still have to save my daughter. She is in danger now." Luo Xian struggled desperately, his face full of panic and helplessness. "Please, let me go, okay?" His voice began to cry and his eyes were full of despair. Bai Qiyu sighed. He felt very sympathetic towards the man, but there was nothing he could do. Yannimin handed it over under threat of a knife, and it was done in public, so he would be held responsible for any accidents that occurred. At this time, a security guard nearby also reacted and immediately stepped forward to control Luo Xian. The security guard was so strong that he even knocked Bai Qiyu next to him off balance. "I say, buddy, be careful." Bai Qiyu rubbed his shoulders. The security guard grinned and said, "I'm sorry." Bite. Bai Qiyu was very satisfied when he felt the entry arrived. As expected, to get the entry, you have to seize the opportunity anytime and anywhere. Luo Xian felt the force on his body and knew he couldn't run away. His begging voice turned into an angry roar. "Why? I just want to save my daughter. I don't want to hurt anyone. Why are you doing this to me?" Yannimin, who was lying on the ground, was helped up by a young nurse. There was still blood on his neck, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked extremely miserable. "I told you, your daughter has been discharged from the hospital, and it has nothing to do with me." Luo Xian shouted loudly, "Impossible, my daughter called me before she disappeared, and she said you were going to take her out to play." Yennemin was obviously stunned for a moment, but immediately recovered as usual. I was just trying to calm her down, don't think too much about it. Luo Xian obviously didn't believe it, but he had no choice. He stared at her intently, a trace of despair flashed in his eyes, his face turned as pale as death, and he suffered a huge blow. Bai Qiyu looked at the chaotic scene around him and knew that what was happening next had nothing to do with him. He gave Su Ji a look, took Su Caiyue's hand, and left the room. Su Ji also followed the two of them and left. Su Caiyue was holding Bai Qiyu's hand, her face flushed, and she felt as if she had returned to the time when she was with Qiyu. After the three of them arrived at the car, Su Ji glanced coldly at the two people still holding hands and said, "You can let go now." After hearing this, Bai Qiyu withdrew his hand awkwardly. "I haven't held this soft little hand for a long time." Bai Qiyu looked at Su Caiyue's neck. It was intact without any scars. "Are you okay?" Su Caiyue nodded. "Brother Yu, I'm fine, don't worry." Suddenly, the two of them felt a cold light. Su Ji on the side looked at the two of them coldly, as if she was going to stab them somewhere. Bai Qiyu even doubted whether Su Ji's description of being cold as ice was true. She clearly said that she was absolutely calm, but why did she act like a killer in front of him? That look in the eyes could never be achieved unless he had killed fish in RT Mart for more than 10 years. He could only change the subject and quickly said, "Let's go. When the police come, we'll have to take a statement or something. It's too troublesome." Only then did Su Ji give up her murderous intent, opened the door and got into the car. Bai Qiyu followed him into the car. As soon as he sat down, Su Ji started the car and left the scene directly. Su Caiyue, who was about to get on the car, was left standing there with a confused look on her face. "I'm not in the car yet. I'm not in the car yet." But then Su Caiyue realized that this woman did it on purpose. It was so hateful. She just couldn't stand brother by being nice to her. Bai Qiyu in the car reminded Su Ji, "Are we still missing someone? Is there less? Why do I feel like there is not much?" Su Ji said seriously. Chapter 11 Elbow. Go home. Well, if you think there is no such thing, then so be it. Caillou can go back by herself anyway. Bai Qiyu now wants to see what he has gained in the hospital today. He opened the system panel in his mind. Name, Bai Qiyu. Occupation, security guard. Title, explorer. Entries, white a little luck, inspection, no cavities, anal fiery, X-ray, big appetite, ordinary, iron teeth and copper teeth. Blue fishing expert, lock picker, heart of stone. Qing to cure diseases, prevent poisons, and be a daughter slave. Red thief, sharpshooter. Purple scalpel, photographic memory, dissection. Anal sex? What is this? Bai Qiyu opened them one by one. White no cavities, you 1T have cavities. Anli, you can eat chili peppers bravely. X-rays, when you take an X-ray, you get extremely clear pictures. Improved appetite, your chances of suffering from stomach problems are reduced. Ordinary, you will not have any serious illness or disaster in your life, nor will you have any great fortune or wealth, and you can live until death. Iron teeth and copper teeth, your teeth won't get chipped when you eat melon seeds. Blue heart of stone, when you do bad things, your guilt will decrease. You will no longer catch a cold or have a fever. Poison protection, reduces the damage of general poison to you. Daughter slave, when facing matters related to daughter, one will have a strong intuition. Red sharpshooter, your shooting ability has been greatly improved, including that shooting ability. Purple anatomy, possessing extensive anatomical experience, his understanding of the human body structure is far better than most people. Bai Qiyu was a little confused. Daughter slave? Sharpshooter? Bai Qiyu frowned. Why are these entries a little wrong? He immediately thought of Luo Xian's behavior. If he was not mistaken, then this daughter slave should be Luo Xian's. That is to say, Luo Xian's intuition was correct, and there was really something wrong with Yennemin. But it seems that this daughter slave skill is of no use to me. Although there were many women who called me dad before, they were not real daughters after all. And where did this sharpshooter come from? Everything else is fine, and it's all relatively normal to obtain from the doctor, but what about this sharpshooter? This world is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I used to think that I could live a good life as long as I lived off women, but now it seems that I was too superficial. Overall, this trip to the hospital was well worth it. He obtained 6 white terms, 1 blue term, 3 cyan terms, 1 red term and 1 purple term. especially the two advanced terms anatomy and sharpshooter. I have to say that the explosion rate of advanced attributes of the doctor profession is indeed much better than that of the fragile college student. When Baichiyu came to his senses, he found that the car did not seem to be heading towards the school.
Where are we going? Baichiyu asked puzzledly. Go home.
Suji's tone seemed not so cold anymore, but rather a lot warmer.
Go home?
Baichiyu was slightly stunned. Soon the car stopped at the gate of a residential area. Suji did not directly break the gear lever of the residential area as she did before, but waited for the gear lever to rise. Baichiyu looked at the surrounding environment, slightly dazed. In front of him was a high-end residential area, but it was not where he and Suji lived when they were dating. His eyes fell on the name at the entrance of the community and he frowned slightly.
Yunfeng Community? Isn't this the community where he stole the access card from the maintenance worker at school? What a coincidence! Baichiyu's heart skipped a beat, feeling something was wrong. He subconsciously glanced around, and suddenly, the patrol entry in the system was activated. He turned his head sharply and looked out the rear window. In an instant, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. The repairman he had met today was hiding behind a tree not far away. He was wearing casual clothes and a baseball cap, as if afraid of being recognized. His eyes were fixed in the direction of their car, observing secretly. Baichiyu's mind raced. He was just an ordinary security guard and was not familiar with the maintenance worker, so he was definitely not his target. Then the target must be Suji. The fact that the maintenance worker had the access card to Yunfeng Community on him indicated that he had planned this in advance. No. Suji might be in danger. If it were someone else, Baichiyu might choose to ignore it. But Suji and I know each other very well, and I can't just stand by and watch. At this time, the gear lever of the car had been raised, and Suji stepped on the accelerator and drove into the community. Baichiyu stared at the mechanic closely and found that when he saw the car leaving, he also ran towards the inner part of the community. Then, Suji turned a corner and Baichiyu could no longer see the maintenance worker. What are you looking at? Suji noticed that Baichiyu kept looking back, and asked with a puzzled look. Baichiyu felt that this kind of thing could not be hidden, and one should not be like the protagonists in some TV dramas, who kept it as a secret and only told it when something happened to the person. I just saw someone following your car. He seemed to be a mechanic from the school. Baichiyu said briefly, have you offended anyone recently? Suji's expression immediately became serious. No, I didn't provoke anyone. What should we do next? Baichiyu thought for a moment and said, let's call the police first. Suji immediately shook her head. No, that man didn't do anything. The police have no evidence and can't arrest him. If we call the police, it will alert the enemy. Baichiyu thought about it and felt that it was right. If the police intervened and didn't find anything, this person would hide even deeper and things would only become more troublesome. At this moment, Suji took the opportunity to say, why don't you stay by my side and protect me for the next few days? Baichiyu immediately became alert. This woman couldn't be doing this on purpose. As expected, she was only obsessed with my beauty and coveted my body. But thinking of the sneaky maintenance worker, Baichiyu nodded and said, okay, then I will protect you for a while. I have to find an opportunity to take the initiative to contact the repairman and find out his real purpose. Suji heard this and a rare smile appeared on her face. She gently reached out and took Baichiyu's hand. Okay, let's go home first. Baichiyu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It was just holding hands. She had done worse things before, so why did she care about this? But why is this woman scratching my palm? Suji lives in a villa with an elevator on the 3rd floor. As soon as Baiyu followed Suji into the house, he felt a chill. It's not the coldness in temperature, but the coldness in vision. The house is very big, it looks to be about 200 square meters, and the empty space makes people feel cold and alienated. Chapter 12 Yang Mu. The furniture is simple and the decoration is extremely clean and tidy, with almost no unnecessary decorations. When he was with Suji before, they lived in a villa. Although it was spacious, the decoration was still quite warm. Perhaps seeing Baichiyu's confusion, Suji explained, since you broke up with me, I have never returned to the previous villa. And I don't want to decorate it too cozy because I will only think of you. Baichiyu felt a little touched, but her alarm bells immediately rang. When did this woman become so good at teasing? She almost seduced me. This is also good. At least it looks clean. Baichiyu quickly changed the subject. Suji didn't say anything, took off her white coat and hung it on the hanger. As the white coat was removed, Suji's proud figure was instantly exposed.
Bai Chiyu's eyes unconsciously wandered over Suji, and then he sighed, I will be at the top of the mountain, looking down on all the other mountains. Suji suddenly laughed, and her smile was like a spring breeze that completely melted the iceberg.
Bai Chiyu was a little puzzled. What are you laughing at? Nothing, it's just that you seem to have spoken out your true feelings just now. Bai Chiyu finally reacted and laughed awkwardly, it was just a slip of the tongue.
Suji blushed and said, It's okay, I like it very much. When Bai Chiyu looked at Suji like this, he felt as if he had returned to that time.
Good fellow, you are using this to test the cadres? What cadre can stand such a test?
Suji was very satisfied with the way Bai Chiyu looked at her. I'll go cook first, you sit here for a while.
Suji said and walked towards the kitchen. The kitchen is open and you can see the entire hall from the kitchen.
Suji's eyes were unconcealed as they wandered over Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Suji, so he had to move a little further away and walk to the window, pretending to look at the scenery outside while paying attention to whether there was any unusual movement. However, Bai Chiyu didn't notice anything unusual until Suji called him to eat.
Bai Chiyu looked at the dishes on the table.
There was only a plate of shredded potatoes.
Shredded potatoes are Bai Chiyu's favorite dish.
Suji explained to Bai Chiyu, I only have potatoes at home.
After breaking up with you, I only eat shredded potatoes. Bai Chiyu was stunned, you have only eaten shredded potatoes for the past 5 years? Can your body withstand such a monotonous diet?
Suji sensed the worry in Bai Chiyu's tone, and a warm feeling flowed through her heart. I will regularly supplement other nutrients needed by the body, so you don't have to worry about that.
Bai Chiyu's eyes swept across Suji's chest. Yes, indeed, the nutrition should be enough. What? Do you want to touch it?
Suji's slightly cold voice came again.
Bai Chiyu quickly retracted his gaze, ahem, eat.
He quickly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a mouthful of shredded potatoes and put it into his mouth. This woman can't afford to offend herself, so how can she afford to offend the shredded potatoes on the table? To be honest, these shredded potatoes are really delicious. If a person can make this dish for 5 years, even a novice can become a master. But when Bai Chiyu thought of this, he felt a little sad. If you've been eating this kind of food for 5 years, even if your body can tolerate it, you'll get tired of it. He noticed that Suji just looked at him without moving her chopsticks, and asked in confusion, Aren't you going to eat? Suji shook her head with a gentle smile on her lips, Watching you eat makes me very happy. She just watched like this. This was the day she had been looking forward to every moment for the past 5 years. Chiyu. I won't let you slip away again. No matter what the cost. At the same time, at the police station, Luo Xian was sitting on the interrogation chair, his face full of fatigue, and the despair in his eyes was clearly revealed. Sitting opposite him were 2 policemen, one was the experienced senior criminal policeman Ma Zhangping, and the other was the police station's most beautiful criminal policewoman Yang Mu. Yang Mu, dressed in police uniform, looked very heroic. He frowned as he looked at the man in front of him. Ma Zhangping frowned and looked at Luo Xian with a somewhat impatient tone. Luo Xian, what on earth are you doing? Aren't we helping you find your daughter? Why are you still making things difficult for the doctor and almost causing a death? When he heard the word daughter, a light suddenly flashed in Luo Xian's eyes, but soon dimmed. My daughter's disappearance must be related to Yenny. It must be related. He seemed to be talking to himself, or as if he was constantly cheering himself up. No, I can't give up. If I give up, I'll never find her. He seemed to have regained a little hope, and looked at the 2 policemen in front of him excitedly. You must help me find her. My daughter has been missing for 2 days and 2 nights. Please, help me find her. Yang Mu frowned slightly and said calmly, we have sent people to look for her. Don't worry. But we have also investigated Yenny situation. When your daughter was discharged from the hospital, she was picked up by a man. She had nothing to do with Yenny. Moreover, Yenny was performing surgery on a patient at the time and had no time to commit the crime. After hearing what Yang Mu said, he fell into deep self-doubt again. The police had told him these things before, but his intuition always told him that there must be something wrong with Yenny. But there was no evidence, so he had no choice but to take a risk and force Yenny to tell the truth. In the end, everything seemed to be disrupted by Bai Chiyu. Luo Xian's case was clear and straightforward, and all that was needed was to go through the motions.
After the interrogation, Yang Mu walked out of the interrogation room and returned to his office.
She sat at her desk, looking a little tired and feeling upset. Recently, there have been 2 consecutive reports of missing persons at Zhongyin Hospital, but the investigation has been slow and nothing has been found. What made her even more upset was that the man who once made her heart beat fast had never contacted her since they broke up.
That's the little puppy I raised, why didn't he come and see me? Oh, it's so annoying.
At this time, a young police officer walked in. Sister Mu, the procedures for Luo Xian have been completed. Although there is no surveillance in the clinic, the statements of several witnesses and security guards have been recorded, and the course of events has been explained clearly. However, the security guard who subdued Luo Xian was not from the hospital, but a citizen who passed by to see a doctor.
Yang Mu nodded, not particularly concerned about these details.
Others would take over the follow-up matters, and she only needed to focus on the part within her scope of responsibility.
However, suddenly, she remembered Yennemin, whom Luo Xian kept emphasizing.
She suddenly became curious and asked in a low voice, "How is Yennemin?
Is there anything special? Did she say anything?" Chapter 13 Su Jinyu.
The policeman shook his head. No, she was just a little nervous. She looked like she was frightened, and her hands were shaking badly.
We let her go back first.
Hearing this, Yang Mu smiled faintly. Oh, this woman, she is very steady when performing surgery on others, but when it comes to herself, her hands become unstable. The young policeman also smiled and handed the information in his hand to Yang Mu.
Yang Mu took the information and flipped through a few pages at random. Suddenly, he frowned and asked, "Wait, where is Su Kaiwa now? I just finished recording the statement and am in the rest area. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person?" The young policeman was a little confused. Yang Mu shook his head. No, an acquaintance.
Then Yang Mu came to the rest area and saw Su Kaiwa. At this time, Su Kaiwa was pouting and cursing, "Stinky woman."
Yang Mu couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Hey, Kaiwa, you were scolding so vigorously, who are you scolding?
When Su Kaiwa heard the familiar voice, she turned around suddenly. Her eyes were first attracted by Yang Mu's tall figure, and then by her beautiful face.
Ah! Sister Mu! Su Kaiwa threw herself directly into Yang Mu's arms. Yang Mu patted her back gently. How is it? Were you scared today?
Upon hearing this, Su Kaiwa immediately recalled the scene of Bai Qiyu saving her, and her cheeks instantly turned red.
I'm not afraid. Someone is protecting me. Seeing this, Yang Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at her jokingly. Oh, little girl, are you in love? Could it be the security guard who saved you?
If your sister knew about this, she would investigate you thoroughly.
No, no, no.
Su Kaiwa hurriedly stopped her. My sister is still thinking about the fact that her ex-boyfriend dumped her. Now she has a lot of complaints about men. If she knew that I was in a relationship, she would definitely break us up. Yang Mu smiled and reached out to touch her forehead. If your sister knew that the person you are dating is a security guard, I guess she wouldn't even be able to work as a security guard anymore. Su Kaiwa grabbed Yang Mu's hand with a bitter face. So you must not tell her, Sister Mu, please. Okay, I'll keep it a secret for you. I'll call your sister and ask her to pick you up.
Yang Mu said. No, no.
Su Kaiwa shook her head.
I've already called in advance. She should be here soon.
As he was speaking, the crisp sound of high heels hitting the ground came from a distance. The two looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman walking towards them. She wore a well-tailored suit jacket with a simple and elegant white shirt underneath, exuding a capable and confident aura. Her long hair falls softly on her shoulders, perfectly framing her delicate facial features. She has the courage of a professional woman while retaining a hint of gentleness and softness.
Sister!
When Su Kaiwa saw the person coming, she immediately trotted over excitedly. When Su Jinyu saw Su Kaiwa running over, he frowned with some worry. Are you okay?
Su Kaiwa turned around and said, I'm fine. I'm still flawless.
Seeing that Su Kaiwa was really fine, Su Jinyu's face immediately became serious, and his expression was intimidating without being angry.
Why did you go to the hospital for no reason? And you even let someone take you hostage. After being scolded by Su Jinyu, Su Tsayue's face immediately fell. Yang Mu stepped forward and smiled to help out. Jinyu, don't talk about Caillou, isn't she fine?
Hearing this, Su Jinyu's tone softened slightly, but he still glared at Su Kaiwa. Be more careful next time.
She and Yang Mu were high school classmates and became good friends because of their similar personalities.
Even though they later went to different universities, the two still kept in close contact and their relationship was stronger than ever. Yang Mu looked at the pair of sisters in front of him and couldn't help but teasing, "Jinyu, don't be so strict. With your attitude as a sister, Kaiyue won't dare to fall in love in the future." Su Jinyu frowned. "It's okay to fall in love, but I have to investigate it first. I can't just pick someone randomly." Su Kaiyue pouted and protested softly, "I'm not picking randomly." Yang Mu smiled and shook his head. Su Jinyu stepped forward, gently took Yang Mu's hand, and said with a smile, "Mumu, this time it's really thanks to you." Yang Mu shook his head, still smiling, "I didn't help much, it was a security guard who saved Kaiyue." "Security? Where is he? I want to thank him very much," Su Jinyu said immediately. Su Tsayue's eyes lit up when she heard her sister's words. "Yes, brother, you must have become a security guard because he had no source of income after breaking up with me. But if I ask my sister to arrange a position for him, I can spend more time with brother you when I go to see my sister, and brother you can stay away from that woman Suji. Isn't that the best of both worlds?" Thinking of this, Su Kaiyue immediately said, "I know, he is a security guard in our school. If you want to thank him, why not find him a better job?" Su Jinyu frowned slightly, "Security guard? If he doesn't have other skills, we can only arrange for him to work as a security guard in our company. However, he has the ability to save you, so he should be qualified to be the security captain, and the salary will definitely not disappoint him." Su Kaiyue was a little disappointed, but she also knew that her sister was a principled person. If brother you did not have any special abilities, it would be difficult for him to do other work. But since the salary is high, brother you should be willing to do it. I'll go to school and ask brother you tomorrow. At the same time, as soon as Yenmin entered the house, the mobile phone in his pocket rang, and the number displayed was Principal Liao. Yenmin answered the phone. "Hello. Professor Yen, your class is tomorrow. I came to inform you." Liao Zhong's voice on the other end of the phone was a little steady. Yenmin interrupted him directly, "I don't have anyone here, just tell me what you want to say." "You didn't come today. What happened?" Liao Zhong's tone became a little low. Yenmin looked at his still trembling hands and snorted coldly, "Isn't it all caused by those people? I've already told you not to touch patients with family members, but they wouldn't listen. Today, I was held hostage by the family of that little girl." Liao Zhong was stunned for a moment, and asked hurriedly, "Then you didn't say anything?" Yenmin felt unhappy when she heard that his first concern was not her own safety but that he was worried that she might not keep the secret. But they were brought together because of their own interests, so this is normal. She said unhappily, "If I really said something, would I still be able to call you?" Liao Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, when will the surgery be performed?" Yenmin shook his shaking hands twice. "Not today, maybe tomorrow night." "Okay, if we delay, something bad will happen. Let's do it as soon as possible." "Yeah." Yenmin agreed, but then frowned slightly, suddenly remembering something, and immediately asked, "By the way, how come the security guard named Zhou Weigui is still alive? If he finds out about his wife, we're done for." Chapter 14. I really can't stand it anymore. Liao Zhong's cold voice came, "Those people are ready to take action." Hearing this, Yenmin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. She hung up the phone, lowered her head and sighed. "How did I end up like this? The ideals and persistence I once had have now become blurred and even not worth mentioning. At the beginning, when that group came to me, they asked me to help them with a small favor and save their leader. I didn't want to agree to it, but they offered too much. It's just practicing medicine in violation of regulations, it's not a serious matter. With so much money, it won't be a big problem as long as you are careful." So she agreed. Later they asked him to undergo an organ transplant. This kind of surgery carries a huge risk. If it goes wrong, you could end up in jail. How could I do this? But they gave too much. It was also at that time that she found out that the president of Zhongyin Medical University was also involved and had even built a venue in the school specifically for this group of people. They are organized and have plans, and I am just a pawn in their plan. What happened next became even more outrageous. They asked me to provide them with a list of patients and I didn't have to do anything, they would take these people away. This terrified her. I'm a doctor. How could I do such a thing? But they gave too much. So Yenmin selected some patient lists without family members' signatures and gave them to them. The risk is very small and no one calls the police. But there were 2 accidents. Once, a woman without family members was sent for treatment. The patient signed her own name for the operation and had no family members, but after she was taken away, her husband suddenly appeared. This person is Joe Wegwa. When Joe Wegwa was looking for his wife all over the hospital, she noticed it and she was very panicked. Fortunately, the matter was handled quite cleanly and those people were smart enough not to leave any clues. She thought Joe Wegwa might give up in the end. But when she met Joe Wegwa, who had become a security guard in the medical school, she knew that Joe Wegwa must have found out something, otherwise he would not have come to school. So, she took a necklace from Joe Wegwa's wife's neck and quietly put it in Suji's clothes pocket, with half of the necklace exposed outside, wanting to use Suji to distract Joe Wegwa's attention. However, when she put the necklace away, she accidentally touched Suji's butt. That woman is such a pervert, she actually pointed a knife at her. She was really terrified. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Joe Wegwa, who was not far away, also noticed the two of them and came over to try to stop the fight. After the storm subsided, she discovered that the necklace that was half exposed from Suji's pocket was missing. She knew that her plan was successful. Sure enough, after her subsequent observation, Joe Wegwa's attention began to turn to Suji. However, as long as Joe Wegwa was still investigating, she might be in danger of being exposed at any time, so she contacted those people directly, wanting to get rid of Joe Wegwa and completely put this worry to rest. And the other accident was Luo Xian's daughter. Those people gave Yeninin a task. A certain important person had a health problem and needed a person who was a high match for him to perform an organ transplant. Money was not a problem. And Luo Xian's daughter just meets the requirements. Having already fallen into the desire for money, she revealed the news to those people. Soon, the little girl was deceived and taken away. And she got a lot of money. Thinking of this, her conscience couldn't bear it anymore, and she wanted to go and check her conscience. She walked to the bed and gently lifted the sheet. When the bed sheet was lifted up, there was no bed underneath, but bundles of money. She slowly lay on her conscience, a smile forming on her lips. At this moment, the trace of guilt she had just felt had completely disappeared. I was able to sleep well again today. You want me to sleep here? Bai Qiyu stood in Suji's room and swallowed subconsciously. This room is completely different from the cold and cool layout outside. There are photos of Bai Qiyu placed or posted in almost every position in the room. Bai Qiyu looked around and suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he had become some kind of invisible specimen, being watched all the time. Suji didn't care at all and nodded calmly. Of course, if you want to protect me, you have to protect me closely. Then of course you have to sleep next to me. This isn't very appropriate, after all, we have already separated. Before Bai Qiyu could finish his words, he felt Suji's cold gaze. He quickly shut up and said, I'd better go to sleep in the next room. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left Suji's room. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. Suji looked at his departing back, a smile forming on her lips. After arriving at the guest room next door, Bai Qiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This Suji is now completely different from before. When she was keeping me, she was a little cold, but it was a completely attractive and abstinent attitude, not as extreme as it is now. I was really scared by the room full of photos of myself. Also, if the target of the maintenance worker with thief skills is Suji, then what is his purpose in looking for Suji? In fact, what he didn't expect the most was that he met two ex-girlfriends while working as a security guard. And both of these ex-girlfriends seemed to want to stick with him. Hey, I just wanted to write a few entries, how did it turn out like this? As he was thinking, Bai Qiyu felt his eyelids getting heavy and he was about to fall asleep. However, just when I felt sleepy, my head suddenly became clear, my eyelids flew open, and I became alert in an instant. What happened to me? Why was I so sleepy just now? Just as he was wondering, there was a sudden noise from the door and then the doorknob turned. Because he wanted to protect Suji and to avoid any accidents that might cause him to be late, Bai Qiyu did not lock the door. His eyes fixed, but then he half squinted them and his body tensed. As long as there is any abnormality, he can launch an attack immediately. However, when the door was gently pushed open, the figure that walked in stunned him. Suji? Why is it this girl? Qiyu? Qiyu? Are you asleep? Suji called out twice in a low voice tentatively. Bai Qiyu quickly closed his squinting eyes and pretended to be asleep. He wanted to see what Suji was trying to do. Seeing that he didn't react, Suji felt relieved and sat down gently on the edge of the bed.
She reached out her hand and gently stroked his face. Chiyu, don't blame me for giving you sleeping pills, it's just that I really missed you so much. Let me stay with you for one more night. We have been apart for so long, I really can't stand it anymore. Chapter 15. Come on, ravage me. Chiyu suddenly realized, I was wondering why the shredded potatoes we ate tonight tasted so good. It turns out I added some stuff to them, no wonder you didn't eat them. You're still thinking about my body. Forget it, I've taken sleeping pills now and there's no way to resist. Come on, ravage me. As a result, Suji just lay gently on Chiyu's body, hugged him, and fell into a deep sleep. Chiyu was dumbfounded. I had taken sleeping pills and had such a beautiful body, but you did nothing? Even if I give you the chance, you can't make any use of it. However, when Chiyu heard Suji's even breathing, his heart calmed down. System, when the sleeping pills took effect just now, it was the antivirus green entry that took effect, right? Chiyu confirmed with the system in his mind. Yes. Chiyu was a little confused. Is this sleeping pill also considered poison? Then when I can't sleep in the future, sleeping pills will be useless, right? The system explained, no, the host's body functions are currently in a normal state, so all foreign drugs that will have a negative impact on the host's health will be judged as poison. However, if a drug is used to help the host restore its functions, it will not be considered poison. After hearing this, Chiyu breathed a sigh of relief. This entry was quite humane. But how can I sleep now? How can I sleep with a beautiful woman in my arms? I might as well give me some sleeping pills. After a long time, Chiyu finally fell into a drowsy sleep. When Chiyu woke up the next morning, Suji was no longer by his side. After he packed up, he left the room. At this time, the food was already on the table, no longer the simple shredded potatoes from last night. Instead, it was hot dumplings and soy milk. Suji looked up and saw him, and smiled slightly. Have breakfast quickly after you wash up. At that moment, Chiyu had an illusion that he had returned to the days when he was kept by Suji. After breakfast, Suji drove Chiyu to school. The campus was busy in the early morning, with students coming in and out. However, when Suji's car stopped at the school gate and Chiyu got out of the car, the students around them seemed to have pressed the pause button. Am I seeing right? This is Professor Su's car, right? That icy beauty Professor Su actually picked up a man? And he's a security guard? Isn't this the security guard that Professor Su held hands with yesterday? Did you not sleep well last night? Are you hallucinating? Chiyu felt the gazes around him and understood in his heart that it seemed that everyone in the school knew about Suji's reputation. After Chiyu got off the car and was about to leave, Suji said, "Don't go to the cafeteria to get food at noon. I will bring you food." "No, I can eat in the cafeteria," Chiyu said quickly. "I still have to work on the entries, woman, please don't get in my way." But his words once again shocked the students around him. Professor Su wanted to bring him food? And this little security guard didn't appreciate it? What kind of world is this? Is the world changing so fast? At this moment, a clear voice interrupted, "Don't bother Professor Su, I will help brother you solve the lunch problem." A beautiful figure approached. It was Su Kaiwa. However, Su Kaiwa was not afraid at all and looked straight at Suji. The auras of both sides were like thorns against each other, and they were on the verge of a showdown. Another one? Isn't the Su Kaiwa? She is the recognized campus beauty, and I heard that her family is also very wealthy, and she is a super rich second generation. Did this little security guard save the world in his previous life? No, he couldn't even save the world. Could it be that he destroyed Xiao Dongyang in his previous life? Looking at the two of them, Chiyu was speechless. Why is this? Didn't we break up? Didn't I make it clear at the beginning? But at this moment, suddenly, he remembered something. Now that I'm at school, it should be working hours, so I can start writing entries. He thought about it and walked straight towards Suji. Suji was a little dazed, wondering why Chiyu came here at this time. Before she could say anything, Chiyu had already reached in through the car window, and gently rubbed her head. Suji's face instantly turned red. What are you doing? At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chiyu's mind, and the entry had arrived. He smiled with satisfaction. Nothing, just saying goodbye to you. Suji felt extremely embarrassed to be touched on the head in front of so many students, but she was mostly secretly delighted. Her usual cold expression had long disappeared, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked a little cutely flustered. Then goodbye.
As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped on the accelerator and the car quickly drove into the campus without mentioning the meal delivery again. At this moment, all the students present were petrified.
The one who was blushing just now, was that Professor Sue?
And this little security guard even dared to touch Professor Sue's head. However, before they could recover from their shock, another voice rang out sweetly, "Brother, you."
I want one too. The people around also widened their eyes with curiosity. Is this the school beauty acting like a spoiled brat? Oh my god, the goddess of my dreams actually spoke to a security guard like this. In an instant, many boys present felt heartbroken. The look they gave Bai Chiyu was full of eagerness, as if they wished they could take his place. Bai Chiyu obviously had no psychological pressure. He raised his hand generously and gently rubbed Su Kaiyue's head. Su Kaiyue immediately smiled and nodded contentedly. Bai Chiyu noticed that more and more people were watching around him, so he coughed and said, "Okay, I have to go to work, and you should go to class too." Although Su Kaiyue wanted to say that she wanted to change Bai Chiyu's job, it was obviously not appropriate in such an occasion. So she nodded and said, "Okay, brother, you, see you at noon." After saying that, she turned and walked into the campus. After hearing the entry arrival notification sound in his mind again, Bai Chiyu turned and entered the guardroom. Seeing this, the crowd gathered at the school gate dispersed. However, what happened just now was deeply imprinted in the minds of these medical students. They remembered what a great writer once said, "Since that time, I have felt that medicine is not an important matter. Studying medicine cannot save single people." Bai Chiyu immediately checked the entries he had obtained. Surgeon Master Gold has a detailed understanding of the human body structure and has made considerable achievements in surgical medicine. Learning to apply gold, having a strong learning ability, being able to digest and apply what you have learned in a short time. When Bai Chiyu saw these two entries, he almost laughed out loud. 2 golden entries. And they are so practical. It seems that I can live a good life without having to rely on others for support. Chapter 16 There's a Ghost. Just as he was thinking about it, Bai Chiyu pushed open the door of the guardroom and saw Captain Zhou Weiguo looking at him with resentment. Bai Chiyu was a little puzzled. "Captain, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? I didn't realize you were such a playboy. You were so playboy that you didn't come to work the whole afternoon yesterday," Zhou Weiguo said unhappily. Bai Chiyu hurried forward and held his hand. "Captain, I went to have a physical examination. Only when you are healthy can you devote more energy to your work." Zhou Weiguo was startled when his hand was grabbed, and quickly shook off Bai Chiyu's hand. "What are you doing? Hey, you don't have that kind of hobby, do you?" Bai Chiyu heard the notification in his mind that the entry had been received. "Hey, leader, really not, I just wanted to show my loyalty to you so much." Zhou Weiguo rolled his eyes at Bai Chiyu and said, "What a useless thing. But I didn't expect that you and Professor Su were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." Bai Chiyu immediately corrected her, "It's the ex-girlfriend." Hearing these 3 words, Zhou Weiguo narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, "Okay, even if she's your ex-girlfriend, how did you two know each other?" Bai Chiyu said without hesitation, "At that time, I was so poor that I could barely make ends meet, so I went to their hospital." Zhou Weiguo was stunned. "You have no money and you go to the hospital? Are you selling blood or kidneys? Can the hospital still accept these?" Bai Chiyu shook her head and put on a serious face, "Neither. How could I do something illegal? I went to the obstetrics and gynecology department, and when I saw pregnant women, I threatened them, telling them that if they didn't give me money, I would tell their husbands that the child was mine." Zhou Weiguo's mouth twitched suddenly. "Are you crazy? Prenatal checkups are usually accompanied by husbands. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death on the spot if you say that?" Bai Chiyu nodded as a matter of course. "Beat me, but I make money from being beaten." "How much money can I make from threatening?" "The starting price for each beating is 10,000 yuan. Later, I was beaten so badly that I went to see a doctor. That's when I met Su Ji." Weiguo felt sick after hearing this and stared at Bai Chiyu with a complicated expression. A person like him would succeed in everything he did. Bai Chiyu suddenly covered her stomach and said, "Captain, my stomach hurts. Let's go to the toilet first." Weiguo looked at him with a dark face. "You're slacking off right after work?" Bai Chiyu waved his hands and refuted seriously, "Captain, what you said is true. People have 3 urgent needs, and the most urgent is to have no offspring. How can this be considered slacking off?" "Okay, go quickly." Bai Chiyu immediately smiled and waved, "Okay, bye." After saying that, he rushed out of the guardroom. Just after Bai Chiyu left the guardroom, Zhou Weiguo looked at Bai Chiyu's departing back and his eyes suddenly became sharp. There is no toilet in the guardroom, and the nearest toilet is in the administrative building not far away. Of course, Bai Chiyu didn't leave just to go to the toilet. He mainly wanted to find the maintenance worker to see what was going on. He couldn't always protect Su Ji. After all, he was just her ex-boyfriend, not her personal bodyguard. Besides, there is no such thing as a thief who can steal for 1,000 days. But before going, let's see what entries I got from Zhou Weiguo. However, the skills I got from the captain last time, one was a slacker blue and the other was a patrol white, which were so useless. I guess they won be much better this time. Just as he was thinking this, his eyes fell on the newly added skills and he paused. Stealth red, your hiding will avoid the sight of most people and will not be easily discovered. Sneak? Bai Chiyu's eyes widened, his heart skipped a beat, and then he turned to look at the guardroom in the distance. What is going on with Zhou Weiguo? This school is truly full of hidden talents. Then he shook his head and continued walking towards the administrative building. He should first find out what the situation of the maintenance worker is. The property department is inside the administrative building, and when Bai Chiyu just walked to the door of the administrative building, coincidentally, the maintenance worker happened to walk towards him. The two men walked to opposite sides, and the maintenance worker was about to move aside. But Bai Chiyu grabbed his arm and said, "Hi, we meet again." Of course, the maintenance worker still remembered the security guard. He actually asked them what they did for a living yesterday. Maybe there was something wrong with his brain. He frowned and said, yes, I have something else to do. Can you let me go first? Bai Chiyu felt the entry arrive, and this time he did not hesitate and immediately asked the system to open the panel. No great ambitions, White, I have no great ambitions in my heart, I just want to live a peaceful and stable life. Bai Chiyu frowned, this entry seemed wrong. How could such a person be a thief with red entries? If the entry is not wrong, then I made a mistake. Seeing him in a daze, the maintenance worker couldn't help but ask, can you let me go? Unexpectedly, Bai Chiyu held on tighter, his eyes sharp. What were you doing in Yunfeng community last night? The maintenance worker's eyes widened instantly. How did you know I went to Yunfeng community? Then, he seemed to remember something and suddenly realized, oh, I understand. Was that man in Professor Su's car last night you? Bai Chiyu sneered, sure enough, you followed Su Ji, do you have some purpose? How can you slander someone's innocence like this? The maintenance worker immediately asked, why would I follow her? Then what are you going to do? Bai Chiyu asked again. The maintenance worker looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so he said, I actually went to work in Yunfeng community. I work as a security guard there. Be a security guard? Shoo! Keep your voice down. The maintenance worker waved his hand to stop them. I have submitted my resignation application at the school, but the formalities have not been completed yet. Yunfeng community is in urgent need of people and offers high salaries, so I work at the school during the day and work as a part-time security guard there at night. Bai Chiyu looked at the maintenance worker, and combined with the entry he had just obtained, he felt that the other party's statement did not seem to be a lie. He loosened his hand and said in a more gentle tone, just be a security guard. Is there any need to be so sneaky? The maintenance worker rubbed his arm that was scratched and sighed helplessly, there's nothing I can do. The school hasn't completed the resignation procedures. If they find out that I've found another job outside, the school will deduct my salary. Bai Chiyu suddenly realized, so after you knew that Suji lived in Yunfeng community, you avoided her, fearing that she would expose this matter? The maintenance worker nodded, yes, please, don't tell anyone else about this. I won't tell you about it, but you work really hard. You have to work at school during the day and be a security guard at night. Can you handle it? The maintenance worker smiled bitterly, what else can I do? It's not easy to find a job nowadays. Oh, by the way, I advise you to find another job as soon as possible. This school is really not a place for people to stay. Hearing this, Bai Chiyu became interested, what do you mean? The maintenance worker lowered his voice and whispered, there's a ghost in this school. Is there a ghost? Bai Chiyu's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 17, Death Night. In his previous life, as a good young man of the new era who was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze, Bai Chiyu had never seen a ghost. I have a natural curiosity about such new things. Could it be that the world I traveled to is a strange world? Seeing Bai Chiyu's sparkling eyes, the maintenance worker thought he didn't believe it. I'm not talking nonsense. This is why I quit my job. Don't disbelieve me.
It was obvious that the maintenance worker had been holding this matter in his heart for a long time.
Today, he finally had someone to talk to.
He immediately opened up and started talking incessantly about the horrible things he had experienced. Previously, the door of the morgue in the autopsy building was broken when the corpse was being pulled out. He was responsible for repairing the door, and there was also a teacher accompanying him at the time. Although he had someone to keep him company, he was still nervous and felt a little scared.
After all, there is a dead body in the room.
However, just as he had repaired the door, there was a sudden noise from the morgue. This scared both him and the teacher. Although the teacher was not shy about corpses, the strange noise still made him feel creepy. The two of them plucked up their courage and went in to take a look around, but they didn't find anything unusual except the pools of corpses.
But you said, it's impossible for two people to hear auditory hallucinations at the same time, right?
So the two of them hurriedly locked the door and left. But just as he and the teacher were leaving the anatomy building, he suddenly realized that he had left his toolbox behind because he was in such a hurry. But he didn't dare to go back to get it, so he asked the teacher to accompany him to get it. As a result, when the two returned, they found that the door of the autopsy room was open.
The maintenance worker had a hint of fear on his face. You know what? We clearly locked the door.
Bai Chiyu's adventurous spirit immediately came up. I said, giving me the system is definitely not as simple as just asking me to do a job.
Brother, come on, take me to the morgue you mentioned? The maintenance worker was stunned. Who in their right mind would look at this thing? Are you crazy?
So he quickly shook his head. No, it's too scary there, I won't go.
Bai Chiyu was not an unreasonable person. If the school knew that you were working another job outside, what would you do then? The maintenance worker immediately became sad and said, it's no use even if I take you there. The morgue is definitely locked and you won't see anything if you go there. Bai Chiyu smiled gently, then you don't have to worry about it, just take me there. The maintenance worker really regretted telling Bai Chiyu this story.
Forget it, no matter how scary ghosts are, they are not as scary as poverty. So, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, then follow me. Afterwards, Bai Chiyu followed the maintenance worker, and the two of them arrived at the door of the morgue in the anatomy building, one after the other. The maintenance worker stopped walking, his face filled with fear. That's it, we'll go back right after we finish this. However, at this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the morgue. The maintenance worker was so frightened that he trembled all over and almost subconsciously took a step back, his face pale. Bai Chiyu's eyes lit up and he immediately stepped forward to open the door.
Hey! Brother, don't go in.
The maintenance worker grabbed his arm and urged him in a low and urgent voice. Let's go quickly, there must be something dirty in there, let's not touch it. I came here just for the dirty stuff, otherwise why would I come here?
As he spoke, Bai Chiyu walked forward and turned the door handle.
The door was not locked and was easily pushed open by Bai Chiyu. The maintenance worker was so frightened that his face changed and he paused. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, suddenly.
Ha! Chiyu? Why are you here?
A cold voice came from the morgue. Bai Chiyu looked at Suji standing in the corpse storage and was also a little surprised. Ah?
Why is it you? Are you a ghost? Could it be that he had been an undead night before? It's exciting just thinking about it. Suji frowned. What are you thinking about?
I have anatomy class today, I came here to choose a cadaver teacher. When the maintenance worker heard the voice, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately felt relieved. It turned out to be Professor Su. I was almost scared to death just now. At this time, Suji also noticed the maintenance worker behind Bai Chiyu, and a hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on her calm face.
Bai Chiyu understood instantly. Did you know long ago that he is actually the security guard of your community?
Suji knew that it was useless to deny it at this time, so she nodded. He was sneaky when he saw me, I think it would be difficult not to know.
Hearing Suji say this, the maintenance worker looked depressed.
It turned out that he had been discovered a long time ago.
Why was he hiding? So you didn't tell me the truth last night because you wanted to keep me at your house overnight, right? Bai Chiyu asked again.
The maintenance worker's eyes popped out when he heard this.
Who is Suji? Few people in the whole school don't know her. But such an icy beauty actually took the initiative to let Bai Chiyu stay overnight at her home? What? Am I hallucinating?
But Suji made him understand that he was not hallucinating.
Suji nodded and said, yes, I just don't want to be separated from you again. I will support you like before, okay? Bai Qiyu sighed, we have already. Before he could finish his words, he saw Suji's hand reaching into her pocket. Bai Qiyu knew that the scalpel must be in her hand again. Why is this woman so violent? I just want to have a stable job, why is it so difficult? The maintenance worker felt like he was struck by lightning when he saw the scene. You are a professor at a medical university and the director of a hospital, yet now you have to stoop so low as to support a security guard? The key is that the security guard is unwilling to do so. Bai Qiyu decided not to dwell on this topic anymore. Well, I have to go back to work. I'll leave first. After saying that, Bai Qiyu was about to slip away. Suji immediately stopped him and said, don't leave yet. Help me. What's the matter? The lid of this corpse pool can't be opened. Can you help me? Bai Qiyu naturally would not refuse such a small favor. Just walked straight over. The maintenance worker's eyelids twitched. This security guard was indeed mentally ill. That was a dead body. How could he not be afraid at all? Bai Qiyu came to the corpse pool that Suji mentioned, grabbed the lid and pulled it hard. But the lid didn't move at all. Bai Qiyu immediately looked at the maintenance worker and said, brother, come and help me. The maintenance worker was startled. No, I don't dare. Your work as a security guard outside. The maintenance worker immediately walked over with a sad face. Chapter 18 Discovery. They both tried hard to open the lid, but it remained motionless. Bai Qiyu's face turned serious when he saw this. Seeing his expression, the maintenance worker felt nervous and his whole body was involuntarily frightened. Big brother, is there a problem? Bai Qiyu nodded, wait for me to chant a spell. To find the dragon and divide the gold, look at the winding mountains. Each winding is a barrier. If there are thousands of locks on the door, there must be a king living here. Light the candles. Open the coffin. Maintenance worker? Suji? The scene fell into an eerie silence for a while. Bai Qiyu looked at the two people's strange looks awkwardly, coughed twice, and forced to ease the atmosphere. How about we change the body? Suji nodded, this is the only way. She then pointed to a pool of corpses nearby and said, then open this. This time, Bai Qiyu and the maintenance worker only exerted a little force and the lid of the corpse pool was easily opened. The process was much smoother than before. As the lid was opened, a strong and pungent smell of formalin wafted out, and then a woman's body soaked in formalin appeared in front of the three people. The maintenance worker was startled by the corpse and took 2 steps back. Suji frowned. Although her face was a little deformed, Su Hai still recognized her. No, I've seen this woman before. She was hospitalized with us and was discharged after recovery. Why is she here now? Bai Qiyu also frowned, I have seen this woman before. After hearing what Bai Qiyu said, the maintenance worker and Su Ji looked at him. Bai Qiyu's photographic memory, purple attribute worked, and his memory quickly recovered. I've seen her photo. In the photo, she was with Zhou Weigua. At the same time, outside the school gate, Yang Mu and Ma Zhangping had parked the police car outside the gate and walked towards the guard room. Yang Mu knocked on the glass. Hello, may I ask, there was a brave security guard in our school yesterday. Do you know who he was? Zhou Weigua looked up and saw that it was a policeman. He was stunned for a moment, but then he recovered and shook his head. I don't know, I haven't heard of it. He immediately recovered and said, I don't know, I haven't heard of it. Yang Mu looked at Zhou Weigua and suddenly felt that he looked familiar. Yesterday's Luo Xian flashed through her mind and she suddenly remembered him. Hey, you are Zhou Weigua, right? You came to the police station to report that your wife was missing, right? Zhou Weigua didn't expect that the policeman still remembered him, so he nodded and said, yes, I did report the case before. Officer, is there any news about my wife? Hearing Zhou Weigua's question, Yang Mu's face looked a little ugly, but she still said, there is no new news yet, but don't worry, we will definitely help you find your lover. Zhou Weigua's face darkened immediately. It has taken so long to find it. I am afraid. Yang Mu also knew in his heart that after such a long time, it might be impossible to find it back. So she quickly changed the subject and said, good luck will come to you. By the way, we want to find Professor Su Jisoo. Where is she? When Zhou Weigua heard that they were looking for Su Ji, he was moved, but he didn't show it on the surface. Professor Su is usually in the office building, you can go there to look for her. Yang Mu and Ma Zhangping looked at each other, nodded, and then walked towards the office building. After a while, they found Su Ji's office.
When the two walked into the office, a teacher pointed to Su Ji's desk as soon as he heard that they were looking for her.
Professor Su is sitting over there. She has an anatomy class in the morning. She should be in the morgue now. Ma Zhangping smiled and said, "Teacher, can you take us there?"
The teacher waved his hands in embarrassment and said, "Oh, officers, I'm so sorry, I have to go to class soon."
"Why don't you go by yourselves? It's on the basement floor of the anatomy building."
While the two were communicating, Yang Mu began to observe Su Ji's desk. Yang Mu began to look around and noticed that Su Ji's desk was unusually clean, with books neatly arranged and in order, appearing simple and beautiful. The desk opposite her was in a mess, filled with messy documents, forming a sharp contrast. Yang Mu's eyes stayed on the pile of information, and suddenly she noticed that the signature on one of the documents was Yenny.
Yang Mu immediately asked the teacher, "Is Yenny also teaching in your school?"
The teacher nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes, but Professor Yen is about to retire and has little time left to teach." Yang Mu nodded slightly, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. She walked out of the office with Ma Zhangping. As soon as she stepped out of the door, Ma Zhangping asked, "What's wrong?
"Did you find anything?" Yang Mu didn't expect Ma Zhangping to be so perceptive. She nodded. "Luo Xian wants to find his daughter.
His goal is very clear.
He suspects Yenny.
Yenny teaches here, and Zhou Weiguo, whose wife is missing, is a security guard at this school. Both of their relatives disappeared in the same hospital, and both of them can be related to Yenny.
Don't you think it's too coincidental?" Ma Zhangping frowned and nodded. "Well, it's indeed a bit too coincidental.
Then I'll go talk to Zhou Weiguo and see if I can get any useful clues."
Yang Mu nodded. "Okay, I'll go with you."
However, Ma Zhangping shook his head. "No, too many people will make him defensive, and the two of us middle-aged men may be able to chat more smoothly." Yang Mu thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case, but she suddenly said anxiously, "But if I were to go to the morgue to find Su Ji by myself, I would also feel a little scared." Ma Zhangping chuckled and teased, "You have handled so many murder scenes, why are you still afraid of corpses?" Yang Mu blushed slightly and pursed his lips and said, "How can it be the same? The morgue is such a spooky place. I'm afraid of ghosts, not corpses." Ma Zhangping shook his head helplessly. Okay, then you go to the anatomy building and wait for me, then we'll go find Su Ji together."
The two then separated. Yang Mu walked towards the anatomy building, while Ma Zhangping left in another direction.
However, when Yang Mu's figure completely disappeared around the corner, the smile on Ma Zhangping's face instantly faded, his expression became gloomy. He took out his mobile phone and dialed a number.
A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello? What's going on?"
Ma Zhangping's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his tone was cold. "Yenny has aroused suspicion, so get rid of him quickly." The voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then responded calmly, "No, she is the only doctor who can perform organ transplant surgery at the moment.
She cannot die before we find a suitable replacement." Hearing this, Ma Zhangping sighed, "Then kill a policeman in the anatomy building of the medical university." Chapter 19 Exposed.
This time, the voice on the other end of the phone said without any hesitation, "Okay, there just happened to be a group of people going to deal with Zhou Weiguo. I'll let them deal with the police first. There's no need to send anyone else, Zhou Weiguo.
Leave it to me,"
Ma Zhangping said.
Then the two hung up the phone.
Ma Zhangping looked at the direction where Yang Mu left, frowned slightly, and sighed, Yang Mu, don't blame me for being cruel, who made you so smart?" Then he turned and walked towards the guard room at the school gate. In the guard room, Zhou Weiguo saw Ma Zhangping walking in alone, and his expression was a little puzzled.
Ma Zhangping nodded. "We found your wife." Zhou Weiguo's eyes suddenly widened and his pupils contracted instantly.
At the same time, in the corpse storage, Bai Qiyu was carefully examining the woman in the corpse pool, frowning. "What's going on?" Su Ji also looked a little unhappy. "She disappeared after being discharged from our hospital. I heard that her husband came to look for her and called the police. I didn't expect her to appear here now." Hearing Su Ji's words, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed through Bai Qiyu's mind. The term he obtained from Luo Xian was daughter slave. The description of a daughter slave is having a strong intuition when facing matters related to daughter. This means that his suspicion about Yenny was probably correct. Bai Qiyu said, "Yesterday, Luo Xian's daughter disappeared, and he suspected that it was related to Yenny and Zhou Weiguo, whose wife was also missing, happened to be a security guard at Yenny school. Now, his wife also appeared here.
Do you think all this has something to do with Yenemin?
A glimmer of enlightenment flashed across Suji's eyes, as if she had suddenly been enlightened.
The maintenance worker was a little confused and had no idea what Bai Qiyu was talking about.
But at this moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, followed by a woman's angry shout, "How dare you attack the police?
Let me go. Stop arguing. Aren't you here to investigate us? Okay, then I'll let you see what we are doing." Following closely behind was another woman's voice. "Be quiet.
If you dare to say another word, I'll shoot you."
This time, it was a man's threatening voice.
Soon after, the footsteps were getting closer and closer to the morgue. The three of them looked at each other and knew that something was wrong.
"We're in trouble."
Bai Qiyu reacted quickly, immediately replaced the lid of the corpse pool, and whispered, "Quick, hide."
The maintenance worker panicked. "Hide, where? There's nowhere to hide here." Bai Qiyu opened a morgue cabinet next to him without hesitation. "Quick, go in."
The maintenance worker already knew from the conversation just now that a policeman had been held hostage, and there might be desperate criminals outside. Now he no longer considered whether this was a place for the dead, and hurriedly crawled in. Fortunately, this type of morgue is generally used to temporarily store corpses. There is no corpse in it now, so it can provide them with a temporary hiding place. Bai Qiyu did not stop, and continued to quickly open another morgue cabinet, turning to Suji, "Come in too."
Suji didn't hesitate.
She rushed forward quickly, hugged Bai Qiyu, then pulled out a scalpel from her arms and handed it to him. "You should be careful too." After saying that, he didn't hesitate anymore and hid inside immediately.
After Bai Qiyu closed the two corpse cabinets, footsteps outside were approaching the door.
"It is impossible for me to hide in the corpse cabinet and push myself in by myself." He had no choice but to hide behind the door of the morgue. "If I open the door, it will block him, and it will depend on luck whether I will be discovered or not." However, Bai Qiyu felt that it shouldn't be a big problem, as he had just gotten a stealth red entry from Zhou Weigui today. Just as he hid behind the door handle of the morgue was turned.
The man's voice sounded, "Hey, why is the door unlocked?" Then, the woman's voice scolded with an impatient tone, "Are you stupid? There's surgery going on inside, why lock the door?" Performing surgery? Bai Qiyu's heart moved. Performing surgery in the corpse room?
But before he had time to think about it, the door was pushed open.
4 figures entered the morgue together.
Bai Qiyu carefully poked his head out and quickly scanned the area. He was stunned to see that the woman being held hostage had a golden entry on her head. "Bulletproof vest gold, your life will not end because of a bullet."
"Career gold, you will rise to prominence."
"Sharpshooter purple, your shooting ability surpasses most people, and you can hit the target accurately from 100 steps away."
A sharpshooter with a purple entry?
My own sharpshooter had a red entry, but this woman had a purple entry.
But he always felt that the woman's back looked familiar. "I think I have touched this little butt before. Wait, isn't there a police officer among my ex-girlfriends? Yang Mu." Bai Qiyu immediately remembered.
He didn't expect that it was Yang Mu who was held hostage.
The 3 men holding Yang Mu hostage actually walked towards the morgue. Bai Qiyu was shocked. Did they discover something? Then they opened one of the morgues. Fortunately, this morgue does not belong to either Suji or the maintenance worker.
One of the men climbed into the morgue, fumbled around for a while, and then came out. At this time, Bai Qiyu finally saw the appearance of several people clearly. The man who climbed into the morgue was the security guard who helped him hold down Luo Xian in the hospital. He was so strong that he pushed him away and even talked to him. Now Bai Qiyu finally knew where his sharpshooter red entry came from.
It was probably dropped from this security guard. He looked at the other 2 people.
One of the women was the nurse who helped Yenemin up, and the other man was the school security guard. Bai Qiyu had met him on his first day at work. It seems that the relationship between this hospital and the school is not simple.
Bai Qiyu thought to himself.
Just as he was lost in thought, the nurse suddenly turned her head and looked towards the door. Bai Qiyu's heart trembled and he quickly retracted his head, trying not to make any sound. Then I heard the nurse say, "Go, and close the door first." The school security guard started walking towards the door.
Bai Qiyu's heart tightened and he could almost hear his own heartbeat.
As soon as the door was closed, his hiding place would be completely exposed.
Chapter 20 Iron Head Kung Fu.
I have to get rid of this security guard before he comes to close the door.
At this time, the hospital security guard said, "Hey, what kind of place is this? How many people dare to come here? Besides, won't the cop come later? Why close the door? In our line of work, it's better to be safe than sorry. We can never be careless at any time." The female nurse spoke again. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the door, low and with a hint of sarcasm. "You're right, closing the door casually is not only a sign of a person's quality, but also a manifestation of professionalism in your line of work." The sound came suddenly, startling everyone in the room. A gleam of light flashed in Yang Mu's eyes. "This is Uncle Ma's voice." Immediately afterwards, Zhou Weiguo walked in first, and behind him was Ma Zhangping, who was holding a gun and pointing it at him. The three men breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Ma Zhangping. The hospital security guard muttered in annoyance, "You damn cop, could you not suddenly say something like that and scare me?" Ma Zhangping chuckled twice. "How dare you do this job when you are so timid? It seems that Lao Ning has no one left." The hospital security guard was instantly furious. "What are you talking about, you damn cop? Okay, stop making trouble, business is more important." The female nurse quickly interrupted. Yang Mu's eyes flashed with disbelief. She looked at Ma Zhangping in disbelief, her voice trembling. "Uncle Ma, what are you doing? How do you know them?" Ma Zhangping shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Xiaoyang, you don't need to know too much. You just need to know that what they give me is something I can't get even if I work hard as a policeman for 10 lifetimes." Yang Mu felt a surge of anger in his heart when he heard this. "So, it was because you gave them my location that they were able to successfully attack me, right?" Ma Zhangping nodded, without any guilt at all. "Ma Zhangping, you are not a human being. You are not worthy of being a police officer." Yang Mu shouted hoarsely. Seeing Yang Mu was agitated, the nurse immediately put a gun to her waist and said, "If you yell again, I'll kill you." Yang Mu finally calmed down, but the look he gave Ma Zhangping was still filled with anger towards the betrayer. The nurse said to Ma Zhangping, "Come on, let's go down first." "You guys go down first." Ma Zhangping pointed his gun at Zhou Weiguo. "I promised this guy that I would take him to see his wife." The nurse nodded. They were not familiar with Ma Zhangping to begin with, so there was no need for them to be together. Then, the nurse walked to the lid of the corpse pool which neither Bai Qiyu nor the maintenance worker had opened before. She pulled it hard without hesitation, and the lid opened, revealing the stairs below. Bai Qiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. It was an underground secret room. It turned out that they went into the morgue cabinet to unlock it. This school really has a lot of secrets. The nurse and two security guards escorted Yang Mu down the stairs, and the hospital security guard who was walking at the end turned around and asked, "Damn it, should we leave the door open for you?" Ma Zhangping nodded and said, "Nonsense, you hid the door lock in the morgue cabinet. If I go to unlock it, won't this guy take the opportunity to run away?" After hearing this, the security guard did not replace the cover of the corpse pool and just walked away. After they all left, Zhou Weiguo finally couldn't help but speak. "You said you would take me to see my wife, where is she?" His voice was trembling. When he walked into the morgue, he had already anticipated the worst outcome. However, before Ma Zhangping could answer, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Ma Zhangping frowned slightly, but still picked up the phone. "Hello, Director Zhang, what's going on?" "Yes, Xiaoyang and I are acting separately now." Ma Zhangping's expression suddenly turned into surprise. "What? A police officer was held hostage? In the morgue? What did the reporter say? Hidden in the morgue? Got it. I'll go save him now." After hanging up the phone, Ma Zhangping's face immediately turned dark. After hanging up the phone, Ma Zhangping's face suddenly darkened, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "I'm afraid you will have to wait a while before you can see your wife." He turned to Zhou Weiguo with a cold look in his eyes. "Go, open the morgues one by one." Zhou Weiguo looked at Ma Zhangping deeply, then walked to the morgues reluctantly and began to open them one by one. Bai Qiyu saw it all from behind the door. It must be one of the two people in the morgue who called the police. The police didn't know that Ma Zhangping was an undercover agent, so they passed the news back. If Suji was found by him, she would definitely be killed to silence her. She would not be able to escape death. You have to take action yourself. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyu quietly walked out from behind the door, and slowly approached Ma Zhangping who had his back to him. At this moment, Zhou Weiguo just pulled up the morgue where the maintenance worker was hiding. The maintenance worker immediately screamed in fear, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Ma Zhangping's eyes flashed fiercely. "Stand up. The maintenance worker immediately climbed out of the morgue.
When he stood up, he happened to see Bai Qiyu behind Ma Zhangping, and his eyes immediately lit up. Bai Qiyu's heart suddenly sank, and he cursed inwardly, "Not good." Ma Zhangping has been a policeman for nearly 20 years and is very experienced. As soon as he saw the change in the maintenance worker's eyes, he immediately realized that there was someone behind him.
Without any hesitation, Ma Zhangping immediately turned around and shot. Bai Qiyu reacted very quickly and immediately dodged sideways.
The bullet just grazed his hair and he almost died on the spot. Ma Zhangping had no intention of letting Bai Qiyu go and was about to shoot again. However, at this moment, Zhou Weiguo suddenly moved and kicked Ma Zhangping with a sweeping kick. Before Ma Zhangping could pull the trigger, he was knocked to the ground. Ma Zhangping, who had fallen to the ground, did not hesitate at all and was about to shoot in the direction of Zhou Weiguo. Zhou Weiguo quickly stepped forward, grabbed Ma Zhangping's wrist, and forced the gun to the side. With a bang, the bullet missed the target at all. Ma Zhangping kicked Zhou Weiguo away and then fired several shots at him. But the gun didn't fire. Zhou Weiguo covered his chest with his hands, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he showed the magazine in his hand. Ma Zhangping's face darkened. When Bai Qiyu saw this, he understood that this was a thief, and that he had actually obtained the title of thief from Zhou Weiguo. Bai Qiyu's thoughts raced, and his body was not idle either. He kicked Ma Zhangping in the back of the waist. Ma Zhangping was ambushed and stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Zhou Weiguo immediately took the opportunity to pounce and punched Ma Zhangping hard on the back of the head. If it were an ordinary person, he would have fainted after being hit by such a powerful punch on the back of the head. But Ma Zhangping raised his head and smiled, "I didn't expect it, did I practice Iron Head Kung Fu?" At this time, Bai Qiyu made a flying tackle and hit Ma Zhangping, who was lying on the ground, in the crotch, killing him completely. Ma Zhangping let out a heart-wrenching scream in an instant. Bai Qiyu stood up and shook his head, "Your iron head skill is not good enough. You only practice the upper part of the head, not the lower part?" Zhou Weiguo quickly snatched the pistol from Ma Zhangping's hand, skillfully loaded the magazine, then turned the gun and pointed it in the direction of the underground passage. Chapter 21 Go Down. Then, footsteps were heard at the entrance of the passage, but no one showed up. The hospital security guard shouted, "You damn cop! Why are you still shooting? Don't kill him. The bits and pieces on his body can be sold for money." Ma Zhangping instinctively wanted to shout for help, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Almost in an instant, all his words were swallowed back. Bai Qiyu's voice came to my ears, "Officer Ma, the lower head is injured, so the upper head must not be injured again. You should know what to say." Ma Zhangping understood what Bai Qiyu meant and immediately shouted, "He won't die. This guy actually wanted to escape. Just teach him a lesson." After hearing this, there was no more movement in the tunnel. Zhou Weiguo then breathed a sigh of relief and immediately pointed his gun at Ma Zhangping. At this time, Bai Qiyu also felt that a new entry had been received, but he didn't have time to check it. He rushed to the morgue and quickly rescued Su Ji. "Are you okay?" Su Ji was still a little frightened, but did not answer Bai Qiyu. Instead, she immediately checked Bai Qiyu's body. Although she was separated by the partition of the morgue, she still managed to hear the conversation between the people outside and also heard the gunshots. Only after confirming that Bai Qiyu was not seriously injured did he breathe a sigh of relief. "No, there is one place that has not been checked. Suji Monkey steals peaches." After confirming that everything was alright, I finally felt relieved. "Sister, you can let me go after the inspection." Suji nodded without blushing or beating her heart. "Just nod and stop." Bai Qiyu was speechless. Suji then withdrew her hand and subconsciously smelled it. Bai Qiyu looked at the maintenance worker, who was still squatting in the corner. "Which of you called the police just now?" The maintenance worker shrank his neck and raised his hands weakly. "It was me. I was so scared that I couldn't help but call the police." Suji glared at him fiercely. If Bai Qiyu was hurt because of this, she would never forgive this man. He looked at Ma Zhangping lying on the ground and kicked him twice. Zhou Weiguo looked at Suji and said coldly, "Okay, now no matter who you are, tell me where my wife is." Suji turned her head and glanced at Bai Qiyu. Now the gun was in Zhou Weiguo's hands, and no one knew whether he would do anything extreme after confirming that his wife was dead. Bai Qiyu had the same idea. His wife's position could not be revealed from their mouths. If Zhou Weiguo lost his mind, they might become the first target of Zhou Weiguo's anger. Ma Zhangping on the ground obviously thought the same thing. he covered his crotch and kept silent. The only person who didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and knew the inside story was the maintenance worker. The maintenance worker immediately pointed to the corpse pool they had opened earlier and said, "Over there, in that pool." Joe Wegwa was shocked and looked at the pool of corpses in disbelief. Although he had given up hope long ago, he still couldn't accept the news when he heard it. He hurried to the pool of corpses and pried open the lid with force. When he saw that familiar face, all his emotions collapsed in an instant. No, no, no. How could this happen? How could this happen? Joe Wegwa's voice was choked with sobs and full of despair. His hands began to tremble violently, and his eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. Joe Wegwa's hand almost touched his wife in the formalin, and he wanted to pull her out, but when his hand was halfway there, he suddenly stopped. As if afraid of disturbing her peace, his hand hung in the air, too stiff to move at all. His eyes gradually turned cold, as if they were carrying bottomless pain and anger. When Baichiyu saw this scene, he felt something was not right. Sure enough, Joe Wegwa immediately pointed his gun at Suji. "Captain, calm down. This matter has nothing to do with Suji." Baichiyu immediately spoke out to stop him. Joe Wegwa snorted coldly, his eyes full of ruthlessness, the gun in his hand still pointed firmly at Suji. "Oh, is that so?" Then he took out a necklace from his pocket. "Then Professor Su, can you explain this?" Suji was stunned for a moment, her eyes swept over the necklace, and her brows slightly frowned. "What is this? I have never seen it before." Joe Wegwa's face suddenly turned ferocious, as if a beast had awakened from the depths. "You are lying. I took this necklace from your pocket." Suji still shook her head, "But I really don't know, and I haven't seen it." "Okay." Joe Wegwa suddenly turned his gun towards Baichiyu. "Then say goodbye to your little man." Baichiyu was speechless. What did this have to do with him? "Captain, don't shoot, it's me." Seeing Baichiyu being pointed at by a gun, Suji suddenly panicked. "Don't hurt him, I remember." "Then tell me, where did you get it from?" Joe Wegwa's eyes shone. "Then tell me, where did you get it from?" Suji pursed her lips and said, I took it off your wife's neck." "Yes, from her neck. If you want to kill someone, kill me. Don't do anything to Chiyu." But when Joe Wegwa heard this, his brows furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. However, Joe Wegwa's reaction was faster. As soon as Ma Zhangping started to move, he pulled the trigger of the pistol without hesitation. Bang! With a crisp sound, Ma Zhangping was hit in the middle of his eyebrows and his body fell to the ground. His death was extremely decisive, without any struggle. Baichiyu shook his head. "You must have watched too much TV. You need to do so many actions to grab a gun. But for others, you just need to pull the trigger. How can you grab a gun? But it also proves one thing, that this iron head skill is ultimately no match for bullets." When the maintenance worker saw this scene, he was completely shocked. His whole body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Joe Wegwa didn't even look at him, as if Ma Zhangping's death had nothing to do with him. He looked at Suji and narrowed his eyes. "Aru likes to wear this necklace around her wrist instead of around her neck. Are you trying to mislead me on purpose?" Although he said so, Baichiyu obviously noticed that the cold light in Joe Wegwa's eyes had weakened. He immediately asked, "Is it possible that someone gave your necklace to Suji to frame her?" This made Suji slightly stunned. She really remembered something. "I have never had contact with you, only once, when Yeniming touched my butt. At that time, you happened to be trying to stop the fight. Did you find the necklace at that time?" Joe Wegwa couldn't help but squint his eyes. Suji was right. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Baichiyu pointed at the tunnel and said, "Those people down there must be related to your wife's death. We'll know if we ask them." Suji was a little worried, but those people have guns. Baichiyu nodded. Of course he knew it, so he wanted to go down. There is also an ex-girlfriend waiting for him to rescue. After all, she was kept by someone for a while. Although she also provided some protein, it is nothing compared to being kept by someone. Chapter 22, Still the Same Naughty Boy. As for calling the police? Baichiyu had never thought about it. After all, there is already a traitor in the police force. If another traitor leaks the information, it will be a big trouble. He said to Suji, "You wait upstairs first." But Joe Wegwa directly denied it. "She wants to go down with us too." Baichiyu's heart tightened, and he immediately retorted, "That's not necessary, I'll go down with you. No one knows the situation down there, it's too dangerous to let Suji go down."
Okay, then I'll kill her and let her stay up there, Zhou Weiguo said as he pointed the gun at Su Ji again. Su Ji had no idea that she was being pointed at by a gun and just looked at Zhou Weiguo coldly. Don't be impulsive, let her go, Bai Qiyu said quickly. He knew that Zhou Weiguo was not a good person. When he shot Mai Zhangping to death, he did so without hesitation and without a trace of mercy. Even if such a person is not a desperado, he cannot be a good person. Looking at Su Ji with a stubborn face, Bai Qiyu was speechless. Alas, why are these ex-girlfriends so troublesome? And the shivering maintenance worker couldn't escape after all. Under Zhou Weiguo's gun, Bai Qiyu, Su Ji and the maintenance worker went down the tunnel in front. Bai Qiyu walked in front. After entering, there was a flight of stairs going downwards. The lights inside were not dim, but very deep. No wonder the hospital security guard simply shouted twice when responding to Ma Zhangping. The tunnel is so deep that it really takes a lot of effort to get out. But why did they have to renovate it so deep? It would be so inconvenient to get in and out. However, he soon realized that what these people were doing was not something that could be seen in public, and they went so deep obviously to avoid any sound. There was no corner in the stairs and one could see the bottom at a glance. It was a half-open security door. Obviously, it was left open for Ma Zhangping. But Ma Zhangping will never have the chance to walk through this door. Bai Qiyu squatted down, quietly approached the crack in the door, and looked inside. It was a small room, but it was extremely clean, with all the furniture and appliances needed, arranged in an orderly manner. In the middle of the room, there was a set of sofas, and the 2 men and 1 woman who had just kidnapped Jiang Mu were sitting on the sofa. Opposite them stood 2 burly men in suits and sunglasses. They looked like bodyguards. If you look closely, you can see bulges around their waists, which probably meant they were carrying weapons. Behind the 2 bodyguards was another door, which obviously led to a more secret place. Bai Qiyu noticed that the 2 bodyguards were standing some distance away from the 3 people on the sofa. It was obvious that they were not in the same camp as those 3 people, and were even on guard against them. Yang Mu was thrown into a corner, his hands were tied with ropes and his mouth was blocked. Bai Qiyu silently memorized every detail in the room, then quietly turned around and said to the 3 people, "There are 5 people in the room. The woman has a gun in her hand. It should be Yang Mu's police pistol, the same model as the one in your hand. The hospital security guard has one, and the other 2 bodyguards also have guns, so there are at least 4 guns in the room. As for whether Lu Renjia has a gun, it is not certain for the time being. Lu Renjia is the security guard of that school." Zhou Weiguo narrowed his eyes after hearing this. There were at least 4 guns, maybe even 5. There were only 4 of them, and those were not enough guns for them. Seeing Zhou Weiguo fall into deep thought, Bai Qiyu was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what entry he had just got from Ma Zhangping. Iron Head Kung Fu Green normally, blows to the head will not work on you. Although this attribute can make him immune to most head attacks, it is not bulletproof, which is really a pity. When Bai Qiyu came to his senses, he found that Zhou Weiguo was still frowning, and it was obvious that he had not thought of a solution. Bai Qiyu's mouth corners slightly raised. "I have a way to deal with them, but you have to trust me." Zhou Weiguo raised his head, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. "Oh? How to solve it?" "First, I need you to give me the pistol." Bai Qiyu carefully observed Zhou Weiguo's expression. Zhou Weiguo's expression did not change at all, and he motioned Bai Qiyu to continue. Bai Qiyu nodded slightly and briefly explained his plan. After that, he looked up at Zhou Weiguo and waited quietly for a response. Zhou Weiguo nodded. "Your plan is good, I believe you." After saying that, he took out a dagger from his pocket, put it on Su Ji's neck, and then handed the pistol in his hand to Bai Qiyu. Bai Qiyu's mouth twitched. "Is this what it means to trust me?" Bai Qiyu gripped the pistol and raised his eyebrows. The feeling in his hand startled him slightly. He had never touched a gun before, but he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Is this the effect of the sharpshooter? Bai Qiyu first took off the security uniform that might reveal his identity, then took a deep breath and walked into the room with a pistol in hand. When the people in the room heard the door open, they all turned their heads. The moment they saw Bai Qiyu, everyone was stunned. Who is this person? However, before they could react, Bai Qiyu immediately frowned and shouted in dissatisfaction, "What's going on? Didn't the boss tell you to kill them? Why haven't you done it yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately raised his hand and pulled the trigger, shattering the lamp on the ceiling with one shot. The room was plunged into darkness in an instant, and Bai Qiyu immediately dodged out of the house.
The people from both sides in the room were stunned for a moment. They were already wary of each other and there was no trust between them at all. Now that this situation has suddenly occurred, although everyone doubts the authenticity of Bai Chiyu's words, no one dares to gamble, especially now that Bai Chiyu has already fired the first shot and it is dark all around. Their first choice is to get rid of the other party. Immediately afterwards, gunshots were heard in the room. The bullets first hit the place where Bai Chiyu had just stood, but Bai Chiyu had already left the room at this time. All the bullets hit the door, but fortunately the door was of good quality and was not penetrated. Then the people inside started shooting at each other, and screams came out through the crack in the door. At this time, Zhou Weigua had already turned his gaze to Bai Chiyu, with a hint of hard-to-conceal alertness in his eyes. He originally thought that Bai Chiyu was just an ordinary security guard, but now it seems that this man is no ordinary person in terms of intelligence, courage, or action, and is obviously not what he imagined. Suji looked at Bai Chiyu with eyes full of stars. She had to find a way to support this man again. Bai Chiyu looked at the two people's eyes and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Don't look at me like that, being handsome is just one of my least noteworthy advantages." Zhou Weigua felt sorry for his thoughts just now. He was still that frivolous boy. Chapter 23, finished. At this time, the noise in the room gradually became less dense. Bai Chiyu immediately picked up the security uniform he had just taken off and hid at the door. At the moment when all the sounds in the room disappeared completely, he suddenly opened the door, threw his clothes into the room, then quickly lay down beside the door, carefully observing the movements inside. A gunshot suddenly rang out in the room. In the darkness, there was a flash of fire, and the bullet hit the clothes that had not yet fallen into the air. Bai Chiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, raised the pistol in his hand quickly, pulled the trigger, and a bullet accurately hit the place where the fire appeared. Then, a scream came from the room. Bai Chiyu moved without any pause, quickly rolled forward, and jumped into the house. He pulled the trigger and several bullets hit the electric meter box on the wall. Then, the power in the entire room was instantly cut off and all electrical appliances stopped working. The circuit tripped and the emergency lights flashed on. Only then did Bai Chiyu see clearly what was happening in the entire room. The two bodyguards had already fallen in a pool of blood, and the trio here also had several wounds all over their bodies. The only one still alive was the school security guard, Lu Rinjia. He was lying on the ground, holding his abdomen, his breath was almost gone and he could die at any time. After making sure that there was no danger around, Bai Chiyu immediately looked towards the corner where Yang Mu was. Seeing that there were no obvious wounds on her body, Bai Chiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was precisely because Yang Mu had the entry for bulletproof vest gold that Bai Chiyu dared to implement this plan. Of course, his biggest reliance is actually the sharpshooter red and photographic memory purple, which allow him to accurately remember the layout of the entire room and the movements of people, otherwise the plan would not have been implemented so smoothly. At this time, Yang Mu looked at Bai Chiyu with tears in his eyes. These are not tears of fear of death, but the result of having walked through the gates of hell and suddenly meeting the person you want to see the most. She originally thought that she would never see him again, but the man in front of her seemed to have come from heaven, and instantly made her feel like she had walked from hell into the light. Bai Chiyu walked to Yang Mu, helped her untie the rope, and took out the towel stuffed in her mouth. Chiyu! Yang Mu could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and pounced towards Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu thought Yang Mu was afraid, so she patted her on the back and comforted her softly. "It's okay, everything is fine." As soon as Bai Chiyu finished speaking, he immediately felt the entry arrive. Feeling Bai Chiyu's embrace and the palm on his back, Yang Mu felt that he would have no regrets even if he really died now. Suddenly she felt a little strange. Why did she feel a murderous aura? Yang Mu looked in that direction and saw a woman in a white coat staring at him coldly. And then she saw Zhou Weigua pointing a gun at the woman. She let go of Bai Chiyu and frowned. "What's going on?" Upon seeing this, Bai Chiyu told Yang Mu what he knew, and Zhou Weigua had no intention of stopping him. When Yang Mu heard that Ma Zhengping was shot dead, a trace of sadness flashed across his face, but it was fleeting. Afterwards, Yang Mu said to Zhou Weigua, "This matter should be related to Yeniming. I will act as a guarantor as a police officer. Please release the others first." Zhou Weigua was unmoved. 10 minutes ago, a policeman pointed a gun at me. Yang Mu was suddenly speechless. The identity of this policeman was indeed not convincing. At this time, Suji suddenly spoke up. She was neither pleading for herself nor explaining herself. Instead, she looked at Yang Mu and asked, "Why did you hug Chiyu?" The tone was as cold as ice. No one expected Su Ji to ask this question at this time, and Yang Mu subconsciously looked at Bai Qiyu. But when he looked again, he found that Bai Qiyu was gone. Several people were suddenly startled and looked around hurriedly. Only then did he realize that Bai Qiyu was lying beside Lu Rinjia, who was lying in a pool of blood, whispering something. A few seconds later, Lu Rinjia's eyes widened and he suddenly lost all his breath. Zhou Weiguo looked at Lu Rinjia, who was dying, and immediately asked Bai Qiyu, "What did he say just now?" Bai Qiyu frowned and looked towards the door where the two bodyguards had just stood. "The person you are looking for is in there, and there is a child inside." "Child?" Yang Mu's heart skipped a beat, as if he had grasped something. "Is it Luo Xian's daughter?" Bai Qiyu shook his head. "I don't know, he died before he could finish his words." As he spoke, Bai Qiyu walked to the door and pressed the handle, but the door did not open. It was obvious that the person inside must have locked it after hearing the noise. Bai Qiyu walked straight to Su Ji. Zhou Weiguo narrowed his eyes and pressed the gun against Su Ji's head harder. "What do you want to do, kid?" Bai Qiyu waved his hand and said, "Captain, don't be nervous. I want to borrow something." As he spoke, Bai Qiyu took off a hairpin from Su Ji's head. Everyone was stunned when seeing this scene, not knowing what Bai Qiyu was going to do. Bai Qiyu bent the hairpin and pushed it into the keyhole. Is this unlocking? Which security guard can open a lock? Is he a real security guard? However, everyone's attention is now focused on the door that is about to be opened. Bai Qiyu rotated the hairpin with her fingers flexibly, and the lock made a slight click sound and then opened smoothly. Bai Qiyu relaxed slightly and pushed open the door quietly. The scene in the room appeared before the eyes of several people. Several medical devices were hung on the simple white walls, and two beds were quietly placed side by side. Next to one of the beds stood a little girl, her eyes full of fear. A little girl was standing on a bed with fear in her eyes. Behind her was Yeniming, who was holding a scalpel on her neck. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Bai Qiyu walked in. "Director Yen, we meet again." But as soon as he entered the door, there was a sudden gust of wind from the side, followed by a heavy blow on his head. "Seven fish!" Su Ji and Yang Mu exclaimed at the same time. Then, a crisp collision sound was heard. However, he just tilted his head slightly and was not hurt at all. Bai Qiyu touched his head and said, "I originally thought that Iron Head Kung Fu was a useless ability, but I didn't expect that life is full of surprises." He turned to look at the middle-aged man who had just hit him with a stool. "Are you right?" The middle-aged man was wearing a hospital gown and was barefoot. He was stunned when he saw Bai Qiyu, who was unharmed, in front of him. You. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "I'm fine, right?" Bai Qiyu smiled and took the stool from the man's hand. "Because I have the Iron Head skill." Chapter 24. I and evil are irreconcilable. The man's face turned pale in an instant, and his voice trembled. "Don't mess around, I also have the Iron Head Kung Fu. I also have the Diamond Kung Fu. King Kong leg, right?" As he said that, a stool hit the man's leg, and the man immediately fell to the ground wailing. "Iron Head Kung Fu, right?" Then another stool hit the man's forehead, and the man immediately started crying, covering his head. "I'll show you my Iron Head skill. I'll show you my Diamond Leg skill." Bai Qiyu hit the man again and again. Everyone was shocked by Bai Qiyu's move. No one expected Bai Qiyu to act so recklessly and ruthlessly. You know, there is a child being held hostage there. However, Bai Qiyu understood that all this was actually putting pressure on Yeniming. From his interactions with Yeniming, he already knew that this woman only cared about herself and would not take action as long as she was not harmed. Sure enough, although Yeniming moved his mouth several times, he did not stop Bai Qiyu. Finally, Bai Qiyu threw the stool, which hit the man's face hard. He spat twice and then turned to look at Yeniming. "Director Yen, it seems that we meet again. Don't come over here. Otherwise I will kill her." Yeniming shouted harshly. "No." Yang Mu shouted, "Don't hurt her. If you don't want me to hurt her, let me go." Yeniming shouted loudly. However, Zhou Weiguo ignored the excited Yeniming and looked at her coldly. "Why did you attack my wife?" He did not ask whether Yeniming killed his wife, but directly used an affirmative tone, so that Yeniming would feel that he already knew what happened. Sure enough, when Yeniming heard this, he subconsciously shouted loudly, I didn't want your wife to die, but she woke up before the kidney was removed. You can't blame me, you can't blame me." Bai Qiyu looked at the surrounding environment and shook his head helplessly. How could there be a professional anesthesiologist in such a place? Without professional anesthesiologists, it is easy for patients to wake up in the middle of surgery or never wake up. When Joe Wegwa heard this, his eyes turned cold and he moved the gun away from Su Ji. "I'm sorry, Professor Su, this has nothing to do with you now." There was no expression on Su Ji's face. She just nodded, then came to Bai Qiyu and took his arm. Bai Qiyu could feel Su Ji's hands trembling at this time. Sure enough, although Su Ji was able to remain calm, she still couldn't suppress her inner fear and tension. She was probably holding on just now to avoid worrying herself. "Get out of the way!" Yaninin shouted anxiously, with obvious fear in his voice. Bai Qiyu looked at the little girl who was so scared that she burst into tears and could only shake her head helplessly. "You can't run away. We have seen what happened here, and a policeman witnessed it with his own eyes. How can you run away? Where is there a place for you to stay outside?" Yaninin shuddered. Yes, how could she run now? She couldn't run away. When Yang Mu saw Yanimin's current state, he immediately said, "Let go of the child now. As long as you don't hurt the child, it means you still have remorse. You will definitely not be sentenced to death." Will he not be sentenced to death? Yaninin's eyes lit up instantly. "As long as I am not sentenced to death, that group of people has so much power and I am so useful to them, maybe I can be rescued." Are you telling the truth? Yaninin asked as if seeking confirmation. Don't worry. Yang Mu nodded, as long as the child is fine, you will be fine. Hearing this, Yanimin immediately threw away the scalpel in his hand and raised his hands. "I surrender." Upon seeing this, Yang Mu quickly ran forward, picked up the little girl tightly, and comforted her in his arms. The little girl's crying was intermittent, like beads that had broken off the string. She sobbed softly, and her choking sound made people feel heartbroken. However, suddenly, a gunshot interrupted the little girl's crying. Bang! The bullet hit Yanimin directly, and Yanimin fell to the ground with a howl of pain. Joe Wegwa's shot did not hit Yanimin's vital point. She endured the severe pain, opened her eyes wide, and wailed loudly, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I've surrendered." Yang Mu was also shocked by this scene. "Joe Wegwa! What are you doing?" Joe Wegwa ignored him, just took a few steps forward, and then fired again, this time hitting Yanimin directly on the knee. The tremendous pain made Yanimin only able to howl but unable to speak. "Don't kill her, believe us, we will give you justice," Yang Mu said quickly. Joe Wegwa laughed. "I believed you at first, but my wife was still soaked in that pool. Now you want me to believe you again?" As he spoke, flames spurted out from the pistol in his hand again, and the bullet shattered Yanimin's other knee. I was wrong, please forgive me, please forgive me. Don't kill me." Yanimin wanted to kneel down, but her legs were already broken. "Okay, I won't kill you." Joe Wegwa nodded. Hearing this, Yanimin suddenly felt a chill, and then saw Joe Wegwa kicking him. She was kicked to the ground, and then Joe Wegwa stepped on her chest. Then gunshots rang out one after another, and bullets kept hitting Yanimin's two knees. After all, it was a pistol, and the bullets ran out after just a few shots. At this time, Yanimin's two knees were covered in blood and flesh and almost unrecognizable. At this time, Bai Qiyu shouted, "Stop! This is too bloody." As he said that, he threw the pistol in his hand to Joe Wegwa, who raised his hand to catch it. Seeing this, Bai Qiyu stamped her feet and said, "Hey! I just wanted to stop him, but he caught the gun. I really blame myself. Don't ever think of using the gun I used to stop you to break her shoulder. She won't be able to have surgery in the future if you do that." Suji next to her couldn't help but smile. This man has really bad acting skills. Joe Wegwa nodded to Bai Qiyu, then shot Yanimin in the shoulder again and emptied another magazine. Yang Mu sighed, but did not stop her. Instead, he hugged the little girl tightly in his arms and covered her ears. Yanimin's screams gradually became weaker, and finally only a low groan remained, and the gunshots also stopped. After the gunfire stopped, Yanimin's shoulder was covered in blood. It looked like he could not only not hold a scalpel, but he might even lose his hands. But Bai Qiyu felt inexplicably pleasing to the eye. This is what they call karma. "Thank you, I owe you a favor today," Joe Wegwa said to Bai Qiyu. Bai Qiyu immediately became angry. "What are you talking about? You killed someone and crippled another person. As a good citizen, I cannot stand evil. Don't slander me." Joe Wegwa didn't say anything else. He just looked down at the little girl, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Why didn't his wife wait until someone rescued her?
Sighing, he turned around and prepared to leave. Wait! Bai Qiyu suddenly shouted. Chapter 25. If you survive, thank me. Zhou Weiguo stopped and asked, why? You want to keep me? No. Bai Qiyu shook his head. I just want to warn you. Although the secret room is built inside the school, the principal is definitely not aware of it. You must not cause trouble for our principal. Yang Mu felt like he couldn't bear to listen any longer. Are you warning him or reminding him? A cold light flashed in Zhou Weiguo's eyes. He nodded, then turned and left. Yang Mu wanted to chase after her, but when he thought about the fact that the child in his arms might suffer the same fate as his wife, he immediately gave up the idea. But she still shouted loudly, "Don't be impulsive again, the law will give you an explanation." Bai Qiyu immediately agreed and said, "Yes, you have to believe in the law. Look, didn't Officer Ma help you find your wife?" Hearing this, Zhou Weiguo paused for a moment before leaving again. Seeing this situation, Yang Mu knew that the principal might be in trouble. "Qian Yu, what are you doing?" "Ouch." Bai Qiyu looked innocent and said, "What's wrong with me? I have been speaking up for you and trying to stop him from committing a crime." "Are you trying to stop him from committing a crime? You are instigating him." Yang Mu was speechless. Suji stepped in front of Bai Qiyu and said, "I know you are a police officer, but Qiyu did not commit any crime. Instead, she saved you. If you yell at Qiyu again, don't blame me for being rude to you." Bai Qiyu stood behind Suji, feeling a strong sense of protection. Then, looking at her curvy figure, did he want to go back to her? Yang Mu looked at Suji, then at Bai Qiyu behind her, and suddenly felt a strong sense of threat. A desire to win rose in Yang Mu's heart. "Suji. Okay, let me show you how I can get the 7 fish back." The two men stared at each other, and for a moment, sparks flew everywhere. "Wow! I need to find my dad." Just as the atmosphere was tense, the little girl suddenly started crying. The originally tense atmosphere was broken in an instant. Yang Mu could only glare at Suji, then said to the little girl, "It's okay, I'll take you to find your father now." Then he said to the others, "Let's go, don't ruin the scene here." Bai Qiyu looked at Yenimin, who was bleeding on the ground, and asked, "Are you going to ignore her?" Yang Mu just glanced at her and said, "Whether she can wait for the ambulance depends on her life." Bai Qiyu quickly shook her head, "That won't work. This is an important witness. How can we let her die?" As he spoke, Bai Qiyu hurried forward and used the bandages and medicine in the operating room to temporarily stop Yenimin's bleeding. For him, who is an expert in anatomy and surgery, this kind of thing is easy. But Yang Mu and Suji's eyes lit up when they saw it. They didn't expect that Bai Qiyu actually knew medical skills. Especially Suji, although this was just basic bandaging to stop bleeding, it could be seen from Bai Qiyu's technique that he was very professional, even not inferior to her. In the end, Bai Qiyu tied a bow for Yenimin with a sense of humor. Looking at his work, he nodded with satisfaction. "Director Yen, you can thank me if you survive." Yenimin's eyes widened and her teeth chattered. Now she was a disabled person and was about to become a prisoner. It would be better to kill her than to let her live like this. "You're welcome, please call me Leifong Pagoda." The maintenance worker swallowed his saliva. He looked at Yenimin, who was lying on the ground in a horrible state, and then looked at Bai Qiyu, who was looking at him with admiration, and asked cautiously, "Can we leave now?" Bai Qiyu nodded, "Well, let's go." After talking for a while, several people walked out of the secret room. When they arrived at the morgue, they found that Zhou Weiguo's wife was missing. She must have been taken away by him. When Yang Mu saw Mai Zhengping in the morgue, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that this seemingly hard-working old detective was actually in cahoots with the criminal group? Yang Mu immediately contacted the police force and informed them of the situation here. Bai Qiyu and the others still had to assist in the investigation, so they couldn't leave for the time being. Because of the children, they did not stay in the morgue for long, but came outside the building. As soon as he saw the sunlight, the maintenance worker seemed to have all his strength drained away and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, suddenly, a loud bang came from the office building next door. Several people were startled and immediately looked in the direction of the explosion, only to see black smoke billowing out of a room on the top floor of the office building. "What's wrong?" Yang Mu couldn't help but shout. Suji looked in that direction and said, "That's the principal's office." For a moment, everyone was silent. The maintenance worker looked at the direction of the billowing black smoke and swallowed his saliva. "What should I do next?"
Bai Chiyu took out his phone with a serious face. Don't panic when something happens, post to your circle of friends first.
Then I took a photo of myself and the office building behind me. 10 minutes later, fire trucks, ambulances and police cars all arrived at the scene.
Bai Chiyu and his companions were taken back to the police station by several policemen. The first thing Yang Mu did when he returned to the police station was to go see Luo Xian with his child in his arms. And the moment Luo Xian saw the child, tears instantly flowed out. But now he is a suspect and can only watch his daughter from afar. When Yang Mu saw this, he walked up to Luo Xian holding the child. Luo Xian gently stroked her daughter's face with her handcuffed hands. The little girl also cried and called for her father and hugged him. Luo Xian gently pushed the little girl away and knelt directly in front of Yang Mu. Thank you, Officer Yang, thank you so much. Yang Mu quickly helped him up. Don't thank me, this matter was actually helped by a friend of mine, you know him.
Luo Xian was stunned. I know him? Who is he?
Yang Mu thought of Bai Chiyu's face and couldn't help but smile. That's the man who sent you in.
Bai Chiyu's face immediately appeared in Luo Xian's mind.
He didn't expect that it was this man who saved his daughter. At this moment, his resentment towards Bai Chiyu for sending him to the police station disappeared instantly, and instead he felt a sense of gratitude.
Can I see him?
Yang Mu shook his head. I'm afraid not. You can't see him for the time being with your current identity. Hearing this, Luo Xian's expression became lonely, and he could only suppress the feeling of gratitude in his heart. Because Luo Xian threatened the hostages with a knife, although there were reasons for it, it affected public safety after all, so he still needs to stay in the cell for a while. The police then handed his daughter over to his eldest sister's home in the same city for foster care for a period of time.
Chapter 26 Lu Moore.
As Yang Mu was leaving the interrogation room, a police officer came over and said to her, Sister Mu, Lu Lang's lawyer is here and wants to see Lu Lang.
Yang Mu frowned. Lu Lang?
That's the guy who was brought back for the transplant, the police officer explained.
Yang Mu suddenly realized, wasn't it the Vajra leg and iron head skill that Chiyu used to beat him?
Yang Mu snorted coldly. His two bodyguards are armed with guns, and he was caught red-handed.
Is it still useful to hire a lawyer? The police officer looked a little unhappy. The lawyer who came is Lu Moore. Lu Moore? Yang Mu narrowed his eyes. Is it the Lu Moore who has never lost a lawsuit? The police officer nodded. There are a few more Lu Moore, that's her. Lu Lang and Lu Moore have the same surname. What's their relationship?
Yang Mu quickly grasped the key point of the matter.
They are brother and sister. Yang Mu understood. Then let's go meet this Lu Moore first.
I originally wanted to communicate more with Chiyu when I reunited with him, but it seems I can only do so after I'm done with my work. Although Yang Mu was very familiar with Lu Moore's name, he had never met her directly. She is a criminal police officer, not a prosecutor, and rarely deals with lawyers.
This was the first time she met Lu Moore.
Lu Moore was wearing a beige long coat and gold-rimmed glasses, and her eyes behind the glasses occasionally flashed a gleam of light.
Yang Mu had only one feeling, that this was a difficult woman.
Seeing Yang Mu, Lu Moore nodded slightly, then stretched out her hand. Hello.
Yang Mu glanced at the hand Lu Moore extended and did not shake it. Instead, he said directly, Lawyer Lu, I heard that you are a good person before. What's wrong? Now you give up your bottom line for your brother? Facing Yang Mu's thorny words, Lu Moore did not get angry.
Instead, he calmly withdrew his hand and pushed his glasses.
Officer, I am Lu Lang's lawyer. I want to see him now. Please arrange it as soon as possible. You ignored my hand and you still expect me to answer your question? Ha ha. Okay, but we need to review the information, so you may have to wait for a while. For how long? It could be 10 minutes, it could be 10 hours.
Lu Moore narrowed her eyes and said, Okay, I'll wait for you.
However, after this meeting, I will definitely file a complaint against you.
Yang Mu crossed his arms and said indifferently, Whatever. The two men stared at each other, neither giving in. For some reason, Yang Mu had a natural hostility towards Lu Moore. It wasn't that she disliked this person, but she always felt like she had something important to share with her.
Lu Moore felt the same way. Bai Chiyu was taken to the interrogation room.
This was his first time in the police station, so he was inevitably a little excited.
He sat in the interrogation room, looking left and right. Officer, can we take orders here? I've seen many suspects in TV shows make requests before they speak.
In front of him were two policemen, a man and a woman. The two policemen looked at each other, speechless.
Ordering food? Is this a restaurant?
However, Yang Mu had specifically told them before, so they were very polite. You are just assisting in the investigation.
If you are hungry, we can help you order food. No, I'm not in a hurry. Bai Qiyu was full of curiosity about this environment.
The officers then asked him exactly what had happened. Bai Qiyu had nothing to hide, so he told the whole story of how he entered the morgue and what he saw. When the two policemen heard this, they looked at Bai Qiyu with strange eyes. It took only one gun to take down 5 armed criminals.
There's something about this guy.
The transcript was completed very quickly, but we cannot just look at Bai Chiyu's one-sided statement. The female police officer packed up the materials and said to Bai Chiyu, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, this case is a bit complicated.
You have to wait a little longer. Wait until everyone's statements are recorded and the investigators have finished collecting evidence. If there are no problems, you can leave."
Bai Chiyu nodded, and he stepped forward and shook the female police officer's hand. "Thank you, police comrades, you have worked hard.
We should do it." The policewoman nodded. Bai Chiyu suddenly frowned. Why didn't any entries arrive?
He rubbed the policewoman's hand again, but there was still no sound response.
System, what's going on? I'm still working at this time, why haven't the entries been received?
The system's voice sounded in Bai Chiyu's mind. Because the host's direct supervisor is missing and the principal was killed by the host, you have been expelled from the school.
Congratulations, the host is now unemployed. Oh my god. I'm unemployed now?
While Bai Chiyu was surprised that he was unemployed, the policewoman whose hand he touched blushed.
Although you are very handsome, you are too blatant. Comrade, would you please let go of my hand first?
Oh, sorry.
Since he couldn't find any more entries, Bai Chiyu didn't have any intention to continue. As Bai Chiyu let go of her hand, the policewoman was actually a little disappointed.
The male police officer next to him also extended his hand. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Bai."
"Oh, you're welcome." Bai Chiyu nodded.
If he could still do that, he would be more than happy to do it, but if he couldn't, he had no interest in holding a man's hand. The male police officer withdrew his hand somewhat embarrassedly. There was no problem with the testimonies of Bai Chiyu and the others, and with Yang Mu's endorsement, he was released when it got dark. At this time, Suji was already waiting at the gate of the police station. Seeing Bai Chiyu coming out, Suji hurriedly went forward and asked, "How is it?
Are you okay?"
Bai Chiyu shrugged, "It's okay, it's just a pity that such a big city bureau doesn't even care about dinner." Seeing this, Suji smiled and said, "They may not even have time to eat."
Bai Chiyu nodded after hearing this.
Yes, this case was really too big. First there was a murder case, then there was organ trafficking, and there was a bombing, and it also involved hospitals and schools. While he was chatting with the young policewoman inside, he also discovered that the gang seemed to be a large criminal organization. However, due to the case involved, not much was revealed to me. But these have nothing to do with him anymore. What he wanted to know most now was how many entries he had written today. At this moment, a female police officer suddenly ran out of the police station and said, "Mr. Bai, please wait a moment." Bai Chiyu and Su Ji, who were about to leave, stopped instantly.
Bai Chiyu noticed that this female police officer was the one who helped him record his confession. "Anything else, officer?" The policewoman did not answer the question first, but looked at Su Ji and asked, "Is this your girlfriend?"
Bai Chiyu shook her head, but Su Ji nodded.
The two's action stunned the little policewoman.
Bai Chiyu could only shake his head helplessly. After all, he was going to stay with someone else. He decided not to explain. "Officer, just tell me what you want from me." The policewoman's face suddenly flushed, and then she took out a business card and handed it to Bai Chiyu. "Well, that criminal group hasn't been cracked yet, and I'm afraid they will retaliate against you."
"This is my business card, call me if you have any problems." Bai Chiyu smiled and nodded after hearing this. "Thank you."
The policewoman smiled shyly. "You can call me when you have nothing to do." After saying that, he ran away immediately. Bai Chiyu looked at the policewoman leaving and instantly understood that it was indeed her damn charm that caused all the trouble. "But I'm not a gigolo now, otherwise I could try to get in touch with her." But at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill. Then, Suji reached out and took the business card in her hand. Then the business card turned into a ball of paper and was thrown away by Suji.
"Okay, let's go home." Bai Chiyu's mouth twitched. "Okay."
Having said that, he got into the car with Suji.
Chapter 27. Another one. Just after they drove out of the police station, a black car immediately followed behind them. There were two people in the car, one was bald and the other was also bald. The two are twins, the only difference is that the bald man driving the car has a brown birthmark on his face.
The bald man sitting in the passenger seat looked at the Mercedes-Benz in front of him, lowered his head, picked up his cell phone, and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before a woman's angry voice came from the other end. "Speak."
"Ms. Amour," they drove away. "Should we continue to follow them?"
The bald man in the passenger seat asked cautiously.
"Follow, let's find out their identities first."
The bald co-pilot asked cautiously, "Okay, how's the boss doing?"
"Mind your own business and don't ask about things that you shouldn't."
Lou Mower's voice was cold and she hung up the phone before she finished speaking.
The bald man in the driver's seat immediately asked, "Brother, what should we do?" "Follow, Miss Mower, let's find out their identities first." "Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? Can't you just go up and knock him out with a stick and take him away?"
The bald man driving the car seemed a little impatient, with a hint of disdain on his lips.
The bald man in the co-pilot seat slapped him on the head. "Are you stupid? Miss Mower is a lawyer, do you think she's the same as our boss?" Thinking of Lou Mower's temper, the bald man who was driving shut his mouth.
At the same time, Lou Mower had just walked out of the police station, walking in a hurry with a gloomy face. Although the female detective did not make her wait for 10 hours, she still made her wait for more than 3 hours before she saw the person.
"It's so abominable. I must complain to her."
She immediately took out her cell phone angrily and prepared to make a complaint. But when Lou Mower saw the photo on the screen, his eyes froze.
The photo shows Bai Chi-yu hugging her tightly. "Chi-yu, it's been so long, don't you miss me?"
Lou Mower sighed silently, and his eyes gradually became lost. What she didn't know was that if she had come out 10 minutes earlier, she would have been able to see with her own eyes the person she missed day and night. At this time, Bai Chi-yu, who was sitting in the car, was eager to open his personal information panel. He was eager to see what entries he had obtained on this trip. And the system's voice suddenly sounded at this time. The host has successfully completed the security profession. During his tenure, he successfully forced his captain to leave, instigated the captain to destroy the school teacher, killed the principal, and blew up the principal's office. In view of the above, the host is awarded a title. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden title of the security profession destroyer. Facing this title, Bai Chi-yu was a little unconvinced. "That's not right, Aton, I destroyed the criminal's base and saved a little girl."
The system replied, "You are a school security guard. You only need to be responsible for the people and things in the school."
Bai Chi-yu was speechless.
"Forget it. Let us first see what this title means."
Thinking of this, Bai Chi-yu opened his personal information panel.
Name, Bai Chi-yu. Occupation, none.
Title, Explorer, Destroyer. Entries, white a little lucky, inspection, no cavities, anal fiery, X-ray, big appetite, ordinary, iron teeth and copper teeth, no ambition, lick dog.
Blue fishing expert, lock picker, hard-hearted, driver. Green disease removal, poison prevention, daughter slave, iron head skill.
Red thief, sharpshooter, stealth, and windfall.
Purple scalpel, photographic memory, dissection, observation.
Gold surgeon, apply what you have learned, bulletproof vest.
Bai Chi-yu first clicked on the title Destroyer. Destroyer, you can destroy an entry of the opponent with the same name and level as yours. Bai Chi-yu was stunned and suddenly shocked. Is it so powerful? Think about it, now that I have the entry for Surgical Master, can't I directly destroy Su Ji's Surgical Master? Isn't this equivalent to changing other people's destiny?
It's worthy of being a hidden title. Then, he clicked on a few new entries and browsed them one by one.
Iron Head Kung Fu Green normally, blows to the head will not work on you.
This entry was obtained from Ma Zhangping. Partial wealth red, you will gain some wealth by hurting others.
Bai Chi-yu touched his chin.
This entry should have been obtained from the man with iron head and diamond legs.
Observation purple, possessing observation abilities beyond those of ordinary people. This was obtained from Yen Yimin.
Licking dog white, likes to lick puppies. Driver Ching, you have extraordinary driving skills. The only people Bai Chi-yu had come into contact with were the daughter of Lu Rinjia and Lu Ocean.
Lu Ocean's daughter definitely doesn't know how to drive, so the term she provided should be, licks the dog. Lu Rinjia provided the driver.
Now, the white entries of the white 7 fish have total 10, which is just right for fusion.
However, when he saw the entry Little Luck, he hesitated.
Little Lucky is the entry he brought, and it feels different from the other entries, so he is a little reluctant to give it up. However, how much luck can little luck bring? Thinking of this, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Can we go to the lottery shop first? Bai Qiyu asked Suji. Okay. Suji said and changed direction. She didn't ask why. As long as Bai Qiyu wanted to do it, she would try her best to satisfy him. The two soon arrived at a nearby lottery shop. The lottery shop was filled with smoke and the air was filled with a strong smell of tobacco. Many people were holding lottery tickets and staring at the big screen, as if a huge prize would jump out of the lottery ticket in the next second. Suji frowned. She didn't come to places like this often and was not used to this kind of environment. Bai Qiyu walked straight to a counter and said to the lady boss who was eating sunflower seeds and looking down at her phone, "Lady boss, give me a scratch ticket." The proprietress looked up, saw a customer coming in, smiled, and asked, "How much is it?" $2 will do. When she heard that it was $2, the lady boss didn't show any displeasure. Instead, she took out a scratch ticket and handed it to Bai Qiyu. "Good luck." Bai Qiyu smiled, picked up a coin on the table and started scratching for the prize. As the scratch was made, Bai Qiyu's eyes slightly raised. "I got it, 2 pieces?" Seeing this scene, the proprietress smiled. She was already used to this kind of situation. Most of the scratch tickets were empty or had small prizes, like this $2 one, which was normal. "Another one?" asked the proprietress. Bai Qiyu nodded. "Another one." Chapter 28. I'll drive. The proprietress took out a new scratch-off ticket and handed it to him. Bai Qiyu picked up the coin and gently scratched it, and the result was still the winning number 2 yuan. "Another one." Bai Qiyu continued. The proprietress continued to pass it to Bai Qiyu. As Bai Qiyu scratched it open, there were another 2 yuan. What is going on? The proprietress felt a chill in her heart and felt that something was wrong. Without waiting for Bai Qiyu to speak, she took out another lottery ticket. Bai Qiyu shook his head and said, "Give me a 5 yuan bill." The proprietress took out another 5 yuan note, and Bai Qiyu scratched it and saw the winner, 5 yuan. Bai Qiyu scratched 10 tickets in a row and won all of them, all 5 yuan. The lady boss was shocked. She looked at Bai Qiyu and then at the scratch tickets. Was it printed wrong? All of them were 5 yuan notes? So I picked it up and scratched one myself. But it didn't work. I scratched 2 more times, but still didn't win. Suji, who was watching from the side, also showed a hint of surprise on her usually calm face. Bai Qiyu frowned. How could this balance of income and expenditure be considered as a small fortune? It was really hard. "Give me 2 packs of 50 yuan ones," Bai Qiyu said to the proprietress. The proprietress laughed and said, "There are 60 tickets in 1 pack, and 2 packs would cost 6,000 yuan. She immediately handed 2 packs of scratch tickets to Bai Qiyu. Bai Qiyu took it and gave one to Suji. "You can come too, we'll each have one." "Me?" Suji was stunned. She never played with this kind of thing, but this was given to her by Qiyu, and she couldn't refuse it at all. So, the two of them started playing scratch-off games. At this time, the lottery players who had been staring at the screen also noticed the two of them. In this situation, they rarely saw them and gathered around them. But when he saw the battle between the two, he was stunned for a moment. What's wrong with this little security guard? Every time he scratches out a ticket, he gets 50 yuan. Is this a magic trick? The beautiful lady next to him is even more outrageous. She also wins the prize every time. At first, it was 2 yuan, then 5 yuan, and 10 yuan. The prize keeps getting bigger and bigger. What kind of operation is this? The two of them finally cleared out the 2 packs of scratch tickets in front of them. Bai Qiyu was heartbroken, especially when he saw Suji, who was smiling beside him. He felt even more heartbroken. As expected, he scratched out 50 yuan each time, but the last one Suji scratched out was 5 million. Adding the previous ones, I'm afraid it would be at least 10 million. The people watching nearby were also going crazy. Who had ever seen such a scene? The proprietress looked at Bai Qiyu and Suji in shock. If she hadn't handed the scratch card to them personally and seen it with her own eyes, she would have wanted to call the police. She has been doing this for so many years and has never seen anything so outrageous. Not a single empty one? She looked at the neatly stacked scratch tickets in front of Suji and said enviously, "Girl, you are so lucky, but I can only redeem prizes of less than 3,000 yuan per ticket. If you want more, you need to go to the lottery center to redeem it."
Unexpectedly, Suji shook her head and took the scratch card in her hand. No, I won't exchange it. This is a gift from Chiyu. I won't exchange it for any money. Bai Chiyu knew that Suji didn't like this little money, but he didn't expect that she would attach so much importance to the gift he gave her. But when he looked at Suji's stack of lottery tickets, he suddenly felt that his entry of little luck was useless. Bai Chiyu was disheartened and contacted the system directly in his mind. System, melt all the white entries. Okay. After a familiar trance, the system's voice came. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a blue entry. Little lucky blue, you have a bit of good luck. Upgraded to a little luck with a blue entry? The previous introduction was that I had a little bit of luck, but now the introduction has become, I had a little bit of luck? So Bai Chiyu asked the proprietress for another pack of scratch cards. Everyone's eyes fell on Bai Chiyu's actions again. However, after scraping out the first one, Bai Chiyu frowned. Or 50? This luck hasn't changed? Continue scraping, it's the same. After finishing a pack, there are still all 50. Bai Chiyu was speechless. After being merged into the blue entry, it was of no use at all. But the people watching nearby were dumbfounded. Wouldn't the scratch card be a loss? Everyone immediately shouted to the proprietress to buy the same scratch tickets as Bai Chiyu, and basically everyone got a pack. The proprietress couldn't stop smiling. Bai Chiyu consumed 10 white items and exchanged them for a useless blue item, which suddenly felt a bit boring. Then he prepared to pay the bill with the proprietress and leave. Because the prize he won was the same as the face value, he only had to pay for Suji's bag. At this time, the proprietress smiled and said, No, thanks to you for bringing me such good business, just come more often in the future. Hearing this, Bai Chi smiled. This package is 3,000 yuan. How can it be so easy to get rid of it? This must be a little luck. However, Bai Chiyu always feels that it is not that simple. Will there be any other effects after this entry is upgraded? But after the integration, will this entry disappear? Bai Chiyu didn't know, so this matter could only be discussed later. After thanking the boss, the two got into the car with Suji again. Suji was about to drive home, but Bai Chiyu suddenly said, Don't go home yet, take a detour. Suji still didn't ask any more questions and started driving aimlessly on the street. Bai Chiyu now has a photographic memory and observation skills. As soon as he left the police station, he noticed the black car following them. The reason why he went to the lottery shop was, firstly, to verify the effect of the little lucky entry, and secondly, to confirm whether the black car passed by chance or followed them on purpose. Now Bai Chiyu is sure that he and Suji stayed in the lottery shop for such a long time, and the car behind them was following them. The matter is very obvious. Bai Chiyu looked back and frowned, drive faster. Suji began to speed up slowly, but even at the speed she had driven with Bai Chiyu yesterday, the car behind was still following closely. Bai Chiyu signaled Suji to stop the car first, and the car behind also stopped at a certain distance. What happened? Suji finally couldn't help but ask. Bai Chiyu's eyes flickered, someone is following us. They have been following us since we came out of the police station. Are they from those criminal gangs? Suji asked. Bai Chiyu shook his head, I don't know, but it's definitely not a gift for us. What should we do then? Suji was also a little worried. Of course, she was more worried about Bai Chiyu's safety. Let's change positions and I'll drive. Bai Chiyu wanted to test how good his level was as a driver. Chapter 29, Getting Money for Work. Bai Chiyu was just about to open the passenger door and get out. But before the door was opened, Suji pulled it with her slender hand. Just change in the car. Before she finished her words, her long legs nimbly crossed the center console, turned around and pressed on Bai Chiyu's body. This posture is very familiar to Bai Chiyu. Before he broke up with Suji, they often used this action to discuss the origin of life. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became a little strange. Suji could clearly feel the changes in Bai Chiyu's body. She was delighted. As expected, Chiyu still had feelings for me. However, she knew that the current situation was not suitable for thinking about such things. She quickly regained her sanity and whispered, Won't you move for a moment? Oh. Bai Chiyu moved. Suji's body immediately softened and she fell directly on Bai Chiyu's chest. I asked you to change seats. Suji suppressed her shame and tried hard to squeeze out these words. Bai Chiyu finally reacted. But it's not his fault. How else can you move when such a beautiful woman in front of you asks you to move? Bai Qiyu immediately changed to the driver's seat in a hurry. The moment he touched the steering wheel, Bai Qiyu suddenly felt like he was already an experienced driver. With a step on the accelerator, the car suddenly took off, a roar was heard, and the speed soared instantly. Behind, the bald brother who was originally following was frightened and quickly accelerated to catch up. "Brother, that car is driving so fast, has it discovered us?" The bald man driving the car couldn't help but ask. The bald man in the passenger seat was jumping with anxiety. "Don't worry about it for now, just follow him. Don't let him get away." The bald driver tried hard to keep up with the car in front, but both the performance of the car and their driving skills were far inferior to Bai Qiyu's. Just when they were about to lose the car in front suddenly slowed down and they did not lose it. As soon as they caught up, the car in front accelerated again. "Just sprint for a while, wait for them for a while, sprint for a while, wait for them for a while. Brother, that person must have discovered us. He is playing a trick on us. Should we still follow him?" "Follow him." The bald man in the co-pilot's seat gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't believe he can keep running." Suji stood by and widened her eyes in disbelief. Whenever Qiyu was with her before, she always drove herself. As for Chiyu's driving skills, they were just better than nothing. But now, Qiyu was like a cat playing with a mouse as he couldn't get rid of the black car. "What on earth has Qiyu been through during these years since she left me?" As the two cars drove one after the other, they soon left the city and went further and further away. When the bald brothers chased Bai Qiyu to the suburbs, they found that Bai Qiyu's car began to accelerate suddenly. They also accelerated, but not long after, they could no longer see any trace of him. The bald man drove for a distance and saw that there was no trace of the G-Class in front of him. He stepped on the brakes and said, "Brother, something is wrong. Who would come to the suburbs for no reason?" The bald man in the co-pilot seat also felt something was wrong. He quickly took out his cell phone and said, "I'll call Miss Moore right away and ask what to do next." However, before he could make the call, the high beams behind him suddenly came on. The two brothers thought it was a passing car, but the car unexpectedly stopped behind them. The high beams refracted through the rearview mirrors and pierced their eyes. Then there was a knock on the car window. Boom, boom, boom. A handsome face that looks only slightly uglier than you, the audience, appeared outside the car window. Bai Qiyu had a harmless smile on his face, as gentle as a docile kitten. He waved his hand, signaling them to lower the car window. The two bald men looked at each other. The bald man in the co-pilot seat quickly put his hand on the dagger behind his waist, while the bald man in the driver's seat hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered the car window. However, at the moment the car window was lowered, a cold light flashed, and Bai Qiyu's scalpel was suddenly placed on the neck of the bald driver in the car. The bald brothers didn't expect Bai Qiyu to be so decisive. He didn't even say a word and just took action. It all happened so fast that the two had no time to react. The bald guy in the driver's seat was almost frightened to death. The coldness on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. The bald man in the co-pilot seat said hurriedly, "Brother, what are you doing? Robbery? We'll give you all the money, don't be impulsive. Don't talk nonsense. I'll tell you to count to 3. Take out the thing behind your waist. If you don't take it out before I finish counting, you'll lose your head." Bai Qiyu looked at him with a sneer. 1. The bald man in the passenger seat hesitated slightly. But at this moment, he suddenly heard his brother scream in pain, "Ah! It hurts." He saw that the scalpel had cut his brother's skin and blood was slowly oozing out. It takes time to scream out in pain. 3. Bai Qiyu showed his white teeth and seemed to be ready to take action the next moment. The bald man in the passenger seat quickly took out the dagger from his back and threw it on the center console. "Okay, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive." Seeing this, Bai Qiyu relaxed the blade in his hand a little. He asked with interest, "What are your names?" The bald man in the passenger seat said, "My name is Li Lao Air, and he is my younger brother Li Lao San." "You are triplets?" Li Lao Air shook his head. "No, they are twins." Bai Qiyu was puzzled. "Where is Boss Li?" "My dad is Boss Li." "Okay, that's what you guys think, right?" Bai Qiyu was a little speechless. "Who sent you here?" Li Lauer was stunned for a moment, looking a little embarrassed. "We don't know who it is, but someone paid us to follow you." Bai Qiyu chuckled. "I've already driven so far out of the city, and you're making me go for nothing. Isn't that inappropriate?" Li Lauer shook his head. "Not appropriate. It would not be appropriate if you lose your life just because you followed me." Bai Qiyu waved the scalpel in Li Laosan's neck, and the blade gently touched the skin. Feeling the chill of the blade, Li Laosan swallowed almost subconsciously. It's even more inappropriate.
Then tell the truth.
Brother. I really don't know. We just do the job for money. Li Lao's face was full of grievance.
Bai Qiyu heard this, his eyes were still cold, and he smiled lightly, okay. After he said that, he did not hesitate to slash the scalpel across the back of Li Laosan's neck, and then immediately put it on Li Laosan's throat.
Chapter 30. Because bald people are strong. With his expertise in surgery and dissection, he now knew where to inflict pain without harming life. Ah! Li Laosan screamed, brother. Tell him, he will really do it. Bai Qiyu showed no expression and said in a cold voice, do you know why I brought you to the suburbs? Li Lao's heart sank, and the scene before him made him shudder. You. There are no witnesses here. Bai Qiyu's smile became even colder. Bai Qiyu's smile made Li Lao feel the danger.
Seeing his brother's neck bleeding, he finally gritted his teeth and said, our boss is Lu Lang, the man who was taken to the police station with you today.
We just want to find you to understand the situation. We don't want to hurt you. Don't you want to hurt me? Bai Qiyu sneered.
He didn't believe such words.
Lu Lang's 2 bodyguards had guns before.
Besides, Lu Lang himself was a person with extra income, so what good things could it be?
Seeing that Bai Qiyu didn't believe him, Li Lao hurriedly explained, it's true. The one who sent us here this time is our second young lady Lu Moer. She is a famous lawyer in Zhongyin City.
You should have heard of her.
Hearing this name, Bai Qiyu frowned. Who is the second young lady you are talking about? Lu Moer. Was he being followed by some dirty creature?
He had already run into 3 ex-girlfriends in just a few days.
Now here was another one? Call her. Bai Qiyu ordered.
Li Lao had no choice but to take out his cell phone and dial Lu Moer's number.
The call was quickly connected, and Lu Moer's voice came, how is it, have you found out? Li Lao did not answer immediately, but looked at Bai Qiyu cautiously, waiting for his instructions. Bai Qiyu signaled Li Lao to hang up the phone. Li Lao didn't hesitate and quickly pressed the hang up button.
Bai Qiyu recognized that it was indeed Lu Moer's voice, and judging from the meaning of her words, she really just wanted 2 people to investigate.
If you want to know the truth of the case, let your second young lady go find the police. Don't bother me again, otherwise.
Bai Qiyu said as he slashed Li Laosan's neck with the scalpel again, next time I'll cut his throat.
Li Laosan wanted to cry. You are talking to my brother, why are you cutting me? By the way, I have one last question.
Bai Qiyu was about to retract the scalpel, but put it back on.
Li Laosan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but this scared him again. You ask.
Why did you 2 shave your heads?
It doesn't look good. Bai Qiyu didn't understand.
The 2 brothers looked at each other and said, because bald guys are strong.
Bai Qiyu rolled his eyes and walked away speechlessly. Brother? What should we do now? Li Laosan covered the back of his neck.
Li Lao looked at the blood gushing out of his brother's neck and immediately said, I'll drive, let's go to the hospital first. Suji watched the vehicles ahead gradually go away, and then she breathed a sigh of relief.
She turned to look at Bai Qiyu. Qiyu, are you okay? I'm fine. Then why didn't you kill them? Suji asked puzzledly.
Bai Qiyu was dumbfounded, looking at Suji in disbelief. No, how can you say killing someone is as simple as killing a fish or a chicken?
Suji looked at the car going farther and farther away coldly, and snorted softly, Humph, if they dare to attack you, they deserve to die.
Hearing this, Bai Qiyu shook his head helplessly and explained softly, these 2 people are just here to investigate us, don't worry.
However, you do have to be careful during this period of time.
Bai Qiyu knew that since the 2 bald guys could keep up with them, if the criminal group really wanted to take revenge, they would not let them go easily.
Then you will protect me, right? Suji looked at Bai Qiyu with expectation. Bai Qiyu's heart moved.
His security job was over. He would definitely have no place to live. He might as well live with Suji and protect her. So Bai Qiyu nodded and said, okay, my job just went out of business, so I'll just stay at your house for a while.
Hearing this, Suji was overjoyed. Of course, you can stay as long as you want, even for life. If possible, I hope you will never work again and I will support you.
Bai Qiyu felt a little overwhelmed to see such an icy beauty looking at him with such fiery eyes. Just step on the accelerator and drive away. Afterwards, Bai Qiyu drove back to Suji's home with Suji. As soon as she arrived at Suji's house, she ran into the kitchen and started cooking busily.
It has the meaning of being a good wife and mother.
If he wasn't so focused on reading the entries, he might have been tempted by this woman instead. After a while, a plate of shredded potatoes was brought in front of Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu looked at the shredded potatoes and swallowed subconsciously.
There won't be sleeping pills in it this time, right?
But, forget it, if there is, there is.
I'm not afraid anyway.
So, Bai Chiyu picked up his chopsticks and started eating, while thinking about what to do next. The first is the issue of Suji's safety. Right now, both the school and the hospital are under intensive investigation and protection by the police. It is relatively safe there, so there should be no problem for Suji to go to work. The real danger might happen when she is on her way to or from get off work, or at home. I live here, so there are not many problems at home. Of course, it's not that there are no problems at all. If two people with guns come, Bai Chiyu doesn't think he can withstand the bullets. However, he felt that the possibility was not high. Everyone living in this community had an official status and they would not take such a big risk to come here and cause trouble. The only hidden danger was probably the commute to and from get off work. It seemed that he would have to pick up Suji himself. Secondly, I can't get any entries now, so I need to find a new job as soon as possible. Is there any job that would allow me to pick up and drop off Suji without delaying the process and at the same time get in touch with more people to write entries? Suddenly, Bai Chiyu's eyes lit up. At this time, Suji suddenly reached out her hand to Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu frowned subconsciously, but knew that Suji would not do anything to her, so she did not avoid her. Suji naturally picked up a piece of potato shreds that was stuck to the corner of Bai Chiyu's mouth and gently put it into her own mouth. Seeing Suji's intimate action, Bai Chiyu was subconsciously stunned. This is too tempting. If I live with her, I won't let her eat me. Suji didn't think it was wrong at all. Instead, she asked calmly, I saw you were thinking about something just now.
What were you thinking about?
Bai Chiyu immediately came back to his senses at this time. I suddenly thought of a job that won't delay my taking you to and from get off work.
Suji subconsciously asked, what job? Chapter 31 Find a friend to help. Online taxi driver.
Bai Chiyu said with a smile. Suji frowned slightly and grabbed Bai Chiyu's hand, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance. Why do you have to find a job?
Just like before, I support you and buy you whatever you want. Isn't this good?
Bai Chiyu took a deep breath.
As expected, women just lust after their own bodies?
But I, Bai Chiyu, have changed my ways now.
I want to work hard.
I want to work hard on the entries.
Even if I jump off from here, I will never eat your food.
However, Suji sighed and seemed to compromise. Forget it, if you really want to drive an online hailing car, go ahead, but you can't drive this G-Class.
That car can only accommodate you and me. There is another car in the garage.
You can drive that one to drive the online hailing car.
Bai Chiyu suddenly burped. Ah. It smells so good. You can still eat a little bit of this soft rice.
The reason why Suji suddenly agreed was that she thought that if Bai Chiyu went back to work as a security guard or went to find Sukaiwe, it would be even more disadvantageous to her. Moreover, she didn't want to ask Bai Chiyu for anything, as long as Chiyu liked it.
At this time, Li Lauer had just sent Li Laosan to the hospital and immediately called Lu Moer.
Lu Moer picked up the phone as soon as it rang. She had a premonition that Li Lauer must have been in trouble when he suddenly hung up the phone, so she did not call back immediately, but waited patiently for Li Lauer to contact her again. But she was not sure whether the person who called her back was Li Lauer. At this time, Li Lauer's voice came, Miss Moer, my brother was scratched on the neck and has been sent to the hospital. The doctor said it was just a skin injury and nothing serious. He can stay overnight and be discharged tomorrow morning. Hearing Li Lauer's words, Lu Moer breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me the details of the matter.
Li Lauer swallowed his saliva while recalling the scene. It's like this.
We were following that car, but the people in the car found us, led us to the suburbs, and threatened us with a knife. After learning your ID card, they let us go and told you to go to the police if you have any problems and not to bother them again.
How many of them are they? Lu Moer asked with a frown.
There were two people. The one threatening us was a man, and there was a woman in the car who hadn't gotten out yet.
What kind of knife is he holding? Lu Moer asked again. It's a small knife. It looks like a scalpel.
At this point, Li Lauer's voice became much softer. Yes, we were two grown men with weapons, but we were held hostage by someone with only a knife.
It was really embarrassing. Lu Lang really has two good subordinates.
Lu Mower said sarcastically.
Li Lauer's face suddenly turned red. It's all because of that kid. He has no moral principles and attacked us.
Lu Mower interrupted him impatiently. Okay, stop talking nonsense and send me the license plate number.
Okay. Li Lauer quickly agreed. Noticing that Lu Mower was about to hang up the phone, Li Lauer hurriedly asked, "What should we do next?"
Lu Mower sighed and said, "A small scalpel can take down both of you.
If you can't do it, go find a class. If you still can't do it, go practice for 2.5 years and become a trainee."
After saying that, she didn't give Li Lauer another chance and hung up the phone.
Li Lauer frowned and stood there in a daze.
Next to him, Li Lao-san, who had just bandaged his wound, couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what did Miss Mower say? She thought we were too weak and made the two of us work as chickens."
Li Lao-san?
Bai Chiyu went to rest after finishing his meal. This time Suji did not ask Bai Chiyu to go to her room. Just as Bai Chiyu was lying drowsy on the bed, his door was opened again. Seeing the familiar sneaky figure, Bai Chiyu knew that it was Suji coming again.
Bai Chiyu immediately pretended to sleep. Su Zhizhen fell into Bai Chiyu's arms again. "Chiyu, do you know?
I was really scared today, but in order not to make you worry, I had to pretend that I didn't care about anything."
Suji stroked Bai Chiyu's cheek. "Also, you are so handsome today, but I don't like you being so handsome. That policeman named Yang Mu is going to eat you up. From now on, you should be obedient and stay by my side, okay?"
Bai Chiyu suddenly felt a sense of warmth in his heart. But then Suji continued, "Yang Mu hugged your arm today, right?
Tell me, should I cut off your arm?" The warmth in Bai Chiyu's heart disappeared in an instant. "My goodness, if you knew how many times I had been kept and how many women had hugged me, wouldn't you chop me into stuffing? As expected, it's better to be single. Once I'm sure Suji is safe, I must run away." Gradually, Suji's breathing became steady and she soon fell asleep.
It is always hard to resist having a beauty in your arms.
Bai Chiyu quickly sang the national anthem twice before he suppressed his desire.
Then he fell asleep too.
The next day, Bai Chiyu stood in front of the A8 and frowned. "Isn't it a bit too arrogant to use this to drive an online ride-hailing car?" Suji didn't quite understand. What's so arrogant about such a cheap car? Sure enough, this rich woman thinks differently.
Forget it, let's just take this. It is relatively easy to register for online ride-hailing in this world. As long as you have a car and a driver's license, you can drive an online ride-hailing car.
However, Bai Chiyu couldn't even complete such a simple process.
Suji looked at Bai Chiyu in disbelief. You don't have a driver's license."
Bai Chiyu nodded as a matter of course not. "Didn't you know this before?"
"I knew it before, but from the way you drove yesterday, it was obvious that you were an experienced driver." Suji thought that Bai Chiyu had learned how to drive in the past few years.
"Forget it, I might as well drive a black car,"
Bai Chiyu said as he got into the car. Suji sighed, turned around and sat in the passenger seat. "I'd better ask a friend for help." Bai Chiyu drove towards the hospital, while Suji took out her cell phone and dialed a number. At this time, Lu Mower was staring at the license plate number on his mobile phone, lost in thought. Ever since Li Lauer sent her the license plate number last night, she felt like she had seen it somewhere. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang.
She couldn't help but frown.
She hated being disturbed when she was thinking. But when she saw the incoming call number, Lu Mower's anger disappeared instantly and she immediately answered the phone.
"Hello, what day is today? Sometimes even the Ice Beauty calls me on her own initiative,"
Lu Mower said with a smile.
Chapter 32 discovered by Lu Mower. "Mower, I want to ask you for a favor."
Although Suji didn't smile, her words were no longer so cold.
When Bai Chiyu heard the word Mower, the corner of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Could it be the Mower he was thinking of?
Lu Mower was stunned when she heard this, but then she laughed. "The sun really rose from the west today. Not only did you take the initiative to call me, but you also asked me for help.
It's rare for you to speak up for once. Just tell me. No matter what it is, I will help you get it done."
"I have a friend who doesn't have a driver's license and wants you to help him with the process."
"I thought it was something simple.
Just send his information over.
It will be ready by tomorrow at the latest."
"Thank you,"
Suji said.
"Why should we be polite to each other?" Lu Mower smiled, but it was the first time she heard Suji say thank you.
After the two hung up the phone, Suji sent Bai Chiyu's information. Bai Chiyu asked Xiang Suji, I heard you call her Moore just now. Is she the lawyer Lu Moore? Suji turned her head and looked at Bai Chiyu in surprise. Do you know her? Bai Chiyu nodded. Who doesn't know the famous lawyer Lu? It's more than just knowing each other.
Let me put it this way, she has a mole on her body, she can't even see it, but I can.
Isn't it amazing?
Of course, he wouldn't say this, because he didn't know how Lu Moore would react when she saw his information. But it shouldn't be a big deal. After all, we've broken up for a long time, and I'm just a gigolo.
She should have forgotten me by now.
At this time, Lu Moore was already in tears as she looked at Bai Chiyu's information and photos.
6 years and 9 months.
After 6 years and 9 months, I finally found him. She was prepared to spend her whole life looking for this man, but she didn't expect that she would meet him in just 6 years and 9 months.
God was very kind to her.
Suddenly, her brows frowned slightly.
But why does Suji know Chiyu? Given Suji's temper, she doesn't have many female friends, let alone men.
Especially after being hurt by a bastard, I really don't want anyone to get close to me.
I can only talk to her but can't contact her. Etc.
She suddenly thought of something and immediately opened the license plate number that Li Lauer sent her.
This is Suji's license plate number. The woman in the car is Suji, and the man who hurt Li Lao-san is Bai Chiyu? What is the relationship between Suji and Bai Chiyu? Lu Moore immediately wanted to call Suji to find out.
But as soon as this idea came to mind, she rejected it. No, if they are really in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, if I ask directly, I will expose myself. She has to investigate first. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Suji, where should I send your documents after they are processed? Suji replied immediately, just deliver it to my house directly. When Lu Moore saw the message, her eyes narrowed instantly.
Home? The two of them were so close?
It seemed that she had to go there in person. At this time, Lu Moore's assistant knocked on the door and walked in. Sister Moore, we should leave for Jinma Hotel. There is a heavy to torrential rain forecast today, so we'd better leave early. Lu Moore finally came back to her senses from her thoughts about Bai Chiyu. She nodded and said, okay, by the way, help me cancel all the arrangements after 6 o'clock. The assistant said with some embarrassment, but, you have a dinner with Mr. Su of Jinue Group after 6 o'clock.
Lu Moore said directly, I'm not going. Ah.
That's the Jinue Group. If we just push it like this, it might be difficult to conduct business with them in the future. It's just a hongmen feast set up by that woman Su Jinyu.
Don't worry about it. Just turn it down. Not to mention Su Jinyu, even the president of Xia country would have to give in if he met Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu also sent Suji to the hospital.
When Suji was about to get off the car, Bai Chiyu suddenly touched Suji's head and said, I'll pick you up after get off work this afternoon.
Suji blushed, which was rare, and nodded, yeah. Then he opened the car door and left.
Bai Chiyu also smiled at this time. He felt the information that the entry had arrived, which meant that he now had a career again.
Thinking of this, Bai Chiyu quickly opened the system page. Name, Bai Chiyu. Occupation, black car driver.
Title, Explorer, Destroyer.
Entry, white nun. Blue fishing expert, lock picker, hard-hearted, driver, little lucky. Green disease removal, poison prevention, daughter slave, iron head skill.
Red thief, sharpshooter, stealth, extravagance, stitching.
Purple scalpel, photographic memory, dissection, observation.
Gold surgeon, apply what you have learned, bulletproof vest.
Bai Chiyu clicked on the new, suture, entry.
Suture read, your suturing skills are very good, and there will be no scars left after suturing. Although it is a red entry, it doesn't seem to have much effect.
Never mind, it's better than nothing. But my career became a black car driver. Is it because I don't have a driver's license? Online ride-hailing services can accept orders through the internet. Taxis can be actively hailed through car platforms and people on the roadside. How do illegal taxis run? Do I have to take the initiative to attract customers?
Thinking of this, Bai Chiyu opened the car window and said to a young nurse who had just finished her night shift, Hi, pretty girl, would you like a ride? When the young nurse heard the shout, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. It was really distressing that someone as beautiful as her was always approached by others. She was about to refuse when she saw an A8 driving over.
A8? A rich guy? But so what? Just because you have a little money, you don't know your own worth. Hey, wait, what's up with this handsome face? Does this handsome guy like me? What if he wants me to be his girlfriend? Should I have a Western-style wedding or a Chinese-style wedding? I don't know whether he likes boys or girls. Okay, as long as you propose, I will agree. The little nurse shouted to Bai Qiyu. This scared Bai Qiyu. What a good girl, how could she be stupid? At this moment, a figure suddenly stood directly in front of the nurse. I'm sorry, brother, you already has a girlfriend, so don't think too much about it. Su Kaiwa pinched her waist, like a puppy guarding its food. The nurse looked at the little girl and then at the handsome guy, and immediately felt that there was no hope. This girl is so pretty. She is on the same level as Director Su. There is no need to think about it. Thinking of this, the young nurse left dejectedly. Chapter 33, Making Friends Out of Nothing. Bai Qiyu didn't expect to meet Su Kaiwa here, but looking at her aggressive look, why did it seem like she was here to settle a score with him? I saw Su Kaiwa walking in front of me with a look of grievance. Before Bai Qiyu could speak, Su Kaiwa said with tears in her eyes, Brother Qiyu, why did you leave without saying goodbye? If I hadn't come to Su Ji's workplace today to wait for you, you would have run away from me again. Bai Qiyu looked at Su Kaiwa and sighed, we broke up, didn't we? I don't want to. You said you had a terminal illness and would die soon, then you left a letter and ran away. Can this be considered a breakup? Since there is nothing wrong with your health, why did you lie to me? Why did you break up with me? Her voice was getting louder and louder, and tears were glistening in her eyes, looking like they could fall at any moment. What else could it be? You're too poor. As a daughter of a wealthy family, your monthly pocket money is only 100,000 yuan. I can't bear to strip you of all your money. Hey, you see, I'm a pretty good person. But, I certainly can't tell the truth. Kaiwa, look at me. I don't have any skills, let alone any abilities. I am not worthy of you. The scumbag's quotes came out casually, and Bai Qiyu couldn't help but despise himself in his heart. Bah, what a scumbag. However, Su Kaiwa seemed to believe his words completely. Brother you, so this is why you broke up with me. It's okay. I have already discussed it with my sister. She will help you find a job. With your ability and my help, you will definitely become a billionaire within a year. Bai Qiyu was stunned. Your sister arranged a job for me? To become a billionaire in 1 year? A job to rob a bank? Su Kaiwa shook her head. No, it's the security captain. Bai Qiyu was speechless. Even if I were to be the captain of the president's bodyguards, I wouldn't make 100 million a year. How could that be? The security captain of my sister's company earns 7,000 a month, which is 84,000 a year. Plus, after you get married, my sister promised to give you a 100 million red envelope. Won't you become a billionaire by then? Bai Qiyu laughed. If you calculate it this way, the security captain can really become a billionaire in 1 year. Bullshit. Isn't this all your assistance? So Bai Qiyu shook his head. I already have a job now. Su Kaiwa looked at Bai Qiyu, and then at the A8 he was driving. You're just driving this broken car as an illegal taxi? Going to my sister's place is much better than driving an illegal taxi. Su Kaiwa didn't understand. Rent a taxi? A man's voice suddenly sounded next to him. Shall we go? Bai Qiyu and Su Tsayue's attention were immediately attracted. The man was wearing a baseball cap and had an ordinary appearance, so he didn't look eye-catching. Obviously, he heard the conversation between Su Kaiwa and Bai Qiyu and knew that Bai Qiyu was a taxi driver. When Bai Qiyu heard that business was coming, he immediately smiled and nodded. Get in the car, let's go. The man in the baseball cap opened the back door and got in. However, Su Kaiwa suddenly grabbed the car door handle. Don't leave, I won't let you slip away from me again. The man in the peaked cap frowned, looked at her, then looked at Bai Qiyu, and asked coldly, Are you still leaving? Let's go right away. Bai Qiyu turned to Su Kaiwa and said, I really have to go to work now, so I'll give you my contact information and address, and you can call me anytime you want. After hearing this, Su Kaiwa finally nodded and felt relieved. As long as she could find Qiyu at any time, it would be fine. So, Bai Qiyu handed her his phone number, started the car and set off. Just as Bai Qiyu drove away, a car followed behind. In the car were Li Laoer and Li Laosan, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Because Li Laosan was injured, Li Laoer drove this time. Brother, is it really that guy? Li Laosan asked uncertainly. How could I have mistaken his face?
Li Lauer stared at the car in front of him, afraid that he would lose the target by accident. But that guy is really ruthless.
Li Laosan still felt a little scared.
Li Lauer snorted coldly. We were careless last night and were fooled by him, but today is different.
His knife is not on our necks. With our fighting power, how can we be afraid of him? Besides, Miss Moore asked us to be prostitutes. Can you bear it? Li Laosan's face instantly turned pale. I can't stand it.
Then call Miss Moore and tell her that we have found him and we must take care of him today.
Li Lauer said coldly. Li Laosan immediately picked up the phone and called Lu Moore.
Lu Moore had just arrived at the Jinmao Hotel, and before he got off the car, he received a call from Li Laosan.
Lu Moore picked up the phone and said, "Why are you calling me again?" Li Laosan quickly responded, "Miss Moore, we ran into the man from last night again at the hospital entrance and are following him now.
We were just too careless yesterday. Don't worry, as long as we catch up with him, we will take care of him immediately." Lu Moore was stunned when he heard what Li Laosan said.
That man from yesterday? At the hospital entrance? Doesn't Su Ji work at Zhongyin Hospital? That's right. It's the 7 fishes.
Lu Moore immediately said, "Don't act rashly, just follow me."
Tell me where you are now. We are now heading towards Shaha Market, replied Li Laosan.
Okay, you must follow him closely, but don't take any action.
I'll be there soon.
Lu Moore hung up the phone and immediately ordered the assistant beside him, "Don't go to the hotel, go to Shaha Market instead."
But. No buts. Lu Moore immediately interrupted the assistant anxiously.
The assistant said nothing more and drove to Shaha Market immediately. In the car, Bai Qiyu smiled and said to the man in the baseball cap, "Handsome man, for safety, please fasten your seatbelt." However, the man in the baseball cap still did not respond, and did not even raise his eyelids. Bai Qiyu curled her lips when she saw that the man ignored her. He didn't even fasten his seatbelt, which showed that he was really irresponsible with his own life. However, he suddenly remembered that the man had just come out of the hospital, so he couldn't help asking, "Handsome guy, you went to the hospital, are you sick?" This time, the man just raised his eyelids slightly and still did not respond. Bai Qiyu understood instantly, "It's not that kind of disease, is it? You should be more open-minded. Many men have this disease." The man's mouth twitched slightly, as if he was angry at these words. "No, I just came to see a friend." Bai Qiyu had an expression of "you know what I mean, yes, I know everything. I made friends out of nothing." The corners of the man's mouth twitched even more. "I really don't have that disease." Yes, you are right." Bai Qiyu immediately agreed. Chapter 34, I can't break the trick. The man was so angry that he wanted to explode. If he wasn't afraid of being caught by surveillance cameras when riding in a regular taxi, why would he take this kind of black car? Boss, what a fool. I just came here to find out the news about Su Ji and Yenimin, not to make them disappear. Is it necessary for me to be so cautious? When we get there, I'm going to teach this driver a lesson. The man thought to himself. Bai Qiyu narrowed her eyes when she saw the man in the baseball cap didn't say anything. There was something wrong with this man. Through the entry, observation read, Bai Qiyu clearly remembered that when he was picking him up just now, there was a regular taxi nearby, but he did not take it, but took his own black car instead. Moreover, the price he asked for was higher than that of regular taxis, and he did not bargain. This was really a bit abnormal. That's why he was testing him verbally. If the man didn't have this problem, he would have been angry if he was questioned. If he had this problem, he would have been even angrier. But this man endured it, which only means that he had other intentions. At this time, Bai Qiyu glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye. Why did the car behind him look so familiar? Wasn't it the car that followed him last night? Bai Qiyu could even see 2 bald heads standing out in the car. Could it be that the guy in the car is in the same group as the 2 bald guys in the back? Just when Bai Qiyu was thinking of this, the sirens of a police car suddenly sounded. The man in the back seat was suddenly startled. Could it be that he had been discovered? Bai Qiyu was also shocked. No way, they are not here to check cars, I don't have a driver's license now. The two reacted almost at the same time. The man in the back seat suddenly pulled out a pistol from his arms, turned on the safety, and pointed it directly at Bai Qiyu's head.
Bai Chiyu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the car burst out with powerful power and rushed out quickly. The powerful inertia caused the man in the back seat to lean back, and he unconsciously raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! The bullet went through the roof of the car and blasted a big hole. The two policemen in the police car were startled for a moment. They originally received a report from the police that two bald men were hospitalized and ran away without paying. I originally wanted to block these two bald guys, but unexpectedly, shots were suddenly opened from the A8 car in front. The two policemen in the car no longer bothered with the two bald men, but accelerated directly to chase the A8. However, because the A8 in front suddenly accelerated, they were left behind for a distance. The two bald guys behind them were also shocked. What was going on? Did they find them? Did they just shoot? Big brother, should we continue chasing him? Li Laosan swallowed his saliva. Li Lao immediately braked and said, "What the hell are you chasing? Catch up and eat peanuts? Call Miss Moore and report the situation." Bai Chiyu in the car was also shocked. Why did the man behind him pull out a gun directly? He is obviously not in the same league as the two bald guys from yesterday. I saw the man in the back seat was about to point the gun at me again. He held the steering wheel firmly with one hand, and quickly grabbed the man's wrist with the other hand and lifted it up. As the muzzle flash burst, another hole appeared on the roof. Bai Chiyu continued to push the man's fingers hard, and gunshots rang out one after another, until finally, the bullets in the gun were used up. At this time, Bai Chiyu also felt that an entry had arrived. But he was too late to check. Seeing that the bullets in the gun were all used up, the man's expression instantly turned angry. He pushed the front seat hard with his knee, used the reaction force to break free from Bai Chiyu's hand, and quickly reached for his waist, trying to replace the magazine. A cold light flashed in Bai Chiyu's eyes and he slammed on the brakes. The car suddenly stopped, and because he was wearing a seatbelt, his body rushed forward, but was pulled back by the seatbelt and was not greatly affected. However, the man in the back seat was not so lucky. He was not wearing a seatbelt and hit his head hard on the back of the driver's seat, causing him to feel dizzy. Bai Chiyu looked back at the man and shook her head, her tone a little helpless. "I told you when we got in the car that you must fasten your seatbelt, why didn't you listen?" After saying that, he quickly snatched the pistol from the man's hand, not giving him a chance to change the magazine. The man also came to his senses at this time, and he opened the passenger door and tried to escape. "Want to run away? You're just going to leave like this before you even pay the fare?" Bai Chiyu unbuckled his seatbelt and chased after him. Seeing Bai Chiyu catching up, the man knew he couldn't delay. The sirens behind him were getting closer and it wouldn't take long for them to catch up. So the man didn't hesitate at all and shouted, "Roller arm punch!" and punched Bai Chiyu directly. The moment Bai Chiyu saw the man coming at him, as if some muscle memory had been triggered, he also shouted, "Rotary arm punch!" The two men's fists hit each other's heads almost at the same time, accompanied by a dull thud. The man felt a sharp pain in his head. After being hit by Bai Chiyu's fist, his whole body shook as if the world was spinning. Immediately afterwards, I felt a sharp pain in my hand, as if I had hit a piece of iron or stone. Bai Chiyu touched his head. This iron head skill was quite useful except that it could not protect against bullets. The subconscious action I just took should be called the entry obtained from this man. The man covered his head and shivered in pain. "How do you know how to do this? Have you learned martial arts?" "Yes, I learned it from you." Bai Chiyu grinned. The man didn't believe it. Wrist wrap and punch. Bai Chiyu, wrist wrap punch. Man, moon watching balance. Bai Chiyu, moon watching balance. Man, bow step push palm. Bai Chiyu, bow step and push palm. The man was confused. They are all the same, I can't break their moves. Bai Chiyu showed a meaningful smile. Then it's fine if it's different. I silently said in my heart, "Activate, destroyer, to destroy the same entry he has as me." Bai Chiyu punched the man and the man punched back. The moment the two men made contact, the man suddenly felt that he had forgotten a lot of his moves. Then when a big fist hit him, he was stunned. Where are the moves I learned? This became his last thought before he fainted. Bai Chiyu frowned as he looked at the man lying on the ground. Why was he always involved in such incidents recently? Chapter 35, Hot Ears. Don't move. Put your hands up. Two policemen arrived and pointed guns at Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu looked helplessly at the belated police, shrugged, and pointed at the man lying on the ground, unable to move. "I'm not the murderer, he is."
At this moment, one of the policewomen saw Bai Chiyu and her eyes lit up.
She blurted out, "Hey? Why is it you?" Bai Chiyu took a closer look and immediately recognized her, with a familiar smile on his face. "Are you the beautiful, lovely, considerate, serious and professional police officer who helped me take the statement yesterday?"
When the policewoman heard this, her face immediately turned red, and she even stuttered, Don't say that. But you were so honest, you definitely wouldn't lie, and you certainly can't be the murderer."
The male police officer standing nearby couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "Okay, this guy just said a few nice words and you just acquit him?" He coughed, interrupting the policewoman's infatuation. "Xiaoli, pay attention, this is a gun-related case." The policewoman put away her shy expression and became serious. The male police officer looked at Bai Chiyu calmly and said in a serious tone, "Sir, you need to come with us. We will thoroughly investigate whether you are innocent or not." Bai Chiyu was about to open his mouth to explain, when suddenly, a cold and confident voice came from the crowd, "Of course we have to find out." Several people turned their heads to look, and saw a woman in a well-tailored suit slowly walking out from the crowd. Her every move exuded a powerful aura, cold and sharp. The moment Bai Chiyu saw her, his pupils shrank slightly. Lu Moore? Why is she here? I just met her subordinates yesterday, but I didn't expect to meet her in person today. When his eyes fell on Lu Moore's head, the 3 glittering entries almost blinded him. Lip Sword Gold, you will not be at a disadvantage in verbal confrontations, and have a certain chance of completely convincing the other party. Law Follower Gold, anything you do will not be punished by law. Lawyer Purple, understands and can apply all legal provisions. Bai Chiyu was stunned. This entry was too outrageous. Law Follower, what kind of cheating ability is this? If Lu Moore knew that he owned this entry, wouldn't he be able to escape legal punishment no matter what he did? And this, Lip Sword, isn't it just a mouth cannon? No matter how powerful the villain is, as long as the protagonist uses a mouth cannon, he will definitely be doomed. It seems that all of these ex-girlfriends I've met are pretty incredible. On the other side, the male police officer frowned when he saw a woman with a strong aura coming out. "Madam, we are investigating a case now. Please do not approach if you are not interested." Lu Moore sneered, his tone sharp. "Unrelated person? Oh, how could I be an irrelevant person? I am the lawyer of Mr. Bai Chiyu. I have the obligation and responsibility to help my client and avoid any unfair treatment." Lawyer? The male police officer looked at Bai Chiyu suspiciously. "Is she really your lawyer?" Bai Chiyu looked at Lu Moore and met her sharp and burning gaze. The corner of his mouth twitched and he nodded. If she said yes, then so be it. Lu Moore smiled slightly and turned to look at the male police officer. "Officer, since I am his lawyer, all your law enforcement actions must comply with legal procedures. As for the gun issue, my client was just acting in self-defense. You can check the details, but before that, please do not make any unnecessary threats or treat my client roughly." "Don't worry, we won't do anything against the law. You two can go together," the male police officer said, while motioning for the female police officer to drive. The policewoman nodded and quickly drove the police car over. Bai Chiyu glanced at the A8 and frowned. "What about my car?" "This is his job. A colleague will be here to take charge soon," the male police officer replied. After hearing what the male police officer said, Bai Chiyu felt relieved. The male policeman first carried the man who was knocked unconscious by Bai Chiyu into the car, and let Bai Chiyu sit in the back seat. However, at this time, Lu Moore also sat in the car. "You can drive your own car to the police station," the male police officer reminded. Lu Moore shook her head. "I don't have a car, so I'll just squeeze in like this." As a result, the back seat became crowded in an instant, and Bai Chiyu was sandwiched in the middle, with the fainted man on his left and Lu Moore on his right. In the front seat, a male police officer was driving and a young female police officer was sitting in the passenger seat. There was not much space in the police car, and Lu Moore was pressed tightly against Bai Chiyu, leaving almost no gap. The policewoman glanced in the rearview mirror and saw this scene. She couldn't help but suggest, "How about I sit in the back? You sit in the passenger seat, so it won't be crowded." Bai Chiyu was about to nod, but Lu Moore spoke first, her tone playful and a little provocative. "No need, Chiyu likes to lean on me, right?" After saying this, she turned her head to look at Bai Chiyu with a burning gaze. Bai Chiyu felt a little frightened by Lu Moore's look. This look reminded him of Su Ji. He had no choice but to nod. "It's okay, I'll just sit here. The police station isn't far away anyway, we'll be there in a moment." The policewoman looked a little disappointed after hearing this, and uttered a low "oh," but still took out a bottle of water from the front of the car and handed it over. "Would you like some water?" This action made Lou Mower narrow her eyes, and her tone instantly turned cold. "What? Are you two boyfriend and girlfriend?" When the policewoman heard this, her cheeks turned red and she waved her hands repeatedly. "No, no." Seeing the little policewoman's performance, Lou Mower could almost instantly conclude that the little policewoman was interested in Chiyu. "Humph, how can I let you hook up with my man in front of me?" Lou Mower said coldly. "That's good." According to the Xia Country Police Personnel Management Regulations, as a law enforcement officer, you are not allowed to have unnecessary communication with the suspect while escorting him, let alone handing him water. If he drinks your water and something happens, can you afford to take responsibility? As soon as these words were spoken, the young policewoman's face froze and she became extremely embarrassed in an instant. She quickly took back the water, sat up straight, and dared not speak again. Seeing this, Bai Chiyu whispered in Lou Mower's ear, "Thank you." Lou Mower felt the warmth coming from her ears, and her eyes softened for a moment, but then she revealed a sly smile. She leaned close to Bai Chiyu's ear and said with a breath as sweet as orchid, "Come here, I have something to say too." Bai Chiyu thought she had some important reminder, so he turned his head obediently. But just as he got closer, he felt a hot and wet little tongue gently circling his earlobe. Bai Chiyu's eyes suddenly widened, his whole body froze instantly, and his ears began to heat up uncontrollably. Chapter 36: Entering the Interrogation Room. What was this woman planning? Could it be that she wanted to make peace with him, just like Suji and Sukaiwe? That one tea work. Bai Chiyu immediately wanted to explain things to Lou Mower. But at this time Lou Mower said, "Don't say anything. We will have plenty of time to talk after this matter is over." Bai Chiyu swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. But at this moment he suddenly remembered a question. Dog system. Something is wrong. Why haven't the entries been received? I have been communicating with Lou Mower for such a long time, the entry should have arrived long ago, why is there no movement at all? The mechanical voice of the system sounded at the right time. Since there is no fixed time limit for black car drivers to go to and from get off work, there is a distance limit. If you are more than 10 meters away from the vehicle, you will not be able to obtain the entry. Originally he thought he had discovered a bug and could just go to crowded places to search for entries, but he didn't expect the system to be blocked. What a pity. I can't even get the 2 golden entries in front of me. It's so frustrating. Forget it, let's see what we can get from that fainted man. He opened the system interface and checked the new entries. Martial arts screen, you know some martial arts moves. This entry is just average. The vehicle reached the police station soon. As soon as the car stopped, the police officers who had received the notification came over. Several people carried the unconscious man out of the car and handed Bai Chiyu over to the criminal police team. When the criminal police team took over, they were a little confused. Didn't this guy come here yesterday? He brought in a bunch of suspects. Why is he here again, and as a suspect? What is even more outrageous is that the person standing next to him is Lou Mower. Isn't he Lu Lang's lawyer? How come he is this guy's lawyer? If I remember correctly, Lu Lang was sent in by this guy. No, I have to remind everyone to be careful. I heard that Lu Mo had a quarrel with Captain Yang yesterday and complained about her, and he hasn't finished writing his self-criticism yet. After the handover was completed, Bai Chiyu was taken to the interrogation room. When they reached the door, the police officer stopped Lou Mower and said, "Lawyer, the interrogation room is a solitary interrogation. You cannot go in." Lou Mower certainly understood this rule, but since it involved Bai Chiyu, she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She could only remind Bai Chiyu, "Remember, you can only answer questions that are beneficial to you, and you don't have to say anything that is irrelevant to the case. If they verbally or physically offend you during the interrogation, you can apply to suspend the interrogation." Bai Chiyu felt warm in her heart when she saw that she cared so much about herself. She subconsciously raised her hand and touched her head. "Don't worry, I didn't do anything. I will be fine." However, as soon as he touched it, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong with this action. After all, the two have broken up, and such intimate behavior is really inappropriate. He quickly tried to retract his hand, but Lou Mower gently held it down. "Touch it again." Bai Chiyu was slightly stunned, then smiled and touched it twice again, then took his hand away and walked into the interrogation room. Lou Mower looked at the closed door of the interrogation room and felt a little nervous. Although she knew that Bai Chiyu would most likely be fine,
and that she would be able to solve any problems she encountered. She didn't know why. As long as it concerned Bai Qiyu, she just couldn't handle it with care. On the other side, Yang Mu was sitting in the office with a headache that was about to explode. Asking her to catch thieves and fight is fine, but asking her to write a self-criticism? That's simply too much. It's all because of that woman Lu Moer. She actually complained about me. Just wait and see. Next time I see you, I'll have to show you how powerful I am. At this time, a policeman walked in. Seeing this person, Yang Mu immediately asked, "How is the progress of the case now?" The police officer smiled and looked relaxed. "Not bad, Yeniming confessed everything, but we don't know much. Apart from confiscating her stolen money, there are no other useful clues. Liao Zhong's fragments have also been collected. It was blown to pieces. It's tragic." Yang Mu nodded, feeling a little relieved. "What about Lu Lang? What did he say?" The police officer shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. It was the same excuse again. He said he knew nothing and saw nothing. He also said he was kidnapped and was taken there as soon as he opened his eyes. Yang Mu snorted coldly, with disdain on his lips. What else can he say? The witnesses and evidence are all there. He just wants to rely on Lu Moer to overturn the case. The policeman suddenly thought of something when he heard Yang Mu's words. "Oh, by the way, speaking of Lu Moer, I saw her when I came here just now. She was waiting at the door of the interrogation room. She looked quite anxious." Anxious? Lu Lang is being interrogated again? That's not right. Even if it's Lu Lang, Lu Moer looks indifferent. Why would he be anxious? Yang Mu was a little puzzled. It's not Lu Lang, it's someone who was just arrested. I heard he was involved in a gun case. Hearing this, Yang Mu's eyes lit up. Okay, Lu Moer, I want to see who is making you anxious. Thinking of this, Yang Mu walked quickly towards the interrogation room. Sure enough, when he arrived at the door of the interrogation room, Yang Mu saw Lu Moer pacing back and forth anxiously, with a hint of anxiety on his face. Yang Mu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, isn't this our lawyer Lu? How come he has become a wandering lawyer?" Lu Moer turned around suddenly, and when she saw Yang Mu, she snorted coldly. "Was my complaint yesterday not strong enough? Or is your boss protecting you? It seems that I have to complain again." Hearing this, Yang Mu got angry and wanted to give this sharp-tongued woman a series of punches. "But if I really do that, my career as a police officer will be over." Wait, she seems to care about the person in the interrogation room. Okay, let me see who it is. I can't do anything to you, but can I do nothing to the people inside? Thinking of this, Yang Mu smiled slightly. "I am working normally, what are you complaining about me? I don't want to chat with you anymore, I want to go in and see how the interrogation is going." Lu Moer narrowed her eyes slightly, instantly realizing Yang Mu's intention, and her heart tightened. She immediately warned Yang Mu. "I warn you, don't go too far in some things, otherwise your career as a police officer will be over." Hearing this, Yang Mu laughed. "Threatening me? This person in there must be very important to you?" "Ha, don't worry, I will act according to the law." As Yang Mu spoke, he opened the door of the interrogation room and walked in. Chapter 37. The door is locked. Seeing Yang Mu come in, Lu Moer took a deep breath. In her opinion, this woman would definitely take revenge on Qiyu because of her, so it seemed like she had to find some connections. When Yang Mu came in, he saw Bai Qiyu handcuffed to a bench. She was stunned. Why is it Qiyu? The person that Lu Moer cares about so much is actually Qiyu? What is their relationship? When Bai Qiyu saw Yang Mu coming in, he raised his handcuffed hands and waved casually as a greeting. Yang Mu glanced at the handcuffs on his wrists, and his heart tightened inexplicably. His eyes subconsciously fell on the contact between the handcuffs and his wrists. Are the handcuffs too tight? Will it hurt him? The two policemen who were interrogating the case were also startled when they saw Yang Mu coming in. They quickly stood up and greeted him. "Captain Yan? Why are you here?" Yang Mu came back to his senses and tried to hide his strangeness. "It's okay, just came to take a look." "What's going on here?" One of the police officers said. "We just finished recording his statement. He said he was just driving the car and the man behind him wanted to shoot him, but he subdued him." Yang Mu was stunned and his eyes widened. The two police officers looked at each other when they saw Yang Mu's expression. Yes, they were also surprised to know that this man had subdued an armed gangster with his bare hands. And this man named Bai Qiyu was driving the vehicle at that time. But what they didn't know was that Yang Mu was not surprised.
She didn't care about any rules and ran directly to Bai Qiyu, and asked with a worried look on her face, "Qiyu, are you okay? Are you not hurt?" Bai Qiyu smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm in good health." But Yang Mu was not at ease. She just reached out and started checking. The two policemen in the interrogation room were stunned for a moment. Is this still the Yang Mu they know? That Captain Yang who believes in solving problems with fists and starts fighting at the slightest disagreement? When had they ever seen Yang Mu be so feminine? This was even more shocking than Bai Qiyu subduing an armed gangster with her bare hands. Captain Yang, he's really fine and not seriously injured. One of the police officers couldn't help but speak up and reminded. Bai Qiyu also nodded, "Yes, I'm really fine." However, Yang Mu ignored them and continued to check carefully. Only after confirming that Bai Qiyu was unharmed did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. She turned to the two police officers and said, "Now that the confession has been recorded, let's release him immediately." The two policemen immediately looked embarrassed. "Captain Yang, this is just his one-sided statement. The other suspect's confession has not come out yet." Yang Mu was slightly stunned, and then realized that he was so concerned that he even ignored this basic procedure. Wait, she seemed to have overlooked something. She turned to look at Bai Qiyu, frowned slightly, and asked, "What is your relationship with Lu Moer?" Bai Qiyu was a little hesitant about whether to tell Yang Mu. After all, it always felt a little awkward to mention another ex-girlfriend in front of another ex-girlfriend. However, Yang Mu didn't want to get back together with me like Su Kaiwa and Su Ji did. Maybe that's normal? So, he asked tentatively, "Let me confirm first, you are my ex-girlfriend, and we have broken up, right?" As soon as these words came out, the two policemen standing nearby were completely stunned. This person turned out to be Captain Yang's ex-boyfriend? It turns out that this is the scumbag who made Captain Yang take a year off after a breakup before returning to the team. When Yang Mu heard this, his heart suddenly ached, but he tried his best to remain calm on the surface and just nodded lightly, "Yeah." Hearing Yang Mu say this, Bai Qiyu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, all his ex-girlfriends broke up peacefully, so how could there be no normal people like him? So Bai Qiyu smiled and said, "Lu Moer is my ex-girlfriend." Hearing this, Yang Mu's eyes widened, and the next second, she punched the metal table in front of the interrogation chair. Bang! The loud noise startled everyone inside and outside the interrogation room. Immediately afterwards, Lu Moer's exasperated voice came from outside the interrogation room, "Yang Mu, I warn you, if you dare to use any illegal means against Qiyu, I will make sure you pay the price." The two policemen shrank their necks in fear at Yang Mu's outburst. Bai Qiyu swallowed, raised her eyes to look at Yang Mu, then looked down at her fist. Your hand doesn't hurt?" Yang Mu completely ignored his question, and glared at him, his eyes looking like he was about to spit fire. "Come on, tell me, between the two of us, who will go first?" Bai Qiyu was stunned and didn't react. Yang Mu snorted coldly, and placed his hands directly on the table. He leaned forward, his face almost touching Bai Qiyu's face, and his nose almost touched him. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "I'm asking you, who was nice to you first, me or Lu Moer?" Bai Qiyu looked at the face in front of him and was speechless. "Didn't we agree to be normal? You are not normal either." Bai Qiyu could only look to the other two police officers for help, too. "Oh, the confession has been recorded. I have to go out and take a break." One of the police officers quickly packed up the documents and walked out. Another police officer followed him out. "I need to go out and smoke a cigarette." Seeing the two people slipping away quickly, Bai Qiyu only had time to shout, "Hey!" The next second, Yang Mu reached out and pinched his chin, forcing his face back to face him, and continued to stare at him with full aura. At the same time, outside the interrogation room, Lu Moer was blocking the door with a fierce look on his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. "What did you do to Bai Qiyu?" One of the police officers quickly waved his hands and said, "Don't worry, we are police officers and we will definitely act impartially and will not do anything rash." However, just as he finished speaking, Bai Qiyu's voice came from the interrogation room, "Oh. Don't! Don't!" Lu Moer's face suddenly changed, and she shouted loudly, "Qiyu! Are you okay? Yang Mu! What on earth do you want to do?" The two police officers were also shocked. "I hope nothing really happens." So, he immediately went to open the door of the interrogation room. But at this moment, their faces froze and the door was locked. Upon seeing this, Lu Moer immediately shouted, "I want to file a complaint against you." "I must file a complaint against you." The police officer quickly comforted him. Lawyer Lou, don't get excited. We have surveillance cameras here. Let's check the situation first. Why don't you lead the way? Lou Mower's face turned completely dark.
So, the two police officers quickly took Lou Mower to check the surveillance video, but they were dumbfounded when they turned on the surveillance video.
The surveillance video was black. This should have been blocked by Yang Mu, but the sound inside could be heard. Chapter 38 Torture. Bai Chiyu's voice came out, "Calm down, you have to calm down, you have to control how many times you send, mmm." There was a sound like a blocked mouth afterwards. Lou Mower was instantly furious. Yang Mu actually dared to torture me to extract a confession. Is this how you do things impartially? The police officer's forehead was covered with sweat, and he shouted quickly, "Go get the spare key." At this moment in the interrogation room, Bai Chiyu's mouth had been blocked by Yang Mu's own mouth. Bai Chiyu leaned on the chair with his hands, unable to resist at all. After Yang Mu finished talking about how he met Lou Mower first and then her, she laughed and said that you must not be able to stand that woman, so you broke up with her. After you met me, you thought I was better than her, right? Without waiting for me to explain, he blocked the camera, turned off the recorder, and then started to bite me. I used to think Yang Mu was quite normal, but now it seems that she is the most abnormal one. After Yang Mu opened his mouth, he looked at Bai Chiyu proudly. Bai Chiyu asked, "Aren't you sure you've broken up with me, and that you're my ex-girlfriend? What are you doing?" Yang Mu smiled and said, "What are you doing? Aren't you a suspect now? I'm interrogating you. Tell me the truth. Am I the one you love the most?" Bai Chiyu's face was full of question marks. Wasn't she originally kept as a gigolo? How did she become the favorite? Seeing Bai Chiyu's hesitation, Yang Mu's face immediately turned serious. "It seems that you still don't intend to explain yourself properly. You have to force me to use torture." After saying that, she lowered her head and kissed Bai Chiyu's mouth again, prying his lips open without any hesitation. Feeling a small tongue flexibly drilling into his mouth, Bai Chiyu suddenly felt that being a suspect was not a bad thing. After a long time, Yang Mu finally let him go, staring at Bai Chiyu with loving eyes, his voice trembling but full of affection. "Chiyu, do you know? I thought I had let you go a long time ago, but when you appeared in front of me again, I realized that I can't live without you. You saved me and my heart. Promise me, okay? Don't leave me again, at least, don't let me leave you." Bai Chiyu's heart moved. How could this woman be so good at flirting? I am moved by all of them. Yang Mu's hand gently stroked Bai Chiyu's cheek. "It seems that you are still not going to give in easily, you sweetheart arsonist. Wait and see how I interrogate you." As he said this, he was about to kiss her again. However, at this moment, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. When Lou Mower saw this, she immediately shouted, "Yang Mu! Shut up!" Just as they were about to kiss, Yang Mu stopped when he heard the voice. She turned around and looked at Lou Mower. "Why? I heard from Chiyu that you are his ex-girlfriend. Does an ex-girlfriend have to care whether I kiss him or not?" Lou Mower narrowed his eyes. "Really? Then who are you? I checked you after yesterday, aren't you single?" At this time, the two police officers who opened the door confirmed that Bai Chiyu was fine and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but when they saw Lou Mower and Yang Mu confronting each other, they looked at each other and immediately tried to sneak away. Bai Chiyu immediately shouted upon seeing this, "Hey, don't run. Don't leave me behind. Even if you don't care about me, you have to take care of them. What if they kill another one?" The two police officers who were about to leave stopped immediately after hearing this. Yes, in the current situation, if they leave, one of them might really be killed, and based on Yang Mu's fighting power, the one who will most likely die is Lou Mower, which would be very troublesome. One of the police officers stepped forward bravely and said, "You two, please calm down. This is a police station after all, and you two are both legal professionals. Can you talk calmly? Okay, if she gives up Bai Chiyu, I can talk to her." Lou Mower sneered. Yang Mu narrowed his eyes and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking about you eating. Look, I'm going to hit you with one punch and make you cry for half an hour. Go ahead and hit me. If you hit me, I'll make you lose your job and put you in jail." The two police officers couldn't persuade him at all. Seeing this, Bai Chiyu sighed helplessly and knew he had to do it himself. He coughed lightly, drawing both of their eyes to him. "Stop arguing." "Okay." Yang Mu nodded. "I won't argue with her." Lou Mower also snorted coldly. The two policemen were stunned.
We have been arguing for a long time and you guys just treated us as if we were talking nonsense. As a result, he said, stop arguing.
And you stopped?
Why? Bai Qiyu didn't expect that his words would be so effective. Lu Moer said to the two police officers behind him at this time, if there is nothing else, we will leave first. The two police officers were about to stop them when another police officer ran over and said, we've checked it out. When Yang Mu heard this, he immediately stepped forward and asked, how is it? From the surveillance footage, there is no problem with Mr. Bai's confession. The person who was knocked unconscious has also woken up. We compared the database and found that he is a Class F fugitive who once killed someone with a gun. The bounty on him is 200,000 yuan, said the police officer. When Bai Qiyu heard the number 200,000, his eyes lit up. He didn't expect that he would suddenly become rich. If he was being kept by someone before, this 200,000 would really not be a big deal.
But now that I'm working on my own, 200,000 is really a lot. Lu Moer frowned, only 200,000? That's just a small amount of money? Yang Mu was also a little displeased. Do you know how dangerous Qiyu is? No, add some more. The three policemen were speechless for a moment. This is not a vegetable market, how can we bargain?
Bai Qiyu said at the right time, don't embarrass them, just untie my handcuffs first. The two women then stopped talking, and a police officer quickly uncuffed Bai Qiyu. Bai Qiyu smiled and shook the police officer's hand. Comrade police officer, when will you give me the 200,000 yuan? The police officer said, it needs to be reported, probably in about a week. Bai Qiyu nodded in satisfaction, that's good, but I'm not arresting him for money. I arrested him purely for fairness, justice, and social stability. I've never touched money. I'm not interested in money. By the way, the criminal also took my taxi. The fare was 30. Who of you can pay for it? The police officers were speechless for a moment. Lu Moer and Yang Mu looked at Bai Qiyu with a slight smile on their lips. This person is still the same, really making people drool. The two women looked at each other at the same time and snorted coldly at the same time. When Bai Qiyu came out, his A8 was already parked in front of the police station. He looked back at the police station. This was the second time in 2 consecutive days. Why was he so unlucky these past 2 days? Chapter 39 Some birds can't be caged. Seeing Bai Qiyu still looking into the police station, Lu Moer couldn't help but snort, still looking? What? Can't bear to leave that big-breasted, brainless woman? Bai Qiyu was speechless. What kind of jealousy was this? He could only change the subject. Where are you going? I'll take you there. Just as Lu Moer was about to speak, the assistant who had been waiting outside came over and said, Sister Moer, aren't you still going to see young Master Lu Lang? Lu Moer ignored the assistant and said to Bai Qiyu, okay, I'm worried about not having a car to go home, so you can give me a ride. Hearing this, the assistant next to him quickly said, Sister Moer, I've already driven the car over here and it's parked over there. Lu Moer didn't say anything, just looked at Bai Qiyu. Bai Qiyu pointed to the assistant next to him and said, she seems to be talking to you. Lu Moer frowned and looked around, really? Where is there anyone? Why can't I see him? The assistant quickly laughed and said, Sister Moer, why do you like to joke so much? Am I not right next to you? This time Lu Moer didn't pretend not to hear, but looked at the assistant coldly. Why, you think I'm funny? Well, then I'll tell you something even funnier, you're fired. The assistant broke out in a cold sweat. Sister Moer, don't do that. She didn't know what she had done wrong, but she vaguely felt that it was related to the man in front of her, so she looked at Bai Qiyu for help. Bai Qiyu sighed, he really had no vision. So he said, you should go back with this little girl. I still have work to do. Work? Lu Moer looked at Bai Qiyu's A8, okay, then I'll take your car, that should be fine. Bai Qiyu was about to refuse, but he reacted instantly. Yes, Lu Moer has 2 big golden entries, especially the one called Believer in the Law. With this entry, wouldn't he be a complete lawless outlaw? So Bai Qiyu nodded, okay, get in the car. As he spoke, Bai Qiyu opened the car door and got in first. At this time, the assistant understood and wisely opened the passenger door. Lu Moer glanced at the assistant, then got into the car. When the assistant closed the door, she said, put all my work on hold today. The young assistant was ecstatic when she heard this. Lu Moer's subtext was that she would not fire her this time. She quickly nodded and promised, okay, Sister Moer, please rest assured. As he said that, he closed the car door. Then he watched Bai Qiyu drive away with Lu Moer. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the two of them leave.
Who is that man?
I have never seen Sister Moer care so much about a man.
And from what Sister Moer said, she was still taking a taxi. Could it be that this man was just a driver? No way.
If that man was just a driver, then this world is too crazy. Forget it, I have no control over these things.
After all, my job is saved. I'll just follow Sister Moer's instructions and put all the things aside. The most important thing is the Jinue group.
If this matter is not handled well, I will most likely be fired again. At this moment, Lu Moer was sitting in the car, and his heart suddenly tightened when he saw the holes on the roof.
Is this the one who was shot? She couldn't help but look back at Bai Qiyu. That's how Qiyu was driving at the time, and he was almost shot, right?
Lu Moer immediately thought of the scene at that time. If any of the shots had missed, he might never see Qiyu again.
I absolutely cannot accept this situation.
Bai Qiyu was so regretful at this time that he gritted his teeth. He was so focused on getting the car fare that he forgot about paying for the car repairs. At this moment, he glanced and suddenly saw Lu Moer looking like she was about to cry, as if she could cry at any time. She was so aggressive and decisive just now, why did she suddenly start crying?
What's wrong with you? Bai Qiyu asked Lu Moer with a frown. Lu Moer looked at Bai Qiyu expectantly. Qiyu, please don't drive a black car, okay? It's too dangerous today. Can I take care of you? Why do all these women covet my beautiful body? The time for you to support me is over. Moer, some birds can't be caged.
Bai Qiyu said seriously, I am a self-reliant person, and I must be self-reliant.
How can I write entries if I don't work? Have you ever collected water margin cards? Do you understand the joy of stamp collecting? The corners of Lu Moer's mouth twitched.
She had never expected to hear the word self-reliance from Bai Qiyu's mouth.
When this guy was being nice to me, he was never vague about asking me for money. Now he actually said he was self-reliant? Lu Moer suddenly had a bad idea. Do you have another woman? Bai Qiyu immediately shook his head. No. Lu Moer breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Bai Qiyu say no. She thought Bai Qiyu wanted to earn money to support the family. Come to think of it, he broke up with such an outstanding woman like me, so how could there be another woman? If he wants to be a driver, then let him be one.
Just consider it as his personal hobby. Anyway, the probability of encountering a fugitive is negligible.
Bai Qiyu only then remembered to ask, by the way, where are you going?
Lu Moer smiled and said, let's go to your house.
I have no home. Lu Moer frowned. Where do you live now?
I'm staying at a friend's house. Bai Qiyu was not sure whether the person Suji contacted today was Lu Moer, so he did not mention Suji's name.
However, Lu Moer asked directly, is it Suji's house? Hearing this, Bai Qiyu was choked. It seemed that this woman already knew it. Lu Moer was a very smart person. When he saw this, he knew that the man must be living in Suji's house. But after knowing this, I was even more surprised. She knew Suji very well. When she went to her house, she could only stay in the living room and could not touch her things. However, it is too exaggerated that Suji would actually let Bai Qiyu live in her house. She couldn't help but ask, what is your relationship with Suji? She actually let you stay overnight, and even asked me for help with your driver's license. Bai Qiyu also confirmed it at this time. Sure enough, the Moer that Suji asked for help in the morning was Lu Moer. He did not answer Lu Moer first, but asked, what is the relationship between you and Lu Lang? Lu Moer knew that when Li Laoer and Li Laosan were on the phone yesterday, they had already exposed their identities to Bai Qiyu, so she knew that Bai Qiyu would ask this question sooner or later. Chapter 40 Goodbye, you. Lu Moer did not intend to hide anything from Bai Qiyu. She said softly, Li Laoer should have mentioned to you that he is my brother. He opened a casino and lent money at high interest rates. Perhaps because he did too many immoral things like these, he developed health problems. The hospital couldn't find an organ that matched his, and then someone introduced him to an underground organ trafficking organization. They promised to help him get an organ, but then Lu Lang was arrested. After she finished speaking, she looked up at Bai Qiyu, wanting to see his reaction, but saw that he looked normal, not at all surprised. Aren't you surprised? Lu Moer frowned, feeling a little confused. Bai Qiyu shook his head. He was certainly not surprised. The term he got from Lu Lang was extraordinary wealth. No matter who Lu Lang was, it was not worth his surprise. Seeing this, Lu Moer became interested. Then can you tell me how you got involved in this case?
Bai Qiyu felt that there was nothing to hide, so he recounted the entire story from the beginning of his involvement in the morgue. When Lu Moer heard that Lu Lang actually hit Bai Qiyu's head with a chair, he was so angry that his eyebrows were raised and he slapped the seat directly. So that's what happened.
And Lu Lang actually dared to hit you? No.
He must be sentenced to death.
Bai Qiyu's mouth twitched. Isn't that your brother? Lu Moer snorted, his eyes full of coldness. Brother?
From the moment he started lending money at high interest rates, he was just Lu Lang, not my brother. I became his defense lawyer this time only out of a little kinship.
Besides.
She suddenly looked at Bai Qiyu charmingly, and softened her voice. Brother is not as important as father, don't you think? Bai Qiyu was shocked and almost lost his ability to control the steering wheel when he heard this long-lost name.
The car body even shook slightly. It's over. My decades of cultivation are almost ruined. How dare this woman say anything? It's too terrible.
No, I have to finish the entries quickly and put her down. If I continue like this, she will definitely make me lose my mind. Thinking of this, he slowly stopped the car on the side of the road.
Seeing this, Lu Moer asked in confusion, what happened?
Why did you stop the car suddenly? Bai Qiyu didn't say anything, but just reached out and held her hand.
This action made Lu Moer stunned, and then she felt an irrepressible joy in her heart. What is he doing? Is he finally going to take the initiative?
Bai Qiyu's heart was also filled with joy. As the familiar prompt sound rang in his mind, he slowly let go of Lu Moer's hand. However, his brows were slightly furrowed, and he looked as if he was thinking about something.
Seeing Bai Qiyu's expression, Lu Moer immediately asked, what's wrong? I feel like there's something wrong with the tire. Can you go down and take a look? Bai Qiyu said.
Okay.
Lu Moer nodded with a smile, then opened the car door and got out.
However, as soon as she got out of the car, Bai Qiyu stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out in an instant, disappearing from her sight at lightning speed.
I've said goodbye to you, but you're still coveting my body? Bah, you're just dreaming. Lu Moer, who was standing there, watched the car drive away. Instead of getting angry, she showed a meaningful smile.
The moment Bai Qiyu said there was a problem with the tire, she knew what Bai Qiyu was planning. But she didn't care, and even thought Bai Qiyu was cute. She wanted to see him think he was successful and then feel happy. Lu Moer smiled and shook her head.
I let you run away once before, but this time you can't run away again.
Then, Lu Moer called her assistant. I'm on Jiankang Street, come pick me up. On the other end of the phone, the assistant replied respectfully, okay, by the way, Sister Moer, young Master Lu Lang wants to see you.
Lu Moer sneered, with undisguised indifference in her words, no.
Tell him to find a new lawyer.
I won't be involved in his affairs anymore.
Lu Lang would never have thought that the hit he made on Bai Qiyu with the stool would actually make him lose his only chance to escape legal punishment. At this time, Bai Qiyu was checking the entries he had obtained from Lu Moer. Lawyer Purple understands and can apply all legal provisions. He glanced at it, then frowned and said to himself, what a pity, it's not a law follower.
If that were the case, I would be an outlaw and it would be so cool.
Although he felt a little regretful, the appearance of the purple entry still made him feel good. After all, it's purple, so it has a high gold content. And as purple terms accumulate, one day I'll be able to fuse 10 purple terms into a gold one.
What kind of amazing effect will that be? However, Bai Qiyu shook his head and temporarily gave up the idea.
The purple items were still of great help to him, and even if he had to fuse 10 of them, he would be reluctant to do so. Thinking of the conveniences brought by these entries, he felt quite emotional. Take this morning's experience for example. If it weren't for these entries, he might have really died in the hands of that man. The keen insight of Observation Purple allowed him to detect the abnormality of the man. The skill of Driver Blue allows him to drive with one hand and control the opponent's pistol with the other hand. The burst of hand speed provided by Thief Red allowed him to quickly fire the bullets from the gun.
Without any of these three items, I would be injured today.
Although I have the bulletproof vest gold and will not die from bullets, it does not mean that I will not be injured by bullets. And in the end, he could even get a bounty of 200,000. This should be the effect of Extraordinary Wealth Red, gaining some wealth by hurting others.
Now Bai Qiyu can increasingly appreciate the benefits of this entry. But he didn't realize the benefit of one entry at all. That's little lucky. Isn't it a little bit of luck? I've been driving around all day. How come I haven't picked up a single customer?
Nowadays, regular online ride-hailing vehicles are everywhere, so life as a black car driver is naturally not easy for him.
What's more, even if someone is willing to get in the car, who would have the courage to sit down after seeing the shocking bullet holes on the roof? This day is completely fruitless. Not even a single entry has appeared.
Bai Qiyu sighed and complained to the system in disappointment, I don't want to be a driver anymore.
I want to change my career. Unexpectedly, the system poured cold water on him mercilessly. You cannot terminate your career until you obtain a title.
Bai Qiyu's face froze when he heard this, and he said angrily, oh my god.
So I have to continue doing this crappy job as a black car driver? Chapter 41, why don't you invite me in and sit for a while?
The system did not respond.
Bai Qiyu was speechless. Well, just work for 2 more days. If it's still the same, then go back to being a gigolo. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyu stopped hesitating and drove to the hospital to pick up Suji.
When we arrived at the hospital, Suji was already standing at the door waiting for us. Her tall figure was particularly conspicuous in the crowd, and the eyes of passers-by would always linger on her.
Bai Qiyu lowered the car window and frowned slightly. Why did you come out so early? If someone really attacks you, wouldn't you just be a delivery boy? Hearing Bai Qiyu's reproach, Suji was not angry, but felt slightly happy.
She could feel that Qiyu cared about her. It had been a long time since she had been cared for like this. She lowered her head slightly and responded a little embarrassedly, I just don't want you to wait for me. Bai Qiyu felt a surge of warmth in her heart when she heard this. Suji always gave people a cold feeling, but these small details she made people feel warm.
As a result, Bai Qiyu couldn't say anything to blame him.
No, Bai Qiyu, you are going to be a hard-working person, and contribute to the country's construction.
How can you be bound by a woman? Get in the car first, don't get off early next time, wait for me to pick you up. Suji nodded heavily and got into the car.
But after getting on the car, she was stunned for a moment.
Qiyu! What's going on?
Suji pointed at the bullet holes on the roof of the car. The warmth that Bai Qiyu had felt for her just now instantly faded away, and was replaced by a chill all over her body. Bai Qiyu took a look and then said, it's okay, I will fix the roof for you, don't worry.
Bai Qiyu! It's not the roof that I'm worried about.
I don't care even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 cars like this.
I'm asking you.
Bai Qiyu certainly knew what Suji was asking, but he was a scumbag, and they had already broken up. He really couldn't bear too much concern from his ex-girlfriend. I'm fine, I'm healthy, don't worry.
No.
Suji looked at Bai Qiyu with burning eyes, you can't be a taxi driver anymore. Bai Qiyu felt helpless. I don't want to be a dog anymore, but this dog system still has limitations.
Why don't you talk to it?
When Suji saw that he didn't agree, her face suddenly turned cold. Even if you don't agree, it's useless.
You can't drive this car anymore. Bai Qiyu nodded, yeah, okay. Do you agree not to be a driver?
Suji was delighted.
No, I agree not to drive your car. I will soon have 200,000 yuan. It will be easy to buy a car.
After all, I have broken up with Suji now.
It is not good to always owe others favors.
My protection for the past 2 days can be considered as even. You must be careful when you go to and from get off work alone during this period.
Bai Qiyu warned.
But after hearing Bai Qiyu's words, Suji frowned and said, forget it, I'll open it for you, but you still have to pick me up from get off work.
No need, actually I
said, the car is yours. Suji interrupted Bai Qiyu before she could finish her words, and she had the scalpel in her hand. When Bai Qiyu saw Sujijin in his hand, he just shut his mouth.
It's you who gives way and it's you who doesn't give way. You are so fickle.
As soon as the two arrived at Suji's house, they found that someone was already waiting there.
Bai Qiyu looked at Lu Moer in surprise. Why was she here?
Suddenly, Bai Qiyu remembered that Suji contacted her in the morning to get a driver's license for her.
Lu Moer also saw the two of them.
She waved to Suji and said, Suji, you're back. Then she turned to Bai Qiyu and teased with a smile, would you like to introduce this handsome guy?
Lu Moer actually pretended not to know me? Why? But it's better this way.
Otherwise, according to Suji's temper, if she knew that Lu Moer was her ex, she would probably be dead. Suji's expression did not change when she was facing Lu Moer, her old friend.
She just nodded and said, "His name is Bai Chiyu." Then he introduced to Bai Chiyu, "This is Lu Mower, the lawyer." Lu Mower took a step forward, extended her hand, and smiled charmingly. "Hello, Mr. Bai. I wonder where Mr. Bai works." Bai Chiyu and Lu Mower held hands together. It's not a high position, it's just being a driver. Suddenly, Bai Chiyu's eyes widened. Lu Mower was actually pinching her palm. Seeing Lu Mower suddenly blinking at her at this time, Bai Chiyu knew that Lu Mower was abandoning her before taking revenge on her. Suji looked at the two people's hands holding together and frowned slightly. "Mower, did you bring what I want?" Suji spoke, intentionally interrupting the two of them. Lu Mower showed a smug smile and nodded, "Of course." She withdrew her hand calmly, then took out a file bag from her backpack and handed it to Suji. Then the air fell into a moment of silence. Lu Mower looked at Suji. "What? Why don't you invite me in to sit for a while?" Suji shook her head. "It's not convenient." It was really direct. Although Lu Mower couldn't enter Suji's bedroom before, she could have a cup of tea in the living room. But unexpectedly, this time she couldn't even enter the living room. Lu Mower looked at Bai Chiyu with interest. "Is it because of him?" "Suji, when did you become interested in living men?" Suji also knew that what she did was somewhat authentic. It was indeed a bit unreasonable for her to not let anyone into the house even though they had helped her. However, she only had so much time alone with Chiyu every day, and she didn't want Lu Mower to bother her. At this moment, Bai Chiyu suddenly saw Lu Mower winking at him. Since they knew each other well, how could Bai Chiyu not understand what Lu Mower meant? "She wants me to say a few words on her behalf so that she can go in." "You're dreaming." Lu Mower has concealed the fact that he knows me, and I don't know what trouble he is up to. "I'm already on guard against you, so how can I let you in?" Seeing that Bai Chiyu didn't help her, Lu Mower suddenly smiled, and she said to Suji, "Actually, I have something to hide from you." Suji was a little curious. "What's the matter?" "I actually know this, Mr. Bai." Lu Mower gave a sly smile. Bai Chiyu shouted in his heart, "Fuck. Woman, you are playing with fire. If Suji knew that you were my ex-girlfriend, do you still want to walk out of this room alive?" For Lu Mower's sake and for her own safety, Bai Chiyu nodded immediately. "Yes. We know each other. She rode in my car today and helped me. Why don't we invite her in for a ride?" Chapter 42, Eat and Leave. When Suji heard this, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, come in." Then he went forward to unlock the door. Lu Mower took advantage of this time to suddenly hug Bai Chiyu and kiss him on the cheek. Lu Mower was wearing lipstick, and a bright red lip mark was left on Bai Chiyu's face. Bai Chiyu immediately covered her face, and at this moment, Suji turned around. Seeing Bai Chiyu covering her face, she was a little surprised. "Chiyu? What happened to you?" Bai Chiyu rubbed his face vigorously. "Oops, there is a mosquito." As he said this, he touched down hard, and then the lip print on his face was smeared into a red mark. Suji reached out and gently wiped Bai Chiyu's hair. Sure enough, the mosquitoes in this season are really annoying. Lu Mower looked at this scene with a smile on her lips. Suji opened the door of the room and said, "Since there are so many mosquitoes outside, let's go home quickly." For some reason, Bai Chiyu always felt that Suji was hinting at something. Then, several people entered the room. After Lu Mower entered the house, she looked around. After making sure that there was no sign of Bai Chiyu's life, she breathed a sigh of relief. This clearly shows that there has not been much substantial progress in the relationship between Chiyu and Suji. "I still have a great chance. I'm sorry, Suji, love is selfish. I will compensate you when I have the chance in the future." When Bai Chiyu saw the faint smile on Lu Mower's lips, he knew that she must be up to something again. "The kiss just now caught me off guard. If it weren't for my quick wit, I would have been torn into pieces by Suji. Let her go quickly." So, Bai Chiyu said to Suji, "Should we have dinner?" Bai Chiyu's subtext is, "We are about to eat, isn't it time for you to leave?" When Lu Mower heard this, the corner of her mouth curled up. "Really? I wonder if I can stay and eat with you." If it was Suji's previous temper, it would be absolutely impossible, but today Suji nodded, "Of course." Lu Mower had prepared a lot of things to say, but she didn't expect Suji to agree directly. Suji didn't say anything else, nor did she greet Lu Mower. She just changed her clothes and went to the kitchen. Bai Chiyu looked at Lu Mower. "What do you want to do?" Seeing that Suji didn't pay any attention to the side, Lu Mower came up directly. "Don't you know what I want to do?" Bai Chiyu frowned. "We broke up." "Break up?" Lu Moer smiled softly. Didn't you break up with Yang Mu? What were you doing in the interrogation room today? Your mouth was bitten off, right? I was handcuffed at that time. Bai Qiyu explained. Lu Moer chuckled. Do you dare to say that you don't like that? Bai Qiyu immediately shook his head. I don't like it. Want to set a trap for me?
Bai Qiyu then raised Lu Moer's chin and said, I'm telling you, I'm a good young man who is chaste and loves his work.
Don't mess with me anymore.
Oh?
Really?
Lu Moer suddenly leaned over and kissed Bai Qiyu on the mouth. I pissed you off, what are you going to do? Bai Qiyu was speechless when he saw the shameless Lu Moer. This woman was top-notch in both appearance and figure, so why did she have to cling to him?
Seeing that Bai Qiyu didn't say anything, Lu Moer kissed her again.
Bai Qiyu then quickly distanced himself and looked back at Su Ji in the kitchen. Seeing that she didn't notice, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Lu Moer smiled slightly. Haven't you and Su Ji reached this point yet? Are you so afraid of her? It hasn't come to this yet? You've already walked all the way home.
Besides, I'm not afraid of her, I'm afraid she'll kill you, silly girl.
However, Bai Qiyu also knew that Lu Moer must have misunderstood and thought that Su Ji was his current girlfriend.
So, Bai Qiyu explained, you think too much.
Su Ji is also my ex-girlfriend. I just have nowhere else to go.
I am just staying at her house for the past 2 days.
Lu Moer's eyes lit up instantly. Su Ji was also her ex-girlfriend? Wouldn't my chances of winning be greater then?
And he doesn't have to feel any guilt about stealing Su Ji's boyfriend.
Bai Qiyu didn't know that his words made Lu Moer even more fearless.
He was still saying, you should know Su Ji's temper, so don't provoke her again on this matter.
Let's go. Provocation? How could that be? I just want to take you away. Lu Moer chuckled. You want me to leave?
Okay, I'll leave if you agree to one condition.
What are the conditions? Bai Qiyu asked. Aren't you picking up Su Ji and dropping her off to and from get off work now? Starting tomorrow, you have to pick me up as well. Lu Moer said.
I picked up Su Ji because I was worried that the human organ trafficking organization would cause trouble for her.
You don't have any such worries, so you don't need me to pick you up. Lu Moer immediately shook her head. I am your lawyer today. What if the person who shot you has an accomplice and comes to seek revenge on me? He has fainted and has never seen you, so why would he take revenge on you? Besides, you haven't even been a successful lawyer. I released you before you could play a role. Bai Qiyu said. How about this, I'll give you 200,000 a month. Bai Qiyu sneered. Oh, you want me to pick you up for a month for just 200,000?
29 days at most.
Lu Moer was delighted. Deal.
Just when the two reached an agreement, Su Ji had already prepared the meal.
As Bai Qiyu expected, she was holding the plate of shredded potatoes.
Lu Moer narrowed her eyes as she looked at the shredded potatoes.
This was Qiyu's favorite dish.
The color looked very tempting.
She must have put a lot of effort into it.
She didn't expect that Su Ji, such an iceberg, could do this for Qiyu.
But she said, isn't this dish a little too little for the three of us?
It's not for the three of us, this is for Qiyu.
This is yours, I ordered takeout.
Just as Su Ji finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Then Su Ji opened the door, brought in a lunchbox, opened it and placed it in front of Lu Moer. Lu Moer was a little stunned when she looked at the 2 cut oranges.
What did this mean? Moer, aren't you trying to lose weight? I specially ordered some fruit for you.
Su Ji said seriously. Although Lu Moer didn't understand the meaning, it was obvious that he didn't like her.
How come Su Ji noticed it?
But, this shouldn't be the case. But Lu Moer still smiled gently. Su Ji, you are so kind to me, thank you so much.
No need to thank me, just finish your meal and leave. Su Ji did not hide her intention to ask Lu Moer to leave. Chapter 43 discovered. Of course Lu Moer also understood what Su Ji said.
After knowing that Su Ji and Bai Qiyu were not in a relationship, she didn't want to stay here anymore. So Lu Moer stood up immediately. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I'll leave first.
Wait.
Su Ji suddenly shouted. Lu Moer was slightly stunned.
You were in a hurry to send me away just now, why are you asking me to wait now?
Then Su Ji picked up the 2 oranges on the table and said, I bought these for you.
Take them with you. Seeing Su Ji so serious, Lu Moer frowned slightly and took the orange. Okay, thank you.
Then he waved to Bai Qiyu and said, Goodbye, Mr. Bai.
Bai Qiyu also waved. Alas, it's better not to see her. No, she still has 2 golden entries waving at me, how can I not see them? Only after Lu Moer left did Bai Qiyu breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking about what Lu Moer did just now, I feel really scared. At the same time, Lu Moer just went out and quickly took out his mobile phone to look up the meaning of orange. Her eyes widened instantly and she saw an explanation, orange at the bottom of the basket, which means a woman who can't get married. Is this what Suji meant when she gave me the orange? Doesn't that mean that she has discovered that there is something unusual between her and Qiyu? But I behaved very normally today. Or is this just a coincidence? No matter it's a coincidence or intentional, Suji, this man is mine and I will definitely get him. Thinking of this, Lu Moer curled up a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and then threw the 2 oranges in his hand into the trash can. And Suji was looking at Bai Qiyu. Bai Qiyu felt frightened by that look. He could only quickly eat some shredded potatoes and then hurried back to his room. Bai Qiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief after returning to her room. Huh, do I have too many ex-girlfriends? Otherwise, why do I always run into them? Of course, meeting ex-girlfriends is not without benefits. The entries of these ex-girlfriends are really good, and each of them has a golden entry. It was so dangerous today. I don't know when there became so many criminals in Zhongyin City. Is it possible that the Chinese beverage market has always been like this, but my rich ex-girlfriends protected me too well, so I didn't notice it? Let us ask Suji or Lu Moer tomorrow. Bai Qiyu felt helpless when thinking of these 2 people. He had broken up with both of them, but why did he feel like a scumbag now? It was all caused by Suji's scalpel. Otherwise, someone used a destroyer to destroy her scalpel entry? Forget it, with this entry, at least she can have a chance to protect herself when in danger. If I really ruined this entry, and she got into trouble and I wasn't around, wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life? Just as he was lost in thought, the door of the room was gently pushed open. When Bai Qiyu saw this, he knew it must be Suji who came. So he immediately closed his eyes. He was already used to it. However, today was different from usual. Suji did not rush into his arms as impatiently as before, but walked quietly to the bed. Bai Qiyu was a little confused. What did Suji want to do? Just when he was puzzled, he suddenly felt a wet touch gently brushing his cheek. That is, a warm towel? That woman actually made you dirty, damn it. Suji's tone was no longer cold, but full of anger, as if someone had snatched her favorite toy and accidentally broke it. By the way, there's also this place. Suji's tone was still a little dissatisfied. She swept her sharp eyes across Bai Qiyu's lips, then picked up the towel and started wiping them. Bai Qiyu didn't expect that Suji knew everything. Did she see it? As if she had heard Bai Qiyu's question, Suji complained in a low voice, I'm a doctor. How can I tell the difference between lipstick and blood? And you already have lipstick on your lips, and you didn't even try to hide it. Lu Moer never takes a taxi, let alone an illegal taxi. Can you be more careful when you lie? Suji said, her voice suddenly lowered. Qiyu, if you want a kiss, you can kiss me, I don't mind. Bai Qiyu was shocked. How could this be like a conversation with me? Could she know that I was awake? Just when Bai Qiyu was in doubt, Suji went to bed and hugged Bai Qiyu again, just like she did in the previous nights. Her movements were gentle, yet possessive. I hope you won't have any contact with that woman again, or any woman at all. You are mine, forever. After saying that, Suji actually took the initiative to kiss Bai Qiyu on the face. Unlike her cold personality, this little mouth kissing me on the face gave me a warm feeling. Bai Qiyu's heart tightened. No, this won't work. If this goes on, not to mention himself, even the people in the 7th Steel Company won't be able to hold on. I have to find a way to solve Suji's problem first. It's not a good idea to keep watching over her like this. He forced himself to close his eyes and fell asleep. At the same time, in another place in Zhongyin City, Ningwu, the boss of Wayman Pharmaceutical, was sitting in his office with a gloomy face and eyes as sharp as a blade, staring directly at a burly man in front of him, Shiba. So, it was a black car driver who sent Lao Jiu, who was holding a gun, to jail. Ningwu frowned, obviously finding the news unbelievable. When Shiba first heard the news, he found it hard to accept for a moment, but he still nodded, that's true. Ningwu's face became more gloomy. He could not help but smash the water cup on the table to pieces. The pieces of the cup flew everywhere. Waste. A bunch of waste. The base I worked so hard to build was destroyed by a small security guard. The 5th, 7th, and 10th are all dead. Now the 9th has been raped by a black car driver. What use are you guys? Shiba's face changed, and he quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, boss, we didn't do it well. But I have an idea. Since the driver is so capable, why not recruit him to join us? He's driving an illegal taxi, so he must not have much money. If we give him enough money, he should help us. Ningwu smiled slightly, his eyes a little cold. He picked up the walnut on the table and threw it at Shiba's head without hesitation. Walnut hit the target quickly, and Shiba was staggered and almost fell. Chapter 44. Didn't you just not see it? Ningwu looked at Shiba coldly, and said in a deep voice, what kind of car does he drive? Tell me yourself. Shiba rubbed his head and quickly replied, A8, A8. Ningwu's eyes flashed with a cold light. A man driving an A8, how could he be short of money? I'm afraid someone is here to cause trouble for us. He paused, then ordered in a cold voice, there's no need to keep this kind of person. Ask Lao Si to go there in person and send him off. Hearing this, Shiba immediately bowed his head and said, okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiba hurriedly left the room. The next day, Bai Chiyu sent Suji to work as usual. As usual, he did not forget his task to read the entries. After sending Suji off, he opened the panel to check the new entries he had obtained from Suji. Clean white, a clean environment will put you in a better mood. Bai Chiyu curled his lips. Isn't this too ordinary? But it doesn't matter. There is still a woman waiting for him to write entries. These days are getting more and more promising. Just as Bai Chiyu was about to leave the hospital to pick up Lu Mower, someone suddenly knocked on the car window. He turned around and saw a pretty girl standing outside. She looked to be about 20 years old. What's wrong? Bai Chiyu asked with a frown. The girl smiled and leaned close to the car window, saying in a sweet voice, brother, your car is so beautiful, can I take a ride with you? Bai Chiyu frowned slightly, lowered the car window, and said lightly, then I need to see your palm. The girl was startled when she heard that, then her face turned red and she said with a smile, okay, then I'll show it to you. She stretched out her hand. Seeing Bai Chiyu covering her hands, the girl snorted in her heart. Men, no one would not surrender when they see her. Lao Bai is really something. It is obvious that this driver has no ability, but she actually needs to take action. However, considering that this guy is good looking, she will leave his body intact later. This is the 4th brother that Ningwu sent to deal with Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu felt the entry arrive and immediately opened the panel to check. Crossdresser green, when you put on women's clothes, you look like a woman. Bai Chiyu's expression changed instantly. He pushed the girl's hand away. Oh my god. It turned out to be a man. The 4th brother could clearly feel his hand being pushed by Bai Chiyu, and he frowned slightly. Which man would be willing to let go of my hand? What's wrong with this man? Little brother, can I take a ride with you now? The 4th child said in a delicate voice. Bai Chiyu came back to his senses, looked Lao Si up and down, and finally showed a reluctant expression. Okay, come up. Lao Si was a little angry at Bai Chiyu's attitude. What was the meaning of being so perfunctory? Was he so unattractive? Brat, I changed my mind. I won't let you die easily. I'm going to torture you. Where are you going? Bai Chiyu asked. The 4th child immediately revealed a charming smile, and said in a soft but slightly teasing voice, anywhere is fine, wherever little brother wants to take me, we can go there. Bai Chiyu was excited when he heard this. He turned to look at the woman and said, really? You can go wherever you want? The 4th brother acted shy, his eyes flickering. Of course, brother, you have the final say. Okay, let's go. Bai Chiyu stepped on the accelerator quickly and the car sped out in an instant. Seeing Bai Chiyu acting so impatient, Lao Si sneered in his heart. Looking at Bai Chiyu's previous attitude, I almost thought he was gay. I didn't expect that when he heard me say that he could go anywhere, he changed his attitude again. Men are all the same. However, when the car stopped at the destination, the 4th brother was stunned. So what do you mean by bringing me to the police station? Oh, it's okay. I'm here to do some business. Please wait a moment. Bai Chiyu said as he opened the car door and walked out quickly. The 4th brother's heart suddenly sank and he realized something was wrong. He turned around suddenly and prepared to open the car door to leave, but found that the door was locked. The car door is locked? He actually discovered my identity. The fourth brother had no time to think about where he had been exposed. He instinctively wanted to kick the car door open, but no matter how hard he tried, the door did not budge at all. The glass was also extremely strong and was not affected at all even after being kicked with both feet. When Bai Chiyu saw Lao Si in the car smashing the glass, he knew that he had reacted, so he immediately shouted to the police station, "Hurry up! Someone is killing someone! Hurry up!" When Lao Si heard the shouting outside, he was startled and suddenly took out his pistol, pointed it in the direction of Bai Chiyu and pulled the trigger. Bai Chiyu stared at Lao Si's movements closely, and the moment he pulled out his gun, he reacted immediately, rolling quickly under the front of the car and instantly disappeared from Lao Si's blind spot. The bullet passed through the front windshield, grazed Bai Chiyu's clothes, but failed to hit him. The fourth brother regretted deeply. If he had killed Bai Chiyu in the car earlier, how could such a troublesome situation have occurred? Now, he had no time to bother with Bai Chiyu anymore. Escaping was the most urgent task. Thinking of this, he was about to shoot at the window. However, just as he raised his hand to pull the trigger, he suddenly froze. There were already a lot of policemen gathered outside the car window, with the black muzzles of their guns pointed at him. The cold atmosphere almost suffocated him. The fourth brother swallowed his saliva, feeling despair inside, knowing that he was finished. Not only did he fail to get rid of Bai Chiyu, he didn't even have a chance to escape. At this moment, a young policewoman quickly ran to Bai Chiyu, helped him up, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Bai Chiyu shook his head, "It's okay, thank you for today." This young policewoman was the one who had handed Bai Chiyu the business card before. Although the business card was crumpled up and thrown away by Su Ji, Bai Chiyu had a photographic memory and had already memorized the contents on the business card. So, when Bai Chiyu discovered that the person behind might be a criminal, he immediately sent a text message to the policewoman, which led to the scene before his eyes. When Lao Si was escorted out, his face was filled with anger, and he glared at Bai Chiyu fiercely, "How did you find me?" Bai Chiyu looked at Lao Si with pity in his eyes, "Alas, with your level, you still dare to be a killer? Didn't you see the holes on the roof of my car? You didn't ask me what happened, and you weren't afraid. Doesn't that mean you know how these holes came about?" The fourth brother was stunned. "What hole in the roof?" "Bai Chiyu, you didn't just see it, did you?" The fourth one. Police. Chapter 45. Is this Zhongyin City? Or Gotham City? Fortunately, this is a real criminal, otherwise there would be so many police officers waiting here, and you would be making a false report. Lao Si suddenly felt so wronged. He never expected that he was caught just because he didn't pay attention at all. Suddenly, Bai Chiyu's eyes moved, as if he had thought of something, and reminded, "By the way, this person is a man." The fourth brother turned around suddenly, his expression changed instantly. "How did you know?" His exquisite makeup skills were enough to prevent anyone from noticing any flaws, and his sweet voice never gave him away. He had always thought that his disguise was impeccable, but he didn't expect that he would be seen through by this guy today. The two policemen who were escorting him were stunned for a moment. "My goodness, this disguise is too good, isn't it? You can't tell that he is a man at all." They were also curious about how Bai Chiyu knew that. Bai Chiyu just smiled and didn't answer. At this time, the policewoman said to Bai Chiyu, "Mr. Bai, you helped us catch another criminal. Thank you so much. However, please take a statement for us." Bai Chiyu nodded. "Of course, this is what I should do as a good citizen, but can you police station report the money I spent on repairing my car?" Just as the policewoman was about to answer, she heard a voice suddenly say, "I can give you a hug." Bai Chiyu turned around and found that Yang Mu had been behind her without her knowing. The little policewoman next to her felt a chill for some reason. She immediately called out, "Captain Yang, you're here." Yang Mu glanced at the policewoman and nodded. "Zhou, if you have nothing else to do, go back to work first." Zhou immediately responded, "Okay, I'll take Mr. Bai to take a statement right away." "No need, I'll take him to take the statement, and you can do other work," Yang Mu said without question. Zhou hesitated, "But..." "No buts," Yang Mu said. Seeing that Yang Mu was so determined, Zhou had no choice but to nod silently. She took one last look at Bai Chiyu before turning and leaving. Seeing this, Yang Mu looked at Bai Chiyu with resentment in his eyes, not caring about Zhou who had not yet walked away. It should be said that he was speaking specifically to Zhou. "Why? You can't harm me, but you still want to harm others?" Zhou stopped and turned around in shock, looking at the two of them. She obviously couldn't believe her ears. "Captain Yang, you and Mr. Bai. Captain Yang, you and Mr. Bai. Yang Mu nodded. This guy is my ex-boyfriend. Bai Qiyu nodded. Zhou Ying's pupils slowly dilated. What did she just hear? Captain Yang just said that Bai Qiyu was her ex-boyfriend? Is she serious? Captain Yang, you are kidding, right? Didn't you say before that your ex-boyfriend was a bastard, a beast, a brute, and a parasite?
Everyone in the police station knew that Yang Mu had been hurt by a scumbag and it took him a year to recover. Because of this incident, the anti-pornography operations during that period were particularly severe. Bai Qiyu looked at Yang Mu with a frown on his face. Is this how you praise me in your bureau? However, Yang Mu pointed at Bai Qiyu and said to Zhou Ying nonchalantly, he is the scumbag. So, there is no need to pursue him any further. His behavior over the past 2 days has made it very clear that he is unlikely to have any connection with these criminals. Yes. Zhou Ying saluted Yang Mu. Zhou Ying's attitude towards Bai Qiyu seemed to have changed drastically in an instant. The look and smile that originally had a hint of ambiguity turned cold and distant in the blink of an eye. Bai Qiyu just smiled slightly and nodded, not feeling surprised at all. This surprised Yang Mu and Zhou Ying a little. Zhou Ying asked curiously, aren't you surprised? Bai Qiyu smiled, what's so strange about this? I am quite handsome and pretty. I am more beautiful than Su Gong from the north of the city. Stop. Yang Mu interrupted quickly, just get to the point. Bai Qiyu was obviously unhappy about being interrupted. Isn't this the whole point? However, he still skipped these key points and continued, but I'm not so narcissistic that I can make a professional police officer fall in love with me after just one meeting, not to mention that I'm involved in such a big case. So, if you get close to me, you must have some ulterior motive. This was just Bai Qiyu's suspicion, but what made him more certain was another thing. That was when Zhou Ying helped him up in front of the car, and he received Zhou Ying's entry. Female orientation blue, you are only interested in females. If this term is used for a girl, doesn't it mean that she is actually a lesbian? Then how can you like yourself? Zhou Ying looked at Bai Qiyu and suddenly revealed a look of amazement. I have to say, I am beginning to be a little interested in you. Yang Mu shook his head. You'd better not be interested in him. Why? Zhou Ying looked at Yang Mu in confusion. Are you afraid that he will cheat on me? No, Qiyu will never cheat on you, because you have no money, so you don't even have the capital for him to cheat on you, but I do. Yang Mu's words pierced Zhou Ying's heart. Being poor is the original sin. She turned around and walked away with a lonely look. Bai Qiyu looked at Yang Mu speechlessly, her eyes full of helplessness. How did I cheat on you? You can say that I'm a gigolo, but how have I ever cheated on you? Seeing Bai Qiyu being humiliated, Yang Mu smiled and said, if you don't want to be my gigolo, then you can just dump me. What kind of bullshit is this? Good people should be pointed at with guns? Then I'll admit that I'm sorry. Please pay me the car repair fee first. Bai Qiyu said. Then Yang Mu gave Bai Qiyu a big hug. Is this the end of the car repair bill? Are you kidding me? Yang Mu smiled and said, I will report the cost of repairing the car, and it will be paid out together with the reward. Don't worry. Now Bai Qiyu felt relieved. Then, Yang Mu brought Bai Qiyu to the interrogation room, where the 2 policemen he had met last time sat. The 2 men saw Bai Qiyu come in and began to look him up and down. Bai Qiyu felt uncomfortable being stared at by them and couldn't help asking, what's wrong, you 2 comrades? The 2 policemen were speechless for a moment. What are you talking about? Should we agree or not? Yang Mu helped them out, they are just curious. 2 criminals were sent in 2 consecutive days. If you count Yenimin and Lu Lang, there are 4 in total. How did you do it? Bai Qiyu suddenly became dissatisfied after hearing this and asked, speaking of this, I also want to ask you guys, is this Zhongyin City or Gotham City? Why are there so many criminals? Chapter 46 Another one caught? Although Yang Mu didn't know where Gotham City was, it was definitely not a good place. She looked at the 2 police officers next to her and said, take the statement first. I will tell you in detail after the statement is taken. Seeing this, Bai Qiyu didn't say anything more and began to recount what happened today. The 2 policemen took notes carefully. After finishing the record, they quietly left the interrogation room. Bai Qiyu looked at Yang Mu and raised his eyebrows slightly. Can you tell me now? Yang Mu's face was gloomy, and he said, in fact, our Zhongyin City has always been in a dangerous state. There are all kinds of evil forces lurking in the dark. These people are doing all kinds of evil. Even half of the citizens are more or less involved with these forces.
Bai Qiyu frowned. So what?
A sly look flashed in Yang Mu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. So, you need the protection of a police girlfriend.
The real purpose is revealed. Can you be a little more normal? Bai Qiyu was speechless. What would it be like if half of the population were related to criminal gangs? Gotham City should be called a small evil city. Any dog that passes by will be stewed.
Seeing that Bai Qiyu was not fooled, Yang Mu gave up the idea of scaring Bai Qiyu and could only say honestly, well, actually, the public security in Zhongyin City has always been very good. Although there are occasional fights, it is generally harmonious. And since the organ trafficking case you were involved in is already the biggest case, and now you have sent us 2 more gun-related cases, although the 2 people have not confessed yet, these cases all started from Zhongyin City Hospital.
We estimate that they should be the same group of people. Bai Qiyu raised an eyebrow. In other words, the person sent here yesterday and the person here today are both members of the group that sells organs? Yang Mu nodded. It's very likely.
We have also got some clues, but for confidentiality reasons, I can't tell you for the time being.
However, if you agree to let me support you again. Goodbye. Bai Qiyu stood up without hesitation, waved, turned around and was about to leave. Ha? You still want to support me again?
Unless you have countless golden entries, forget it. Seeing Bai Qiyu's decisive refusal, Yang Mu was so angry that his eyes turned red.
He blocked Bai Qiyu's way without hesitation. You can't leave. Why can't I leave? The record has been completed. Bai Qiyu asked.
I don't care, you just can't leave.
Yang Mu said as he stepped forward to capture Bai Qiyu. Seeing Yang Mu approaching, Bai Qiyu quickly dodged and bent down, easily avoiding her grasp.
After standing still, he immediately threw a wrist punch.
Yang Mu's eyes flashed with surprise.
Seeing Bai Qiyu's fist coming straight at him, he quickly stepped back a few steps to avoid it, and asked curiously, when did you learn martial arts?
Bai Qiyu smiled complacently. Yesterday. How about that? Can you let me go this time?
Yang Mu naturally didn't believe that Bai Qiyu had learned this yesterday. Seeing how skillful and experienced her movements were, it would take her several years to learn it.
Suddenly, Yang Mu's heart trembled. Did he break up with him because he was a police officer and he was afraid that he could not help him, so he spent several years learning martial arts?
Yang Mu was touched. Qiyu, I knew you still love me.
Bai Qiyu was stunned. Did this woman have something in her mind just now? Why did she suddenly come here to die? However, no matter what the reason is, as long as she doesn't bother me, it's fine.
I still have to work on the entries, so I don't have the time to waste with her.
Okay, I'll go first. Bai Qiyu shook his head. Wait. Yang Mu shouted quickly. What happened again?
Yang Mu directly took out Bai Qiyu's mobile phone, then skillfully entered the password Bai Qiyu often used to open it, and then called himself with his mobile phone. My cell phone number has never changed.
If you have any problems in the future, just send me a message or call me. Don't contact Zhou. Yang Mu said.
Bai Qiyu nodded, but he still hoped that he would not have to call Yang Mu again.
However, half an hour after Bai Qiyu left,
Yang Mu received a message from Bai Qiyu. I seem to have arrested another criminal. Quickly arrange for someone to wait at the door of the police station. When Yang Mu saw this message, he was stunned at first, and then quickly asked people to prepare weapons and equipment and go to the door. The police who were called were all confused.
They had just detained a criminal, and now another one came? What was going on?
The police officers quickly hid themselves and were on high alert.
Just then, a familiar A8 appeared at the gate of the police station.
As soon as the car stopped, Bai Qiyu got out immediately and hid in front of the car like he did last time. With the experience from last time, the criminal had no chance to react and was quickly surrounded by police officers and taken away.
Yang Mu looked at Bai Qiyu, then at the aggrieved criminal, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Can you explain it?
All the police officers were listening with their ears pricked up. They also wanted to know what was going on and felt like they were being scratched by a cat. Bai Qiyu even suspected that he had encountered something unclean.
Why did these criminals always reappear in his car? In fact, the process was very simple.
Not long after he left the police station, he was stopped by this man, and then asked him where the girl he had picked up before had gone. Bai Qiyu asked him to get in the car, said he would take him there, and then drove to the police station. It can be said that this person came to the police station entirely at his own request.
The police officers' eyes widened, they could hardly believe their ears. This kid's workload in 3 days has exceeded their bureau's annual KPI. Bai Qiyu walked up to the criminal, raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you find me?" The criminal said dejectedly, "We agreed before that if Lao Si didn't kill you, he would put a tracker in your car, and I would follow the tracker to find you and help him kill you. But he didn't say he was in police station." Damn Lao Si, isn't he cheating me? Hearing this, Yang Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, go in and reunite with your fourth brother." There was no choice but Bai Qiyu to make another statement. However, Bai Qiyu also received good news. The last cross-dressing man who was sent in was also an A-level wanted criminal, also worth 200,000. But there is also bad news. Judging from these two incidents today, Bai Qiyu seems to be being targeted by someone. It was already noon when Bai Qiyu came out of the police station. He couldn't help but sigh. He just wanted to have a stable job. Why was it so difficult? At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Was there someone he hadn't picked up yet? Chapter 47. Why do you always butt in? When Bai Qiyu arrived at Lu Moer's residence, he saw her waiting at the door angrily. When Lu Moer saw Bai Qiyu's car coming, he became even angrier. "This bastard, he said he would pick me up, but he didn't come until noon." In order to wait for him, the negotiations with Jinue Group in the morning were also ruined. But when Lu Moer saw the hole on Bai Qiyu's windshield, his brows slightly frowned. What's going on? Wait, this isn't caused by a gun again. After Lu Moer got in the car, his face turned pale. "Qiyu, what's going on?" Seeing Lu Moer pointing at the bullet hole on the car window, Bai Qiyu replied casually, "It's not important." Then, he grabbed Lu Moer's hand, his eyes full of excitement. "This is what's important." Bai Qiyu is still obsessed with becoming an outlaw. Lu Moer obviously misunderstood, her face instantly flushed, and her heartbeat accelerated. "Qiyu, you grabbed my hand as soon as you got in the car, didn't you?" Before Lu Moer finished speaking, Bai Qiyu let go of Lu Moer's hand inside. Bai Qiyu felt more and more that his little luck entry was fake, and the entry he obtained this time was Lip Sword. Lip Sword Gold. You will not be at a disadvantage in verbal confrontations, and have a certain chance of completely convincing the other party. Gained a mouth cannon skill. It cannot be said to be bad, but I always feel that it is much worse than the rule followers. Lu Moer was stunned. She seemed to like her hands very much just now, but why did she seem dissatisfied with her hands now? She touched it herself and it was smooth as before. "Qiyu, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" Bai Qiyu shook his head. "I'm not unhappy. Let's go." "Where are you going?" However, Lu Moer's expression darkened, and he said seriously, "Don't worry about setting off yet, tell me first, what's wrong with the glass of the car window?" Bai Qiyu hesitated whether to tell Lu Moer the truth, but after thinking about it, she decided to tell the truth. If Lu Moer knew that he was in so much danger now, maybe he wouldn't bother himself anymore? So he recounted in detail everything that had happened before. Hearing Bai Qiyu's narration, Lu Moer's brows furrowed even more, especially when she heard the bullet grazed Bai Qiyu's clothes. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "No! You can't do this job anymore. It's too dangerous." Bai Qiyu knew in his heart that Lu Moer was worried about him. "But I haven't obtained the title yet, so I can't change my career. What's more important is that I have encountered such dangerous situations several times, and Suji might encounter the same situation, so I still have to drive the car myself." However, Bai Qiyu still comforted him, saying, "It's just a coincidence. Besides, you've already got me a driver's license. I won't run into this kind of thing when I drive an online ride-hailing car in the future." After hearing what Bai Qiyu said, Lu Moer still felt uneasy. "Why do you want to be a taxi driver? If you are willing to drive, why don't I hire you as my driver?" Bai Qiyu immediately said righteously, "No. I am no longer the me who lived off others. Now I work hard and become self-reliant. More, it's not that I look down on you, but your entries alone are simply not enough for me to compile." Lu Moer knew Bai Qiyu's character very well. She also knew that she couldn't persuade him, so she could only say, "Okay, but you must protect yourself." "Don't worry, my mother once told me that boys must protect themselves when they are outside." Lu Moer nodded. "Our mother is right." "Is this our mother?" "Okay, where are you going?" "After I drop you off, I still have to take orders." Bai Qiyu asked. Lu Moer held her chin and looked at Bai Qiyu quietly, with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "Anywhere is fine, as long as you are there. Then I'll send you to the law firm." When Bai Qiyu was living off Lu Moer, he knew the location of her law firm. However, as soon as they started driving, a dump truck suddenly appeared at the intersection ahead and blocked their way. Bai Qiyu raised his eyebrows and reversed without hesitation, but at this time, 3 more vans blocked the way from behind and completely surrounded them. Bai Qiyu's brows were furrowed, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. As expected, he was being targeted. He looked at Lu Moer beside him. Are your seatbelts fastened? Lu Moer had already realized that the situation was not good, and nodded hurriedly. Tie it tight. Okay. Let go now. Bai Qiyu said. Let go? Lu Moer was stunned and didn't react. Of course. You can only escape if you unbuckle your seatbelt. My car is not a plane. The front and back are blocked. How can I fly over? Bai Qiyu responded speechlessly. Then, he whispered again, these people should be here to cause trouble for me, and their attention will not be on you. I will create an opportunity for you later, and you will run away immediately. Although Lu Moer was very nervous, she shook her head firmly. No, I can't leave you. I want to die with you. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Bai Qiyu spat repeatedly. Can't you say something nice? I don't plan to die. Only if you escape can I get away. After hearing what Bai Qiyu said, Lu Moer also realized that she might become a burden. Finally, she bit her lip and nodded solemnly. At this time, several people got out of the 3 vans behind, and the leader was Shiba, one of Ningwu's men. He walked to the front of the car and knocked on the driver's window. Bai Qiyu rolled down the car window. Where do you want to run to? Shiba asked with disdain. Bai Qiyu smiled and responded easily, Brother, I don't want to run away. I'm waiting for you. Shiba sneered, Oh, it's really not easy to find you. I originally wanted to win you over, but it seems that you are a bit stubborn. Win me over? That person was also trying to win me over this morning? But now he has been sent to the police station by himself. I am afraid that the grudge has been settled. Brother, I misunderstood. If I knew that you were trying to win me over, how could I have acted so impulsively? I am too young. Bai Qiyu said helplessly. But at the same time, his hand was quietly placed next to the car door, ready to take action at any time. However, Shiba suddenly frowned. No, who are you? Why are you standing here? Did I talk to you? Bai Qiyu was stunned. Aren't you talking to me? I'm talking to Miss Lu, why do you always interrupt? Shiba was speechless. Bai Qiyu misunderstood and thought he was looking for her. I'm sorry, I always like to butt in when I'm with him or. Chapter 48 Ningwu. When Lu Moer heard this, she didn't know what she was thinking of, and her face immediately turned red. But then she came to her senses, her eyes sank slightly, and she asked in a cold voice, Who are you? What do you want from me? We are the security team of Wayman Pharmaceutical. Our boss contacted you before about Jinue Pharmaceutical. Hearing the words Jinue Pharmaceutical, Lu Moer immediately understood. She nodded slightly and said calmly, I will talk to your boss about this matter. But you have to let my friend go first. Shiba glanced at Bai Qiyu, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he shook his head. I'm afraid not. Let's take him to see our boss. Shiba is not stupid, he would never let an unstable factor leave. Lu Moer narrowed her eyes and her tone suddenly became sharp. Okay, then when I meet your boss, I will tell him that I agree to his conditions, but the price is your life. Guess what he will choose? Shiba's face suddenly darkened, and he stared at Lu Moer fiercely. You dare. You can try it. Lu Moer smiled coldly, with disdain on his face. Shiba's face was gloomy and uncertain. He knew very well that compared with his boss's business losses, his own life was probably not that valuable. If Lu Moer really asked for it, maybe the boss would agree to her request. He cursed in his heart, but finally gritted his teeth and compromised. Okay. I'll let him go. Bai Qiyu's eyes lit up. The power of this lip sword was truly amazing. But just when Lu Moer breathed a sigh of relief and was about to let Bai Qiyu leave, Bai Qiyu shook his head. Seeing the burly men around him eyeing him fiercely, and glancing at the dump truck still blocking the road ahead, he understood that this group of people probably had no intention of negotiating a deal. There was no way he would abandon Lu Moer under such circumstances. I'd better go with you. I'm worried if you go alone. Bai Qiyu said. No. Go away. Lu Moer was anxious and lowered her voice. They are not good men and women. However, Bai Qiyu reached out and held Lu Moer's hand tightly, saying in a steady and powerful voice, Trust me, everything will be fine as long as I am here.
Lu Moore looked up and met Bai Chiyu's determined eyes, and his heart was shocked. She knew that he would not leave her. For a moment, she was touched and worried.
What's the matter?
Have you two discussed it? Shiba urged impatiently.
Bai Chiyu smiled faintly. We've discussed it, let's go, I'll go with you. You're smart.
Shiba snorted coldly, opened the car door casually, sat in the back seat, then took out a black pistol from his waist, shook it lightly, and pointed the muzzle at Bai Chiyu. Follow my route, or you'll lose your head.
Bai Chiyu's eyelids jumped. Is this really Brother Tan? Why is there a gun in a person's hand?
At this time, the dump truck blocking the front started slowly, clearing a path.
Bai Chiyu lightly stepped on the accelerator and drove forward.
Along the way, Shiba crossed his arms over his chest and glanced casually around the car. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a small hole on the front windshield, then he looked at the roof and saw some more holes, which all looked like bullet holes.
Boy, your car is quite unique. What happened? Did you get robbed? Shiba asked curiously.
Bai Chiyu thought of the 3 criminals he had arrested before and smiled helplessly. They can't be considered robbery, they are probably enemies.
Shiba patted Bai Chiyu's shoulder, grinned, and said proudly, it doesn't matter. If Miss Lu agrees to our request, we will be a family.
I'm not bragging, just look at the gun in my hand.
With this thing, I can help you get rid of your enemies.
Yes, you are right.
Bai Chiyu smiled. Shiba patted himself on the shoulder and gave himself another entry.
Those who can give themselves entries are all good people.
He immediately opened the newly acquired entry to check.
Golden bell cover blue, normal attacks on the body are ineffective against you. Bai Chiyu's eyes lit up slightly. He had just obtained the Iron Head skill, and now he had the Golden Bell cover? All of them were horizontal training skills, plus the martial arts he had at hand.
TSK, could he beat 10 people now? But I am clearly just a poor worker. If I continue like this, I will become a performer.
Bai Chiyu was thinking as he drove forward, and the 3 vans behind him were still following.
Not long after, they arrived at Wayman Pharmaceuticals' pharmaceutical factory.
After getting off the car, Lu Moore and Bai Chiyu were taken directly to the door of the production workshop. A man and a woman were already standing at the door, responsible for body searches. In the end, apart from a scalpel found on Bai Chiyu, no other dangerous items were found. Bai Chiyu even noticed that there was a scalpel in his pocket. He thought that Suji must have put it there because she was worried about him. Although this woman has a cold face, what she does always touches people's hearts. After completing the body search, Shiba took the 2 of them into the production workshop.
On the assembly line, medicines are produced, processed and boxed in an orderly manner.
The whole process is mechanical and precise, and it seems inexplicably relaxing. In the middle of the workshop, a man in a white coat was already standing there waiting, guarded by 2 men and 1 woman. Bai Chiyu noticed him at first sight. It's not because this guy in a white coat stands out in the crowd, but because he has 3 purple entries on his head. High position and power purple. With enough time, your position and power will eventually reach a point where everyone will look up to you. Human trafficker purple. When trafficking people or human organs, you will gain additional resources. Martial arts purple. Your martial arts have reached great perfection. Bai Chiyu's pupils shrank slightly, his gaze lingered on the word human trafficker for a moment, and his eyes gradually became sharp.
This Ningwu, could it be related to the criminal group that sells human organs? I didn't expect the world is so small. After going around in circles, I ran into this criminal gang again. But compared to this, Bai Chiyu was more curious about why Ningwu was looking for Lu Moore. Ningwu glanced at Bai Chiyu and Lu Moore and frowned. Why are there 2 people here?
Shiba immediately came over and whispered something in Ningwu's ear. Ningwu's expression relaxed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since he is Miss Lu's friend, he is one of us. As he said that, he walked towards Lu Moore, extended his hand, and smiled. Hello, I'm Ningwu.
This is the first time we meet in this way.
I hope Lawyer Lu doesn't mind.
Chapter 49, Happy and Unforgettable.
However, Lu Moore just looked at Ningwu coldly and had no intention of reaching out. Bai Chiyu took a step forward with a smile and shook Ningwu's hand without hesitation. Hello. But the moment he held it, Bai Chiyu felt a little regretful.
Damn it, I parked too far away and didn't even get to see the entry. What a loss.
Ningwu frowned slightly, pulled back his hand with some disdain, and then said, Lawyer Lu, I asked someone to ask you to do something before, but you didn't agree.
Now that we meet, I wonder if we can talk about it again? Lu Moer glanced at the people around him who were staring at him eagerly and snorted coldly, "Is that how you want to talk?" Ning Wu spread his hands, showing an embarrassment. "Alas, I don't want to talk like this. But if I don't ask you this, you won't see me. So, I can only let Lawyer Lu down for the time being." Lu Moer sneered and said bluntly, "You are suing you because of the Jinue Group's drug infringement, right?" Ning Wu had contacted her through some friends before, and his words and deeds seemed to indicate that he wanted her to help deal with the lawsuit. Ning Wu smiled and nodded, with a tentative tone. "Does Lawyer Lu have any solution?" Lu Moer shook his head without hesitation, saying in a cold tone, "You can't win." Ning Wu seemed to be well prepared. He took out a file bag and handed it to Lu Moer. "This is the approval report of our drug. Can we win the case?" Lu Moer didn't even look at it, and said directly, "Jinue Group has already issued a report that half of the drugs produced by your company are exactly the same as their patented products. Although your batch number is new, it has already constituted infringement. You can't win this lawsuit." After hearing this, Ning Wu not only did not show any disappointment, but he smiled instead. He slowly stretched out his hand to the side, and the female subordinate standing behind him immediately handed him a pistol. Ning Wu shook the gun in his hand, and said threateningly, "Can we win this fight?" Lu Moer glanced at the gun in his hand with disdain and said coldly, "Use a gun? Then you should go to the mountains and become a bandit." Ning Wu didn't care. He put the pistol and the document bag side by side, and said with a hint of amusement, "Can we win with this and this?" Lu Moer's face darkened and his brows knitted tightly. "What do you mean?" Ning Wu did not answer directly, but smiled and waved his hand. "Bring the person up." As soon as he finished speaking, one of his men behind him immediately turned around and left. Not long after, the man dragged out a woman with her hands tied and a towel stuffed in her mouth from behind the machine next to her. There was panic in her eyes, but the moment she saw Bai Qiyu, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. When Bai Qiyu saw the woman's face, he was stunned. Su Kaiwei. Why was she tied here again? Oh my god, are you prone to being kidnapped? This is the second time. The moment Su Kaiwei saw Bai Qiyu, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, but then she became anxious again. She shook her head desperately, making a woo-woo sound from her mouth. It didn't matter if she got hurt or died, but if Brother Yu was in danger, she would not be able to bear it no matter what. Ning Wu looked at Su Caiyue's reaction, a smug smile appeared on his lips. "Did you see that? This is Su Kaiwei, the second young lady of Jinue Group." Bai Qiyu was stunned when he heard this. Su Kaiwei was actually the second lady of Jinue Group? When I was dating her, I knew she was a rich second generation, but I didn't expect she was so rich. But for such a rich man, he only has 100,000 yuan of pocket money a month? That's too stingy. Lu Moer frowned even more tightly, and said with a hint of anger, "You want to use her as a hostage to threaten Jinue Group?" Ning Wu nodded, with a bit of confidence in his tone. "With your help, I believe that everything will be safe." Lu Moer shook her head coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "Since you have a hostage, it doesn't matter whether you use me or not." Ning Wu stretched out his index finger and waved it gently, with a sinister smile on his face. No, Lawyer Lu, you underestimate me. I, Ning, always make sure everything goes well. Now my other business has run into some problems. If I lose this lawsuit, I will have to stop producing my medicines, and I will have to pay a huge amount of compensation. This will bankrupt me, and I may never be able to recover. What if I don't agree? Lu Moer scoffed at the hostage-taking thing and had no good feelings towards Ning Wu. Ning Wu didn't care, instead he smiled even more sinisterly. "I know that Jinue Group is also trying to win you over. So, in order to impress Lawyer Lu, I specially prepared a big gift." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and the sound echoed in the empty factory. Immediately afterwards, another subordinate behind Ning Wu walked behind a machine and dragged out a man with his hands tied and a towel stuffed in his mouth. The man struggled, his eyes full of fear. The moment he saw this person, Bai Qiyu was stunned. He also knew this person. Lu Bo? Isn't this the coward who pursued Su Ji but was frightened and collapsed on the ground by Su Ji's knife? Lu Bo? Lu Lang? Could he be Lu Moer's younger brother? It's a small world. Sure enough, the moment Lu Moer saw Lu Bo, his face suddenly changed, and his voice was filled with suppressed anger. "Ning Wu, you actually kidnapped my brother?" Ning Wu spread his hands innocently and said, "Don't say it so harshly, Lawyer Lu. I am asking you to invite me. Let your brother tell you in person and see if he is happy with me." As he said that, he reached out and pulled off the towel that was blocking Lu Bo's mouth. As soon as the towel was taken away, Lu Bo immediately shouted, "Sister! Save me!" Ningwu looked at Lu Bo's panic-stricken expression and a smug smile appeared on his face. Lu Moer's expression was uncertain, and finally she gritted her teeth and said, "Brother! Don't worry, we live in a society ruled by law now, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you." "Really?" Ningwu smiled and said, "Then I'll cut off one of his arms first and let you see." Lu Bo was so frightened that his face turned pale and his voice changed. "No. Sister! Save me! I can't live without an arm." Lu Moer's eyes were burning with anger as he stared at Ningwu. "Ningwu, if you dare to touch my brother, I promise to make you regret it for the rest of your life." Ningwu didn't care at all, instead he laughed even more wildly. "Regret? Lawyer Lu, you can't even protect yourself now, how dare you threaten me?" He turned to Lu Bo and said, "It seems that your sister doesn't care about you that much. Chapter 50 You must be strong." Lu Bo was so scared that he was shaking all over, and his voice was almost crying. "Sister! Please, save me. I don't want to become a disabled person." Lu Moer gritted his teeth, a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. She looked at Lu Bo and said, "Brother, you have to be strong. Even if you lose your arms, I will support you forever." Ningwu's face darkened when he heard this. He obviously didn't expect Lu Moer to be so tough. He snorted coldly, with a fierce tone, "Raise him? Okay, then I will remove both of his arms and legs and see how you raise him." Lu Bo shouted desperately, "Sister! Lu Moer, you have to be strong." Ningwu's face was terribly gloomy. He didn't expect that Lu Moer was indifferent to the fact that his brother had become disabled. If Jinue Group has the same attitude towards Tsukaiwa, then I am doomed to lose, right? No, at least I have to deal with Lu Moer first, so that I will have a guarantee. But if I really take action against Lu Bo and Lu Moer still disagrees, then there will be no room for easing the situation. Ningwu narrowed his eyes and raised a sinister smile. "Okay, do you think I won't do such a thing? Someone come here." Lu Moer glanced at Ningwu coldly, then turned to Lu Bo and said, "Brother, you have to be strong." Ningwu snorted coldly and pointed his finger directly at Bai Chiyu, "Cut off his little finger first and sharpen the knife." Bai Chiyu was stunned, looking at Ningwu pointing at his hand. "What does this have to do with me? Killing the chicken to scare the monkey?" Before he finished his words, Shiba behind Ningwu strode forward and grabbed Bai Chiyu's wrist. It was a case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Ningwu had no way of telling Lu Moer that he had been trafficking in human organs before, so he had to use this method to let Lu Moer know that he dared to do it. But what he didn't know was that he was not killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, he was killing the elephant to respect the ants. Seeing this, Lu Moer's face suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted, "Wait! Don't touch him, I agree." Ningwu was stunned and frowned. Lu Bo was also confused, his eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. "My limbs were about to be broken just now, but you told me to be strong and to stick to the bottom line. Now if someone wants to touch this man's little finger, you will agree immediately? Is your bottom line made of rubber band? Are you still my sister?" However, Lu Bo was also relieved. After all, his sister agreed, so his limbs were saved. He secretly glanced at Bai Chiyu. Who was this person? He was able to sit in Suji's car before, and now he could make his sister so nervous. Ningwu smiled. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary-looking man was actually Lu Moer's weak spot. Then everything would be easy from now on. He waved his hand, signaling Shiba to let go. Ningwu's eyes were filled with a hint of amusement. "That's right, Lawyer Lu really knows the big picture. But I'm afraid this little brother will have to stay with me for a few days." Lu Moer bit her lip, a hint of worry flashed in her eyes, and she turned to look at Bai Chiyu. Bai Chiyu shook her head at her, saying in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. This elder brother said before that as long as you help them, we will be considered a family." When Shiba heard this, he laughed out loud, put his arm around Bai Chiyu's shoulders and patted him hard. "That's right. We are a family now." Seeing this, Ningwu nodded with satisfaction. Shiba is becoming more and more worldly wise. If he can successfully deal with Lu Moer this time, he might be able to take this opportunity to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. And this man is the key figure. Shiba thought for a moment and took the opportunity to ask, "Little brother, what job do you do now?" In fact, Shiba had some guesses. Judging from Bai Chiyu's appearance, he should be Lu Moer's kept gigolo or boyfriend. Bai Chiyu smiled and said calmly, "I drive a taxi, the same car I drove just now." Shiba also laughed. Oh, it's the A8 with the bullet hole.
As soon as he finished speaking, his smile suddenly froze, and he suddenly remembered something. The other people also frowned.
Ningwu saw that his men were acting strangely, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?"
Shiba looked at Bai Qiyu and reminded him, the A8 car that sent Laojiu, Laosi and Lauer in had a bullet hole left by Laosi. Ningwu looked at the pretty boy Bai Qiyu and thought that he didn't look like someone who could send his 3 capable men in.
It must be a coincidence. Ningwu looked at Shiba and asked, "Have you found out? What's the driver's name?" "It seems to be called Bai Qiyu," Shiba said.
Hearing this, Ningwu frowned instantly. The security guard who destroyed our base is also called Bai Qiyu. The person who destroyed his base and put his right-hand man in jail was actually the same person. Lu Moer's heart was already in her throat when she heard them talking just now. She knew what Bai Qiyu had encountered in the past 2 days. The more she listened, the more she felt that they were talking about Bai Qiyu. When she heard the 3 words Bai Qiyu, her whole body trembled.
She immediately looked at Bai Qiyu and gave him a look, signaling him not to expose himself.
Su Kaiwe, who was tied up, was also shocked. She didn't expect that Bai Qiyu had been dealing with such desperados in the past 2 days.
Then, Ningwu looked at Bai Qiyu and said, "Little brother, I wonder if this matter has anything to do with you?" Bai Qiyu quickly shook his head. "How is that possible? I'm a very timid person and I would never do such a thing."
Lu Moer and Su Kaiwe breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
Shiba's tense hands relaxed a bit. Ningwu continued to ask, "Then how should I address you, little brother?"
Bai Qiyu bared his white teeth. "Me, Bai Qiyu." The moment Shiba heard the name, he wanted to take action immediately. His movements were quite fast, but it was too late.
Bai Qiyu had already prepared for this moment. Bai Qiyu instantly activated Destroyer. Destroy his golden bell.
The moment Shiba let go of Bai Qiyu, he felt as if he had forgotten something. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bai Qiyu activated his Master Thief. He had already set his sights on Shiba's pistol and now stole it directly.
There are now 5 enemies in the workshop, including Ningwu.
In addition to Shiba, 2 men are pulling Su Kaiwei and Lubo respectively, and another woman handed the pistol to Ningwu. In Bai Qiyu's eyes, Shiba no longer posed a threat without the pistol, so in order not to waste time, the moment he got the pistol, Bai Qiyu ignored Shiba and activated Sharpshooter, raising his hand and firing forward. His first priority was to rescue Su Kaiwei, so the first shot directly killed the man behind Su Kaiwei.
Chapter 51 Zhou Weigua appears again.
The bullet of the second shot whizzed out and went straight to Ningwu.
Ningwu reacted extremely quickly.
As soon as the first gunshot was heard, he leaped to the side like a cheetah and quickly hid behind the machine.
The bullet did not hit him at all. The movements were so agile that even Bai Qiyu couldn't help but be amazed.
As expected of someone whose martial arts entry has reached the purple level, his reaction speed is simply outrageous.
It would be great if Yang Mu was here. Her sharpshooter attribute is also purple level, and she can easily deal with Ningwu.
At this time, Shiba's attack also arrived. Shiba, who lost his pistol, directly swung his fist and hit Bai Qiyu's back of the head. But Bai Qiyu, who had the iron head skill, ignored him and immediately shot the man behind Lu Bo.
Bang! Gunshots rang out.
The man had just taken out his pistol, but before he could even turn on the safety, he died and fell to the ground. And Shiba's fist also hit Bai Qiyu's head, but there was no injury at all.
Seeing this, Shiba was shocked, thinking that Bai Qiyu could kill him with just a turn. He gritted his teeth and shouted viciously, "You are stubborn, right? What about your waist? Is it also stubborn?"
Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked Bai Qiyu hard in the waist. However, the expected scene of Bai Qiyu falling to the ground in a mess did not occur. It was as if Shiba's foot had kicked on a hard stone, and he was stunned for a moment.
Golden bell cover.
Shiba's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. This guy looks very young, but he not only knows the Iron Head Kung Fu, he also knows the golden bell cover? How many years of practice does it take to reach this level? Even if you start practicing from the womb, you can't reach this level, right? Bai Qiyu continued to kill the female subordinate with one bullet. He then turned around and gave Shiba a pale smile. "It's your turn." Shiba was frightened by this smile and trembled all over. Before he could react, Bai Qiyu kicked him. Rinoba subconsciously wanted to use the golden bell cover, but there was no response at all. Bai Qiyu kicked Shiba hard in the chest, knocking him to the ground.
Immediately afterwards, a bullet accurately shot into Shiba's head. At this time, he still had an expression of disbelief on his face. He didn't understand why he couldn't use the golden bell cover that he had practiced for 30 years. At the same time, Ningwu, who was hiding behind the machine, also reacted. He quickly threw the briefcase in his hand aside, opened the safety of his pistol, and prepared to fight back. Bai Qiyu didn't give him a chance. He turned the gun in his hand and fired another shot at the edge of the machine. Bang! The bullet hit the machine, and a string of sparks burst out instantly. Ningwu was so frightened that he immediately shrank back, not daring to show his head easily. Hide quickly! Bai Qiyu shouted at Lu Moer, and then continued shooting at the machine. He didn't have many bullets, so he could only control the rhythm of his shooting, firing fast and slow to suppress Ningwu's actions. At the same time, he moved quickly towards Su Kaiwe. Lu Bo's hands and feet were tied, and he could only lie on the ground like a caterpillar, rolling desperately. Su Kaiwe knew that this would be of no use. Once Bai Qiyu ran out of bullets, Ningwu would immediately counterattack, and then none of them would be able to escape. Seeing Bai Qiyu running towards her, Su Kaiwe shook her head desperately and made a woohoo sound with her mouth, signaling him not to come over. Ningwu's target is me, it's not too late for brother you to run away now. If he stayed to protect me, Ningwu would definitely kill him first. However, Bai Qiyu seemed not to notice her gesture and still ran towards her firmly. Just as Bai Qiyu rushed in front of Su Kaiwe, the bullets in the pistol were finally used up. Ningwu heard the gunfire stop and immediately stuck his head out from behind the machine. When he saw the situation clearly, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth and the muzzle of the gun in his hand was pointed directly at Bai Qiyu. Bai Qiyu, you're finished. Ningwu's finger was on the trigger, his eyes full of murderous intent. Bai Qiyu pulled Su Kaiwe into his arms, turned his back to Ningwu, and protected her tightly with his body. Bai Qiyu didn't know who Ningwu would shoot at. He knew that he had a bulletproof vest and bullets couldn't kill him, but Su Kaiwe didn't have this protection. If Ningwu's bullet hit her, the consequences would be disastrous. Su Tsayue's tears had already covered her cheeks. She struggled desperately in Bai Qiyu's arms, making a woohoo sound, trying to push him away. No! I can't let brother you take the bullet for me. He can't die. Absolutely not. However, her hands and feet were tied tightly and she had little strength, so struggling was of no use. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Su Kaiwe felt as if all the strength in her body was drained in an instant. Her legs went limp and she almost collapsed to the ground. It's over, brother you was shot. Will he die? No, he can't die. Lu Moer also screamed and rushed towards Bai Qiyu desperately, no. Qiyu. However, Bai Qiyu stood firmly in place, still holding Su Kaiwe tightly, with no signs of falling down. Bai Qiyu frowned immediately, hey? Why doesn't it hurt? I won't be killed by bullets, but I didn't say I won't be injured by bullets. Moreover, Ningwu only fired one shot? No follow-up shots? Thinking of this, Bai Qiyu couldn't help but turned around curiously. Ningwu's eyes widened in disbelief, and there was a bullet hole between his eyebrows. His body shook, and then with a thump, he fell heavily to the ground. And behind Ningwu stood a figure that Bai Qiyu was very familiar with, Zhou Weiguo. Seeing Zhou Weiguo, Bai Qiyu breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, you finally came out. If you hadn't come out, I would have died. Zhou Weiguo raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. You know I'm here? Bai Qiyu nodded. It was only when he discovered that Zhou Weiguo was here that he dared to reveal his identity and take action. Maybe it was because of the stealth red entry. Zhou Weiguo's concealment was really good and no one else noticed. In fact, Bai Qiyu had discovered Zhou Weiguo's trace long before entering the factory. Although Zhou Weiguo has the stealth red attribute, which allows him to hide extremely well and make it difficult for others to detect his presence, Bai Qiyu not only has the same attribute, but also a higher level, observation purple, attribute. So, Bai Qiyu discovered Zhou Weiguo where the cat was early in the morning. Bai Qiyu immediately understood the purpose of Zhou Weiguo's coming here. Revenge. Revenge for the murder of his wife. It was for this reason that Bai Qiyu dared to expose his identity and even took the initiative to provoke Ningwu. Every step he took was carefully calculated. The only uncertainty was whether Zhou Weiguo would take action at the critical moment when he was protecting Su Kaiwe. Now it seems that Zhou Weiguo not only made the move, but also made the move at the right time, without even giving him a chance to be shot. Chapter 52 The Three Women Meet.
Lu Mor and Su Kaiwei finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Bai Qiyu was safe and sound.
Bai Qiyu quickly untied Su Kaiwei, while Lu Mor ran to untie Lu Bo's rope. As soon as Su Kaiwei was free, she immediately tore off the towel from her mouth and threw herself into Bai Qiyu's arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "Brother, you're so stupid. What should I do if you get hurt?" Lu Mor had just untied Lu Bo, and when he looked up he saw the scene, and his eyes narrowed instantly. Su Kaiwei actually knows Qiyu? Moreover, judging from the situation, their relationship is quite extraordinary. Bai Qiyu felt Lu Mor's gaze and quickly let go of Su Kaiwei. He coughed dryly and said, "I'll be fine. Call the police first." Su Kaiwei finally came to her senses, nodded heavily, then ran to Ningwu's body and took out his cell phone from him. Bai Qiyu couldn't help but nodded when he saw this scene. This medical student had seen many corpses, so he was really brave. At this time he thought of another problem. At this moment, he suddenly thought of another question, turned to look at Zhou Weigua, and asked curiously, "Captain, how did you find this place?" "You know, the police haven't found Ningwu yet, but Zhou Weigua actually found this place." Zhou Weigua had no intention of hiding anything and explained directly, "I thought Yeniming had contacts with these people and might leave some records, so I went to the hospital." Using some special means, they entered Yeniming's blocked office. Unfortunately, Yeniming's information had already been taken away by the police. "I thought I would return empty-handed, but I ran into a sneaky guy who also sneaked into Yeniming's office, but..." "Just what?" Bai Qiyu asked curiously. "But that man got into an A8 as soon as he left the hospital." At this point, Zhou Weigua looked at Bai Qiyu with some resentment. "Are you talking about the one wearing a baseball cap?" Bai Qiyu thought of the old nine he was pulling. Zhou Weigua nodded, "But luckily I remembered his face, and I found out that this guy often went in and out of Wayman Pharmaceutical before." "So you suspect that there is something wrong with Wayman Pharmaceutical?" Zhou Weigua nodded. Bai Qiyu nodded and suddenly thought of something. If Zhou Weigua could get here, how could the police not find him? But Yang Mu had told him before that the police did not get any clues from those two people. Either Yang Mu was unaware of it, or Yang Mu had deceived himself. At this moment, sirens suddenly sounded outside, coming from far away and approaching rapidly. Su Kaiwei was a little confused. "I haven't called the police yet, why are they here?" Bai Qiyu's eyes narrowed. "No, the police were nearby before. In other words, they have been eyeing this place for a long time and have been waiting for the right time to strike." Zhou Weigua's face also turned serious. He was a fugitive suspect, and if he was caught by the police, he would be in big trouble. He glanced at Bai Qiyu and whispered, "Looks like I have to go." After saying that, Zhou Weigua quickly turned around and ran towards the back of the workshop, and his figure soon disappeared into the shadows. After Zhou Weigua left, Bai Qiyu looked down at his slightly trembling hands and sighed helplessly. "Although there is an entry for sharpshooter, this is the first time I have shot and killed someone, so I can't help but feel a little nervous." At this moment, a warm hand suddenly held his gun hand. Bai Qiyu looked up and saw Lu Mor looking at him lovingly. She said softly, "Qiyu, it's okay. I'm here." When Su Kaiwei saw this scene, she was immediately furious. "Who is this woman? Why is she holding my brother Yu's hand?" She rushed forward, forcefully pried their hands apart, and angrily said, "Let go of your hand. Why are you holding my brother Yu's hand?" Lu Mor had long seen that Su Kaiwei and Bai Qiyu had a special relationship, but she pretended to be stupid and said with a smile, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect you to be Qiyu's sister. From now on, just call me sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law?" Su Tsayue's face darkened instantly, and she gritted her teeth and said, "You're dreaming." Bai Qiyu looked at the two people confronting each other and suddenly thought of the words of a literary master from a certain world, "I just think they are noisy." Lu Bo, who was standing by, was completely stunned. "What's going on?" "That's the second young lady of Jinue group. The other one is my elder sister who has been so gentle to me since I was a child." "Are these two fighting over a man?" He felt that his worldview had suffered a huge impact and his soul was trembling. This is too outrageous." Lu Bo knelt on the ground with a thud and shouted to Bai Qiyu, "If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your foster father." Lu Mor, who was originally arguing with Su Kaiwei, suddenly turned pale when he heard this. "Lu Bo, stand up. You have worshipped him as your godfather, so what should you call him? Can you still call him Dad?" At the end of her speech, her voice became softer and softer, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "It seems that it is not impossible." At this moment, the door of the workshop was suddenly slammed open with a loud noise.
Immediately afterwards, a team of fully armed police rushed in with guns, moving quickly and orderly.
And the leader was Yang Mu. Before she could see the situation clearly, she shouted anxiously, 7 fish! Where are the 7 fish? 7 fish!
Her eyes quickly swept across everyone and finally stopped on Bai Qiyu.
Seeing that Bai Qiyu was safe and sound, Yang Mu breathed a sigh of relief, but the gun in his hand was pointed at Lu Moer next to him. Qiyu, are you okay? Bai Qiyu was shocked. If Lu Moer was hit by this bullet, then it would be the end of him, right? He quickly shouted, don't shoot. I'm fine, we are safe. Lu Moer looked gloomy and coldly looked at Yang Mu. You did this on purpose, didn't you?
Yang Mu snorted, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Sorry, when I saw that lawyer Lu look like a criminal, I subconsciously wanted to shoot you. Although she said sorry, her expression and actions did not show any apology at all. When Su Kaiwei saw Yang Mu, her eyes lit up instantly and she shouted excitedly, Sister Mu.
Yang Mu then noticed Su Kaiwei and asked in surprise, Kaiwei? Why are you here too?
Su Kaiwei immediately ran towards Yang Mu and opened her arms to hug her.
However, Yang Mu bypassed her and ran straight to Bai Qiyu, hugging him. Qiyu, are you okay?
As she spoke, she nervously checked Bai Qiyu's body, fearing that he might have been injured.
Chapter 53 Closing the Net. Su Tsayue's attack was in vain. She stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the scene in front of her. Sister Mu, what are you doing?
Lu Moer, who was standing next to him, took in all of this and a meaningful smile appeared on his face.
Oh, little girl, don't you understand?
The relationship between your sister and Qiyu in this scene is the same as the relationship between you and Qiyu.
Su Tsayue's eyes widened in disbelief.
When Yang Mu heard Lu Moer's words, he frowned and looked at Su Kaiwei sharply. She suddenly remembered that when Bai Qiyu was still a security guard, he once saved Su Kaiwei from Luo Xian. At that time, Su Kaiwei had a good impression of that security guard. Could it be that because of the plot of the hero saving the beauty, Kaiwei mistook gratitude for love? Thinking of this, the hostility in Yang Mu's eyes weakened a little. Kaiwei, I know Qiyu saved you, so you have some feelings for him. But that is not love, maybe it's just because of gratitude, you mistakenly think it is love. However, Su Kaiwei shook her head and said firmly, Sister Mu, it's not true. Brother, you and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. Bai Qiyu was immediately overwhelmed when he heard this, and quickly added, it was an ex-boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
We have broken up. Su Kaiwei didn't care about that.
She immediately ran over and hugged Bai Qiyu's left arm, saying coquettishly, Brother, you, don't worry. My sister has increased my pocket money to 200,000 yuan. I can support you now. When Yang Mu heard this, his eyes widened instantly. She originally thought that Su Kaiwei just had some feelings for Bai Qiyu, but she didn't expect that they were already ex-lovers. What she didn't expect was that he wanted to support Qiyu with only 200,000 yuan. You are dreaming. Yang Mu sneered and hugged Bai Qiyu's other arm as if to claim sovereignty. Kaiwei, you may have misunderstood. Qiyu is my boyfriend now. Bai Qiyu quickly pushed the two away. Don't worry, you are just my ex-girlfriends. Lu Moer walked over with her head held high, her tone somewhat proud. That's right, you are all just ex-girlfriends. As she said that, she actually opened her arms and wanted to hug Bai Qiyu. I am the girlfriend. Bai Qiyu was quick to move and directly pressed Lu Moer's head with his hand, blocking her at arm's length. Don't come over here, you two. Oh, my damn charm. There's really nowhere to put it. Bai Qiyu shook his head, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. You guys are really careless. You still have the mood to say these things in this pile of dead bodies. At this time, the three women's faces froze before they reacted. They looked at the corpses nearby and suddenly felt a little scared. At this moment, a police officer ran over and saluted Yang Mu. Captain Yang, the scene has been controlled. The 5 people in front of us are the ones who died, and the others have been controlled. But we found that the back door was open. After investigation, it seems that someone escaped. Bai Qiyu knew that the person who escaped was Zhou Weigui. He breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want Zhou Weigui to be caught. Yang Mu nodded, his tone steady. Well, okay. I'll take them back to the police station to assist in the investigation. You guys secure the evidence, especially the surveillance in the workshop. The police looked at Bai Qiyu and the others, with some hesitation in his eyes. After all, the situation at the scene has not been fully clarified. If Bai Qiyu and others are also the murderers, then Captain Yang's situation will be dangerous.
The police officer couldn't help but step forward and asked in a low voice, "Captain Yang, do you want me to send a few people to follow you? Just in case."
Yang Mu glanced at Lu Moer, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, in case there is a woman who harbors evil intentions and is shameless and wants to steal someone else's boyfriend, this will make me feel at ease. When Lu Moer heard this, she stared at Yang Mu coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. It seems that Officer Yang's self-review is still not enough.
"Do you want me to apply for a few more for you?" When the word review was mentioned, Yang Mu's face instantly turned ugly.
Last time, because of Lu Moer's complaint, she was forced to write a 5,000-word self-criticism, which became a laughingstock throughout the police station.
If she gets complained about again, she will really lose face. Yang Mu gritted his teeth and finally chose to shut up. Sure enough, when it comes to talking nonsense, Lu Moer is not afraid of anyone. Of course, Bai Qiyu knew about Lu Moer's ability with his mouth a long time ago. Hiss. Afterwards, several people were taken into a police car and taken to the police station to assist in the investigation.
On the way, Yang Mu solved Bai Qiyu's doubts. It turned out that the police had long been keeping an eye on Ningwu's criminal group. Lao Jiao, who was previously sent to the police station by Bai Qiyu, had actually confessed a lot of key information. Combined with the confessions of Yen Yimin and Lu Lang, the police basically figured out the operation model of this criminal group.
This criminal group is based on Wayman Pharmaceutical.
On the surface, it is a regular pharmaceutical company, but in fact it is secretly engaged in the illegal business of buying and selling human organs. Through their medical business, they come into contact with doctors and patients, and screen out wealthy people who need organ replacements and patients without family members as organ donors. Although Ningwu is the boss of a pharmaceutical company, he is not a professional in medicine. In his early years, he was just an ordinary pharmaceutical representative who accumulated some connections by dealing with hospitals. Later, he founded Wayman Pharmaceutical, but the company mainly produced some drugs whose patents had expired and had meager profits. So he set his sights on the lucrative underground business of human organ trading. Ningwu has 10 capable men under him, known as the 10 Vajras, who are specifically responsible for this business. It's just that these 10 Vajras were really unlucky, and they actually met Bai Qiyu. Under Bai Qiyu's design, the 3 men died in a fight with Lu Lang's bodyguards. The 3 of them got into Bai Qiyu's taxi, but were taken directly to the police station.
The remaining 4 people died at the hands of Bai Qiyu's gun today.
Bai Qiyu also felt it was a pity after listening to it. Among the 10 great King Kongs, he didn't even get many entries, but they all died. The police originally planned to close the net today, but suddenly received news that outsiders had entered. An A8 with bullet holes drove in, with a man and a woman sitting in the car. The armed police sent to cooperate did not know the origin of this A8, but the criminal police knew it very well. This car just sent 2 Class A wanted criminals to the police station today. The news was reported quickly and eventually reached Yang Mu. She almost couldn't hold back when she saw the news. The reason why Yang Mu lied to Bai Qiyu, the wanted criminal, and asked him not to confess anything was because he was afraid that he would be involved in the case. After all, this case is too complicated and extremely dangerous. But she was on guard against everything, but she didn't expect Bai Qiyu to actually drive his car directly into Ningwu's lair. Chapter 54 Sister, please save brother Yu. Good man, you planned to kill 3 of his men and sent 3 of them to the police station.
Now you dare to go to his lair? What? Is life stressful?
Yang Mu did not dare to delay, and immediately applied for an action order and rushed in with the police. But what Yang Mu didn't expect was that he would meet Su Kaiwei here. Su Kaiwei also looked aggrieved. I wanted to go find brother Yu this morning, but I was kidnapped as soon as I left the house. Bai Qiyu looked at the girl in front of him who was easily kidnapped and couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Although he was a little troubled by Su Kaiwei, at least now the gang was basically completely disintegrated, and Su Kaiwei, Su Ji, and Lu Moer who were involved in it were safe. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. When they arrived at the police station, Bai Qiyu and others cooperated with the police in taking statements. There are surveillance cameras in the workshop and everything is recorded clearly. The situations of Lu Moer, Su Kaiwei and Lu Bo were very clear. They were indeed just victims of kidnapping, so they were released very quickly. But Bai Qiyu was different, he killed someone. Although it was a case of self-defense, the nature of shooting and killing is different anyway. So he is still under investigation. At this time, Su Kaiwei was waiting anxiously at the door of the police station, her eyes full of worry. Suddenly, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of her. A pair of long legs stepped out of the car first, and then a delicate and heartwarming face appeared in front of Su Kaiwei. Su Jinyu's brows were furrowed, his expression full of worry. When she received the call that Su Kaiwe was kidnapped, she was completely stunned and had no idea what was going on. If something really happened to Kaiwe, she would be left alone without a support system. Seeing Su Kaiwe standing in front of her unharmed, Su Jinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone in her heart fell to the ground.
Kaiwe, how are you? Are you okay? Su Jinyu asked with concern.
Su Jinyu's brows slightly frowned, and her originally nervous expression relaxed a little. Seeing that her sister was fine, her mood gradually calmed down. She nodded solemnly. Of course, he saved you, so I will naturally help him if I can. Upon hearing this, Su Kaiwe immediately grabbed her sister's hand tightly. No, you must save him.
He was the one who saved me in the hospital last time. Hearing this, Su Jinyu's expression changed slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was the one who saved you before? Su Kaiwe nodded. A complex emotion flashed through Su Jinyu's heart. In her position, she sees things from a different perspective. She has seen too many conspiracies and she is a little suspicious. Is Bai Qiyu deliberately approaching her sister in this way? Does he want to get something from her, or even covet the Jinyu group?
No, we have to investigate it first. But Su Jinyu remained calm on the surface. Kaiwe, you have to let me understand the situation first. Hearing her sister say this, Su Kaiwe realized that she was a little confused because of her concern. Afterwards, Su Jinyu and Su Kaiwe entered the police station together. At this time, Lu Moer was waiting outside the interrogation room. She was not worried at all that anything would happen to Bai Qiyu. In her opinion, this was just a trivial matter. It was certain that Bai Qiyu was acting in self-defense. Her only worry was that Bai Qiyu was not rescued by her. One is Yang Mu, and the other is Su Kaiwe. Both of you have the ability to rescue Bai Qiyu, but she is my Qiyu. Why should I ask you to save her? Only I can save her.
Just then, Su Jinyu and Su Kaiwe walked in.
Su Jinyu saw Lu Moer at first sight, but she didn't expect to meet her in such a place. She chuckled, Lawyer Lu, I didn't expect that you turned down my previous 2 invitations, but we met here today.
Lu Moer nodded slightly, looking calm. Yes, but now that Wayman Pharmaceutical is finished, I'm afraid Mr. Su won't need me anymore.
Su Jinyu shook her head, but the smile on her face did not disappear. No, Lawyer Lu, our group covers a wide range of fields and has many difficult cases, so we still hope to cooperate with you. Lu Moer raised her eyebrows, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I'm afraid some people are not willing. Her eyes fell directly on Su Kaiwe.
Su Jinyu frowned slightly and looked at his sister.
Su Kaiwe snorted coldly, obviously not intending to pay attention to Lu Moer. Sister, don't worry about this woman, just go and save Brother Yu. Hearing the words Brother Yu, Su Jinyu frowned even more tightly, with a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Brother Yu? Is that the person you asked me to save? Is it necessary to be so kind? Su Kaiwe immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. If her sister knew that she had used her pocket money to support Brother Yu's image in her sister's heart would definitely plummet, and it would be even more difficult for him to be with her at that time. Lu Moer realized this immediately and raised the corner of her mouth. It seems that President Su doesn't know that this man who your sister calls Brother Yu used to date your sister.
Sure enough, a cold light flashed in Su Jinyu's eyes. Kaiwe, what's going on? Su Kaiwe cried out inwardly, oh no.
This woman actually used her own sister to deal with her. Su Kaiwe knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she could only confess, Sister, although Brother Yu and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, it is also true that he saved me, so you should save him. Su Jinyu seemed to recall some bad memories. Humph, I've told you many times before that men are not good things, especially when their names contain the word fish. Su Kaiwe was anxious and raised her voice a few degrees. Sister,
Brother Yu is different from your ex-boyfriend. Su Jinyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Now for a man, you dare to talk back to me? Well, in this case, I want to see what kind of person your Brother Yu is.
After that, Su Jinyu turned to Lu Moer and said, Lawyer Lu, no matter who my sister has dated, she will always be my sister. I hope you don't have any thoughts about my sister.
Su Jinyu is certainly not a fool since he can sit in this position.
She could tell that Lu Moer's words just now were obviously intended to sow discord. Lu Moer shrugged and smiled. Mr. Su, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to tell you that the man is my boyfriend now. Please ask your sister to stop harassing him. Humph, Brother Yu already said that you are also his ex-girlfriend.
Su Kaiwe wanted to say a few more words. Chapter 55, Brother Yu is Qiyu? Where is Yang Mu? Su Jinyu asked Su Kaiwe. Su Kaiwa looked a little strange, and then she said, Yang Mu was in the interrogation room. Su Jinyu nodded, but then frowned, as if she noticed something was wrong. Didn't you always call her Sister Mu before? Why do you call her Yang Mu now? How refreshing. She is my love rival now, and I still have to call her Sister Mu? Not calling her a vixen was already being polite. Lu Moer, who was standing aside, looked at Su Jinyu with a half-smile, and said with a hint of ridicule. Mr. Su doesn't care enough about his sister. Yang Mu is also that guy's ex-girlfriend. Su Jinyu's expression suddenly turned ugly, and her brows furrowed. Is Yang Mu also the ex-girlfriend of that man? She never imagined that her sister and best friend had a relationship with the same man. Su Jinyu was well aware of Yang Mu's previous heartbreak. During that period, Yang Mu fell into a deep depression and it took him a whole year to come out of the shadow. Su Jinyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Kaiwa. Follow me. Su Kaiwa felt a chill down her spine, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in her heart. She knew very well that whenever her sister showed this expression, it meant that things had become extremely serious. In the past, she never dared to go against her sister's wishes at such times. But this time, when she thought of Baichiyu, an unprecedented courage suddenly surged in her heart. Sister! No matter what happened to Brother Yu, he saved me twice. I can't just ignore him. Su Kaiwa's reaction stunned Su Jinyu. This was the first time she had seen her sister rebel against her. It seems that the man means much more to her than she imagined. Su Jinyu knew very well that the more a little girl's love was suppressed, the more likely she would become rebellious. Instead of stopping it by force, it is better to start with that man. Then let's take a look at the specific situation of that man. If he is really a scumbag, then just make him disappear. Thinking of this, Su Jinyu nodded, and his tone softened a little. Okay, I'll help you. Come with me. When Su Kaiwa heard her sister's words, her eyes suddenly lit up and she immediately followed. Before leaving, he did not forget to make a face at Lu Moer. Lu Moer looked at the backs of the two people and sighed helplessly. Compared with Su Jinyu, my energy is indeed a little smaller. What a pity, what I just said didn't have any effect. Su Jinyu brought Su Kaiwa to the door of the director's office. She knocked gently on the door. Come in. A majestic male voice came from inside. The moment Su Jinyu opened the door, the seriousness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a smile as warm as spring breeze. Her smile is so friendly that people can't help but feel close to her. My sister's ability to change her face is truly amazing. Every time Su Kaiwa saw him, she was filled with admiration. Su Jinyu walked into the office. Uncle Zhang, how are you doing recently? Zhen Gang looked up and a smile immediately appeared on his face. It's Jinyu. Come and sit down. Su Jinyu took Su Kaiwa to sit on the sofa and said with a little apology in his tone, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Uncle Zhang again this time. Zhen Gang walked out from behind his desk, sat on the sofa beside them, and said with a smile, You are here for Tsayua's matter, right? Don't worry, the matter has been investigated clearly, and Kaiwa has nothing to do with the case. Unexpectedly, Su Jinyu shook her head and said, No. My sister said that someone saved her and that's why she was able to escape safely. I want to meet that person and thank him in person. Zhen Gang nodded, with some approval in his tone, so that's how it is. That young man is indeed extraordinary. Not only did he save Kaiwa, he also helped us solve this major case. Su Jinyu's eyes flashed with interest. Oh? Is this person so powerful? Zhen Gang smiled, then stood up and said, Come on, I'll show you. As he spoke, he walked behind his desk and turned on his computer. Su Jinyu and Su Kaiwa also followed and stood in front of the computer screen. Soon, a video began playing on the screen. Su Jinyu first saw Su Kaiwa being tied up, and then he saw Baichiyu and Lu Moer with their backs to the camera. The moment Baichiyu's figure appeared on the screen, Su Jinyu was stunned. This back view. How familiar. Almost every midnight, she would dream of this figure moving away from her. Every time she woke up with a start, she would unconsciously say the name, Seven Fishes. Su Jinyu couldn't help but shout out. When Su Kaiwa heard her sister's voice, she was shocked. Sister, do you know Brother Yu? Brother Yu? Su Jinyu's eyes flashed with surprise, but it disappeared in an instant. The fish brother Su Kaiwa mentioned turned out to be Baichiyu. So that's how it is. Su Jinyu said, No, didn't you tell me his name before? Did I tell my sister Brother Yu's name? Could it be that I have remembered it wrong? Su Jinyu did not explain further and continued to stare at the screen.
At this point, the white 7 fish in the video has already started killing people in all directions. His movements were clean and quick, and he shot each of Ningwu's men down one by one. Su Jinyu's eyes gradually brightened up, and even a little heart appeared in his eyes.
When did Qiyu become so powerful?
His skills and decisiveness are simply eye-catching.
Su Jinyu felt distressed instantly. To become so powerful, he must have suffered a lot, right? After leaving me, will he have trouble eating or sleeping, or even drink the mineral water that costs 5,000 yuan a bottle?
At this moment, Bai Chiyu's gun in the video ran out of bullets, and Ningwu walked out from behind the machine with a gun in hand.
Bai Chiyu pounced on Su Kaiwa without hesitation and protected her with her body. No!
Su Jinyu shouted subconsciously, as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. However, after the gunshots, it was Ningwu who fell down. Zhou Weigua appeared in the picture holding a pistol. Seeing this, Su Jinyu finally realized that he had subconsciously held his breath. He hadn't had such a feeling in many years. But Su Kaiwa hugged Su Jinyu and said with emotion, "Sister, I didn't expect you to care about me so much. It's just a video, but you are still so nervous."
Chapter 56 Demolition Driver. Su Jinyu felt a little guilty.
At that moment, Qiyu was all on her mind, and she even forgot about her own sister.
But how can I face you? We like the same man.
There was no sign of abnormality on her face. She just patted Su Tsayua's back gently and said in a gentle tone, "After all, we are sisters."
Su Jinyu turned to look at Zhang Gang. "Uncle Zhang, isn't the situation very clear? He was acting in self-defense, why are you still holding him captive?" Zhang Gang nodded and explained, "It was indeed self-defense.
However, there is something unclear between Zhou Weigua, the man who killed Ningwu, and Bai Qiyu. We need to investigate further to make sure there are no other hidden dangers."
Su Jinyu nodded, "We should indeed investigate, but the two of them didn't communicate much, so it shouldn't be a big deal."
"Uncle Zhang, please let him go for my sake." Zhang Gang sighed, "This is not something I can decide alone, so..." Before Zhang Gang finished speaking, Su Jinyu seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I remember that the security equipment in our bureau should be upgraded." Zhang Gang shook his head and said firmly, "Jinyu, we have known each other for a long time, and you should know what kind of person I am. Public is public, and private is private. I can't violate the rules because of a personal relationship." Su Jinyu seemed not to have heard Zhang Gang's words and continued, "By the way, when I came here just now, I saw that the police cars were getting older.
It's time to replace them." Zhang Gang's brows unconsciously frowned, and his tone became serious. "Jinyu, didn't you understand what I said? No matter how much money you donate to the bureau, I can't break the rules for you." After saying that, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. "Hey, let Bai Qiyu go." "Bullshit, what's suspect? That's the fucking god of wealth." After Zhang Gang hung up the phone, Su Jinyu smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Gang looked puzzled. "Why are you thanking me?" "I am just doing my job, please don't misunderstand me." Su Jinyu didn't say anything else and took Su Kaiwa out of Zhang Gang's office. Su Kaiwa looked at her sister with a smile. "I still like his unruly look." Su Jinyu glanced at Su Kaiwa. For some reason, the more she looked at her sister, the more she felt annoyed. She snorted coldly, "Just don't cause me any more trouble." Su Kaiwa could sense the displeasure in her sister's tone, and nodded obediently, "I know, sister." Su Jinyu immediately wanted to go to the interrogation room to pick up Bai Qiyu. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. "No, in what capacity can I go to see him now? His relationship with my sister is unclear, and he is my ex. If it is made clear, what should Kaiwei and I do?" However, when she thought that the person she had been thinking about day and night was right in front of her, she felt unwilling to let him go. What to do? Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind and she looked at Su Kaiwei with burning eyes. It was the first time that Su Kaiwei saw her sister looking at her in this way. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva and asked cautiously, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Su Jinyu realized his own loss of composure, coughed twice, and quickly regained his usual calmness. "You said before that you wanted Bai Qiyu to come to our company to work, right?" Su Kaiwei nodded immediately and looked at Su Jinyu expectantly. "Is it okay, sister?" Su Jinyu pretended to be in deep thought, then said, "Sure, but he can't be a security guard. After all, he has a somewhat unclear relationship with the man who killed Ningwu. Let him come to the company and start as a salesperson." Su Tsayue's eyes suddenly lit up. The lowest level sales position in Jinue Group is much better than security. The best of the best are selected, and not everyone can get in. My sister is finally letting go. She quickly agreed, okay. He will definitely be able to do it. Su Jinyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I don't care if he's capable of doing the job, I just want him to be closer to me. Moreover, by letting Bai Qiyu work under his nose, he can not only keep track of his movements at any time, but also find a way to break up him and Su Kaiwa. As for Lu Moer and Yang Mu? Humph, she didn't take these two people seriously at all. She looked at Su Kaiwa sincerely and said gently, okay, go talk to Bai Qiyu about this. But you have to remember that this man is a scumbag, you must stay away from him. I don't want him to hurt you. As for me, I'm more resilient, so I'd better let him hurt me. Su Kaiwa mistakenly thought that her sister was really thinking about her, and nodded with emotion. Don't worry, sister, I will pay attention. At this time, in the interrogation room, Bai Qiyu had already explained everything clearly and was leaning back in a chair to rest. I am so unlucky. Not only did he encounter dangerous situations time and time again, but he also met his ex-girlfriend one after another. Where is the little luck you promised me? Why is everything so strange? No, I can't stay in Zhongyin City anymore. This place is simply Gotham City. No, it should be said that this place is simply Little Northern Myanmar. I have so many ex-girlfriends and the risk factor is high, so I'd better move to another city to develop. And he discovered a problem. Being a driver was not a good job for him. Not only do you need to communicate with people, but you also need to make contact in order to obtain entries. But even though the driver is carrying a lot of people, it is impossible for him to touch the passengers casually. What's more, he didn't pull many people. We have to find a way to finish this work quickly. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyu couldn't help but ask the system, can I forcibly end this job? The system's voice sounded in his mind. It is now detected that the host has not yet obtained the title. If the work is forced to end, the vehicle will be destroyed. It is not recommended for the host to do so. Destroy? The A8? Destroy? The A8? That car belongs to Su Ji and it is indeed not cheap. However, the speed of obtaining entries is too slow now, so let it be ruined. At worst, I can just give the bounty money to Su Ji. Bai Qiyu made up his mind and said, let's force it to end. Okay. The system's cold voice came. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the black car driver profession. During the host's tenure, he successfully captured 3 fugitives, shot and killed 4 fugitives, blew up an A8 car, and blew up 3 pharmaceutical production workshops. In view of the above, the host is awarded a title. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden title of the driver profession demolition driver. Bai Qiyu was stunned and slowly opened his mouth. It is understandable that the A8 exploded, after all, it was destroyed. But what on earth was the explosion in the workshop? And 3 of them? At this moment, Zhou ran in a panic. Captain Yang, no, this is bad. Yang Mu was sorting out Bai Qiyu's statement with another policeman. Seeing Zhou Ying's expression, he said unhappily, as a policeman, you must remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. Look at you, what kind of talk is that? But Zhou Ying stamped her feet anxiously. There's nothing to worry about. You must stay calm. Yang Mu frowned slightly and spoke in a stern tone. Oh. Zhou Ying nodded. Tell me, what's the matter? Our police force had just evacuated the Wayman Pharmaceuticals factory when an explosion occurred inside. 3 of the 4 workshops were blown up. Yang Mu slammed the table and stood up. FCK. Chapter 57. I have a new job. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Yang Mu looked at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying looked innocent, imitating Yang Mu's tone just now. As a police officer, you must remain calm even when faced with a catastrophe. Yang Mu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, if it was a mountain collapse, what would it have to do with me? Of course I wouldn't change my expression. But now it's the criminal's base that got bombed. Tell me quickly, what happened? Is anyone injured? Zhou Ying subconsciously glanced in the direction of Bai Qiyu. Bai Qiyu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This doesn't have anything to do with me, does it? Demolition driver? This damn system won't cheat me like this. Then Zhou Ying continued, no one was hurt. Because it was getting late, they saved the A8 and other evidence at the scene, planning to continue the investigation tomorrow. But just as the police officers left,
the car exploded like a small missile, blowing up the 3 adjacent workshops, but the one a little further away was saved.
Yang Mu followed Zhou Ying's gaze and looked at Bai Qiyu quietly. Bai Qiyu quickly waved her hands, looking innocent. Don't look at me. You know me. If it was me. Bah, how could it be me? I've been arrested by you, how can I have time to do these things? However, he quickly asked the system in his heart, dog system. What's going on? The system's cold voice carried a rare hint of grievance. Didn't you ask me to destroy this? It turns out that this damn system is to blame. Bai Qiyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I asked you to destroy the car, not to blow up the workshop. The system's voice remained calm. Destroy means to completely disappear. Moreover, I have tried my best to control the explosion range when destroying it. 3 workshops were blown up within your control area? If you don't control it, won't the entire factory be blown up by you? At this moment, the police phone next to Yang Mu suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, listened to a few words, nodded and said, released? But he is still a suspect now? Yes. After hanging up the phone, the policeman looked at Yang Mu and said, the chief asked us to release the person. Release him? Yang Mu frowned. Could it be that Lu Moer was the one behind this? I was only thinking about spending more time with Qiyu this way, and I actually forgot about this matter. She walked up to Bai Qiyu and uncuffed him. Then, she held Bai Qiyu's wrist with her little hand and started to massage it. Zhou Ying and another policeman widened their eyes. When have they ever seen Yang Mu like this? He doesn't look like a captain at all, he looks just like a little wife. Then several people left the interrogation room. As soon as the door of the interrogation room opened, Bai Qiyu saw Su Kaiwei and Lu Moer waiting outside. Su Kaiwei glared at Lu Moer angrily. Obviously she didn't gain anything from the quarrel just now. Lu Moer had been staring at the door of the interrogation room. When she saw Bai Qiyu coming out, she immediately went to greet him. Qiyu, are you okay? Bai Qiyu smiled and said, it's okay. You helped me, right? Thank you. When Su Kaiwei heard this, she immediately jumped up and hugged Bai Qiyu's arm, saying proudly, it's not her. I asked my sister to help you. Yang Mu was stunned. He didn't expect that it was Jinyu who helped Qiyu. It turned out that Jinyu helped Qiyu? Could it be that Jinyu still doesn't know the relationship between Qiyu and Su Kaiyu? She probably didn't know, otherwise she would have stopped it. Thinking of this, a hint of cunning flashed in Yang Mu's eyes. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Jinyu. At that time, Qiyu will be described as an unforgivable scum. For the sake of her sister, Jinyu will definitely stop Kaiwei from contacting Qiyu. Bai Qiyu was also stunned. The eldest daughter of Jinyu Group? I heard that she is also the helmsman of Jinyu Group. With her speaking up, getting me out will naturally not be a problem. Then please thank your sister for me. Bai Qiyu said. Su Kaiwei smiled and said, we are friends. My sister is helping you and helping me. At this time, Zhou Ying and another police officer behind him opened their mouths wide. Yang Mu and Bai Qiyu are ex-lovers, and the whole situation has been spread, so they naturally know it. They had also heard about Lu Moer's affairs. But what about the second young lady of Jinyu Group? Seeing that she is hugging Bai Qiyu's arm, it is obvious that their relationship is not ordinary. If any one of these 3 women gets the favor of him, my ancestors' graves would probably explode. But Bai Qiyu was so good that he actually provoked 3 people in one breath. Then the ancestral tomb must be blown up 3 times. But this matter is different in Bai Qiyu's eyes. He has tried all kinds of free lunch. Women only slow down my speed in writing entries. At this time, Su Kaiwei continued, by the way, brother Yu, I have another good news to tell you. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yang Mu, then at Lu Moer, with a bit of pride in her tone. Brother Yu, my sister has agreed to let you join the sales position of Jinyu Group. Bai Qiyu had originally planned to leave Zhongyin City. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Su Kaiwei continue. Of course, this job will involve more contact with people. If you don't like working in an environment with a lot of people, I can ask my sister to help you change your position. How many people do you come into contact with? Bai Qiyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, will there be many people you come into contact with? Su Kaiwei thought Bai Qiyu was unwilling, and quickly explained, there are quite a lot of sales teams, the smallest one should have more than 100 people. Plus we have to go to other companies to contact customers, so there will be more. But it doesn't matter, if you don't want to, I can go back and ask my sister to change you to another department. There are at least more than 100 people? Bai Chiyu's eyes instantly lit up like two small light bulbs. Wow, the minimum number is more than 100 people, so the maximum number must be able to take off. If you go around the company every day, you can get 100 entries. Can you help me change department? I advise you not to delay me. Bai Chiyu immediately said, I'll go. And I have to go with the team with the largest number of people. Su Kaiwe was a little worried. The team with the most people? Then the competition pressure will be great. Lu Moer quickly interrupted. Yes, why don't you come to my law firm? I'm still short of an assistant. Assistant? Bai Chiyu suddenly remembered the little girl next to Lu Moer before. Don't you have an assistant? Lu Moer made no secret of her purpose and said with a smile, she doesn't have to be an assistant. If you want, I can be your assistant. Looking at the two of them like this, Yang Mu regretted for the first time that he was a policeman. He couldn't arrange a job for Chiyu. Bai Chiyu decisively rejected Lu Moer. Forget it, I'll go to Jinue Group. Go to a law firm? You'll only meet a few people there. Chapter 58. Didn't you ask me to wait in the hospital? Although Lu Moer was a little disappointed, she didn't want to make things difficult for Bai Chiyu. Since he wants to go to Jinue Group, then let him go. At worst, I can agree to Su Jinyu's request and cooperate with Jinue Group. In this way, I can see Chiyu from time to time. Then, after Bai Chiyu confirmed with Su Kaiwe that she could go to work tomorrow, she became excited. Starting from tomorrow, I will be a glorious office worker. Entry, here I come. Oh, right. Yang Mu suddenly remembered something, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Bai Chiyu. This is a psychological clinic that cooperates with the police station. Many of our police officers will go for psychological counseling after shooting criminals. If you have time, go there too. Bai Chiyu took the business card, looked down and saw that it said, Nyenyu Psychological Clinic. There is an address at the end, but no contact information. Bai Chiyu didn't think he needed psychological counseling, but Yang Mu was kind-hearted, so he nodded and put away the business card. Okay, I understand. After confirming that there was nothing else, Bai Chiyu prepared to go home. Yang Mu, Su Kaiwe and Lu Moer all wanted to send him off, but Yang Mu couldn't get away because the case was not yet concluded. Su Tsayue's sister Su Jinyu was also waiting for her outside, urging her to leave quickly. In the end, only Lu Moer drove Bai Chiyu home. Su Jinyu sat in the car, watching Bai Chiyu get into Lu Moer's car through the window, and his heart still could not calm down. Although it was confirmed that the man was Bai Chiyu, it still felt a little unbelievable when I saw him in person. Su Kaiwe sat next to her, pointed at Bai Chiyu outside the car, and said excitedly, Sister, that's brother Yu. He is a very capable person, he will definitely not let you down. Su Jinyu nodded. Don't I know whether he is powerful or not? Not only does he not disappoint people, he is also a pleasant surprise. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the thought. But he immediately put on a stern face and lectured, this man has unclear relationships with Lu Moer and Yang Mu. He is not a good man. You should stay away from him. Only after Bai Chiyu got into Lu Moer's car and left did Su Jinyu let the driver drive away. Bai Chiyu sat in Lu Moer's car and looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom behind through the rearview mirror. He always felt that the people in that car were observing him. But it makes sense when you think about it, that should be Su Kaiwe and her sister's car. After all, I saved Kaiwe twice, so she will definitely pay attention to me. Let us first take a look at the new title you have obtained. Demolition Driver, destroy one of your own entries, and you can randomly destroy an entry of the same level on the other side. This title is pretty good. Are all hidden titles so awesome? I wonder what a normal title is like. Bai Chiyu didn't bother with these things and decided to take a look at his identity panel first. Name, Bai Chiyu. Occupation, none. Title, Explorer, Destroyer, Demolition Driver. Term, White Neat. Blue Fishing Expert, Lockpicking, Hard-Hearted, Driver, Little Luck, Female Orientation. Green Disease Removal, Anti-Poison, Daughter Slave, Iron Head Skill, Golden Bell Cover, Martial Arts, Cross-Dressing Boss. Red Thief, Sharpshooter, Stealth, Extravagance, Stitching. Purple Scalpel, Photographic Memory, Dissection, Observation, Lawyer. Gold Surgeon, Applying What You Learn, Bulletproof Vest, Lip Sword. I didn't realize that I now have so many entries. The quality of contributions from these ex-girlfriends is still very high. Should I go and meet my ex-girlfriends?
As soon as this thought came to his mind, Bai Qiyu was shocked by himself.
I actually had such a dangerous thought.
Although Bai Qiyu believed that he broke up with his ex-girlfriends peacefully and for their own good, he didn't want to be their gigolo anymore.
But those women may not think so. What if you happen to meet some people who want to kill your brother? Wouldn't that be the end of you?
Forget it. Besides, other ex-girlfriends may not have such high-quality entries.
We're here. Lu Moer's voice interrupted Bai Qiyu's thoughts.
Bai Qiyu came to his senses and found that he had arrived at the entrance of the community.
He looked at Lu Moer and asked tentatively, "Aren't you going in?" Lu Moer also looked at him with a playful look in her eyes. "Do you want me to go in?" "I want you to go in?" "What for? Slap mosquitoes for me again? Or fight with Su Ji?"
So, Bai Qiyu shook his head decisively. "Forget it."
Lu Moer looked at Bai Qiyu affectionately and said gently, "I will do whatever you want me to do. I will listen to you." Bai Qiyu asked tentatively, "What if I ask you to stop coveting my beauty?" Lu Moer smiled gently, "I will listen to you too. I will stay away from you. When I come here, I just hope that you will not let me leave again in the next life." "Oh my God.
You killed yourself with just one sentence.
How can I respond?"
Bai Qiyu shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, just pretend I didn't say anything." Lu Moer suddenly hugged Bai Qiyu and kissed him on the face, saying with a bit of pride, "I knew you couldn't bear to leave me." Bai Qiyu was startled and quickly pushed her away. "How dare you be so unethical to secretly suck me?"
"Then do you want to suck it back secretly?"
Lu Moer looked at Bai Qiyu with a smile. Bai Qiyu snorted coldly, "You wish." After saying that, he quickly got out of the car and walked into the community without looking back. Lu Moer sat in the car, watching Bai Qiyu's departing back, a smile appearing on the corner of her mouth.
"Qiyu, you are already a bite ball in my mouth, you can't escape."
Bai Qiyu returned to Su Ji's house and knocked on the door, but no one came to open it.
"Is Su Ji not here? But it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening now, she should have finished get off work long ago, right?" Thinking of this, Bai Qiyu quickly called Su Ji. As soon as the phone rang, Su Ji picked up it immediately. Bai Qiyu asked, "Where are you now?"
Hearing Bai Qiyu's nervous tone, Su Ji felt warm in her heart, but a little strange. "I'm in the hospital."
"In the hospital? You haven't got off work yet?"
Bai Qiyu was also a little confused.
"It's time to get off work. Didn't you ask me to wait for you in the hospital? You said you wouldn't let me go out unless you called me,"
Su Ji said as a matter of course.
Hearing this, Bai Qiyu was suddenly stunned. "Su Ji, has she been waiting for me until now?"
From her tone, it seemed that if I didn't call her tonight, she would sleep in the hospital. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyu could no longer stand it, so he hurried out to get a taxi and went straight to the hospital.
Chapter 59 Let My Brother Go. After Bai Qiyu arrived at the hospital, he immediately contacted Su Ji. Not long after, Su Ji walked out of the hospital.
Bai Qiyu looked at Su Ji from afar, and his eyes were involuntarily attracted by her figure.
The perfect curves outlined by the tight jeans and the big wavy hair are really pleasing to the eye.
Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved up. But the next second, he was stunned. "Wait, that's not right.
When did I become a black carp?" Su Ji came over at this time.
Her gaze stayed on his face for half a second, her brows slightly frowned, and her expression, which was already a little cold, became even colder at this moment.
"It's over. I came to pick her up late? Are you angry?"
Bai Qiyu was thinking about how to start the conversation when she heard Su Ji say coldly, "Did a mosquito bite you on the face again?"
"Ah? Mosquito?"
Bai Qiyu subconsciously touched his face, and when he looked down, he found a faint red mark on his finger.
"Is this lipstick?"
"Oh my God, I secretly smoked it when Lu Moer was giving it to me." Su Ji snorted coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "It's the same mosquito as before."
"Awesome, you can see this."
Bai Qiyu quickly took out a tissue, wiped his face in a hurry, and laughed dryly, trying to cover up the embarrassment.
Su Ji did not continue to ask, but looked around and frowned. "Qiyu, where is your car?"
The smile on Bai Qiyu's face froze slightly. He coughed dryly and touched his nose. It exploded."
Su Ji's eyes widened instantly, and she showed a rare look of shock. "It exploded?"
Seeing her expression, Bai Qiyu had no choice but to briefly tell her what happened today. Of course, he completely ignored the jealousy between Yang Mu, Lu Moer, and Su Kaiwa. But when Suji heard that Bai Chiyu blocked the bullet for Su Kaiwe, her heart skipped a beat and her nerves suddenly tightened. However, when she heard that the car exploded, she was not angry, but instead quietly relieved.
As long as Chiyu is fine, the car is not important at all, even. I am not important.
Thinking of this, Suji's eyes sank slightly, and a chill rose in her heart.
Su Kaiwe, Lu Moer. How dare you put Bai Chiyu in danger? No, he must not be involved with you again. Bai Chiyu didn't know what Suji was thinking at the moment.
He waved his hand casually and said, "Since the criminal gang has been taken down, you are no longer in danger. You can go to get off work by yourself in the future, and I will move out." When Suji heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly for a moment, but soon returned to normal. There was no trace of emotion on her face, as if she agreed with Bai Chiyu's decision. Bai Chiyu quietly observed her expression, and when he saw that she did, as usual, Suji climbed onto the bed and gently hugged Bai Chiyu. She didn't say anything, just hugged him quietly. Bai Chiyu was really not used to it. He used to be able to say something, but why did he fall into silence today? Fortunately, Suji didn't let Bai Chiyu wonder for too long, and asked, "Why do you want to leave?" "Why should I leave? What if I don't leave? Let you take my virginity again?" Bai Chiyu really likes women, otherwise he wouldn't be a gigolo. But he doesn't want to waste other people's time. If there is a bad girl who is as bad as him, he doesn't mind at all. But if it is a woman he loves to death, then it will be too troublesome. He is afraid of trouble and only likes deep physical communication, so stay away from such women. However, Suji obviously had no intention of letting him go. "Why didn't you answer me?" Her voice rang out again. Bai Chiyu complained in his heart, "I want to answer, but don't I have to pretend to have taken sleeping pills?" At this moment, Suji suddenly said faintly, "Only the first time." Bai Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Before he could figure it out, Suji added, "It's only the shredded potatoes from the first time. I added sleeping pills." Bai Chiyu was stunned for a moment. No wonder I felt a little sleepy at first, but nothing happened afterwards. It turns out that the medicine didn't fail to work, but that there was no medicine at all? This is so embarrassing. Should I continue pretending to sleep, or should I wake up? Suddenly, Bai Chiyu felt something tighten under him. This woman! How dare she hold a hostage? Let my brother go! Suji looked down at Bai Chiyu, her breath gently brushing his cheek, her tone terribly calm. When a person is in deep sleep, there is no reaction here due to external stimulation. She paused, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but from the first time I gave you the sleeping pills, you reacted. Bai Chiyu's mentality exploded instantly. Isn't this woman too scary? Seeing that pretending to sleep was no longer feasible, he decisively opened his eyes and begged for mercy with an embarrassed look on his face. "Big sister, please let my brother go." Chapter 60, Joining the Company. Suji had a slight smile on her cold face. "Okay, I have two conditions, you can choose one." Bai Chiyu was stunned. "What conditions?" "The first condition is that you are not allowed to leave and must continue to live here," Suji said. "I choose the second one," Bai Chiyu said directly. However, the smile on Suji's face faded instantly, and there was an indescribable emotion in her eyes, and then she sighed softly, "Okay." A chill suddenly rose up Bai Chiyu's back. Wait, what exactly is this second condition? Why does it feel more terrifying than the first one? He swallowed and said tentatively, "How about, I should choose the first one?" "It's too late." Suji spoke calmly, but reached out to take off Bai Chiyu's pants. "No." Bai Chiyu struggled to take off Suji's clothes. Suji was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Ah. Didn't you take off my pants?" "Let's just reciprocate," Bai Chiyu said. "Really? Then go on." Suji nodded in approval. Then he pulled down Bai Chiyu's pants, and Bai Chiyu continued to take off Suji's clothes. At this moment, Suji took out a scalpel. Bai Chiyu's brother panicked instantly. "Brother! Don't take it off! Hurry and save me, brother!" Bai Chiyu felt the cold chill coming from her lower body, and her mentality instantly exploded. "I made the wrong choice. I made the wrong choice. Choose the first one." "I choose the first one." Suji just sneered. "Too late." Then Bai Chiyu saw Suji actually took out another jelly, cut open the jelly packaging with a scalpel, and put it into her mouth. What does this mean? Then Bai Chiyu realized, "Woman, you are really good at having fun."
Since you attacked me first, don't blame me for being rude. A long time later. Bai Qiyu looked at Su Ji, who had fallen asleep in his arms, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He didn't expect that he would end up going back to his ex. But thinking about the madness just now, this is not something Su Ji would do. Is her entry really as cold as ice? For some reason, Bai Qiyu didn't feel sleepy at all. A minute later, Su Ji slowly opened her eyes, looked at the sleeping Bai Qiyu, and smiled. She approached gently, kissed Bai Qiyu lightly on the face, then closed her eyes contentedly and slowly fell asleep. Early in the morning, Bai Qiyu woke up in a daze and was about to turn over and get up as usual, but when he opened his eyes, he met Su Ji's dark and deep eyes. She was looking at him quietly, without any fluctuation in her eyes, as if she had been staring at him for a long time. Bai Qiyu. Good man, you woke up early and are waiting here for me to wake up? Only after seeing him open his eyes did Su Ji slowly stand up and walk out of the room silently without saying a word the whole time. While eating breakfast, Bai Qiyu couldn't hold it in any longer, so he asked, "You don't have anything to say?" Su Ji rolled her eyes at Bai Qiyu and said, "My throat is swollen and I don't want to talk." Hearing Su Ji's hoarse voice, Bai Qiyu laughed dryly twice. "Sorry, that gifted talent. Su Ji didn't say anything, but her face was flushed, which seemed a little different from the coldness before. Then the two went out to work and separated after leaving the community gate. Su Ji drove the G-Class to the hospital. Bai Qiyu watched the G-Force go away, smiled and waved, "Be careful." Su Ji saw Bai Qiyu waving from the rearview mirror, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and it was as if ice and snow were melting in an instant. Afterwards, Bai Qiyu began his life as a slave and took a taxi to Jinue Group. Jinue Group, the commercial overlord of Zhongyin City, is also one of the top companies in the country, with industries covering multiple fields including medical care, education, finance, and building materials. And the person at the helm of this behemoth is Su Jinyu. Bai Qiyu stood in front of the Jinue building, looking at the business empire towering into the sky before him, with mixed feelings in his heart. In his previous life, he was a prodigal son. In this life, he is a gigolo. Having lived two lives as a human being, he has never experienced the real life of a corporate slave. Now, he is about to become a humble worker under the capitalist. However, he has also seen a lot of jokes and knows some of the bitterness of being a social animal. But it doesn't matter. I have read the social art before and I have memorized all the subtexts in it. It will definitely be foolproof. Thinking of this, Bai Qiyu walked into Jinue building confidently. Unfortunately, I was stopped as soon as I entered the gate. "Without a card, what are you doing here?" The security guard pulled out Bai Qiyu, who was stuck in the gate. Bai Qiyu instantly felt the entry arrive. His eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that he had chosen the right class. Bai Qiyu quickly demonstrated his social skills and immediately took out the spicy strips he had just bought. "Security brother, have one." What is this operation? Which good person gave the security guard spicy noodles? The security guard looked Bai Qiyu up and down. He was wearing a formal suit. Well, he was definitely not a big shot who could be offended. Generally, big shots either wear casual or sportswear, or wear security or cleaning uniforms in an attempt to look impressive. Who would wear a suit like this? Don't talk nonsense. Are you here to sell something or something? The security guard looked at Bai Qiyu with an unfriendly tone. Bai Qiyu smiled and said, "Well, I'm here to start work." Upon hearing this, the security guard was stunned. Here to join the company? It was almost 9 o'clock now. Anyone who could join the company at this time couldn't really be a senior leader. Thinking of this, the security guard immediately smiled and said, "Oh, you see, I misunderstood. I didn't expect you to be here to join the company. Which department? What's your position? I'll call someone to pick you up." Sales department, sales representative. When the security guard heard the sales representative, his face turned cold again. "Sales department? Did you know that the sales department starts at 7 o'clock? You are late, please leave." I didn't expect that he was actually a sales representative. My brother-in-law is the deputy director of the sales department. This guy was 2 hours late on his first day at work. The company would definitely not want him, so they are not afraid of offending him. Bai Qiyu frowned. No, why did the security guard change his expression like that? "Brother, please be flexible. Here, have another one." Bai Qiyu handed over another spicy strip. The security guard looked impatient and threw the spicy strips to the ground. Hurry up and leave. You're late on your first day at work. We at Jinue Group won't accept you. I'll go. Bai Qiyu clenched his fists. You can stop me from going in, but you're still taking pictures of my spicy noodles? I'll show you my social skills. As he said that, Bai Qiyu rushed forward and punched him. The security guard never thought that someone would attack him. Bai Qiyu punched him so hard that his nose was bleeding. He stood there in shock. How dare you hit me? The 7 or 8 security guards around saw this scene and gathered around him. Some of them shouted, Captain, are you okay? Hit him. The security captain roared, and the others immediately took out their batons and prepared to fight. Wrist wrap punch. Bai Qiyu flashed and threw a fierce punch at the security guard who was rushing towards him.